like you. Ain't no drama, only venom when I get my dues. Respect, I'm the next tycoon. Got a pad full of greens, couple M's mine soon. Non-believer, do you see the confidence? Got some people waiting for me on the fence. I live it, but never see me on the fence. Best believe that when I win, it's common sense. I'm designed to fly, defeat all demise. The best me, no fear, no compromise. 100 degrees, I breathe more to life. You should disconnect and throw in the west. And a hand that's in this. Gotta back it up a high percentage. Got a heart in my sleep, non-stop. Stepping up to the seat, more shots. Getting those. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars, you'll never forget me. But not holding back on the side. Only get better with time. Ready to own what is mine tonight. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me. Yeah, I never wait up. Flowers say so they coming on the way up. A true fighter's what they always been afraid of. Cards had a close on my circle when I lay up. Switch the game every quarter like a time zone. Aim for the bus, tryna build up to this mind zone. Pave the way with only items that I might own. Imagine what I'm about to do, be an icon. And the problem just the haters that I might know. It's a night show, the way I'm about to make a movie with these lights. No, the one they be like me, they can try. All gold, everything when I write. Come and repeat it, every legend gotta fight. A new world, when I flip, make it tight. Ain't nobody doing minutes how I like. Seat buckled up, going up like a bike. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, up in the sky, into the light. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars, with every stride, our future's bright. Cause I'm on to the next. The way I shape shifts makes them call me a threat. Running on this path, never done, no regrets. There is nothing you can do when my face on the set. You're in front of the best. Different league if you wanna get to me. I am in pedigree. Yeah, I only got a picture on the centerpiece. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars, you'll never forget me. But not holding back on the side. Only get better with time. Ready to own what is mine tonight. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me. One touch from you takes me to paradise, paradise. One look from you and I fall in your arms, in your arms. Baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop it. And give me your love, give me your love, give me your loving. Say that you want, say that you want, say that you want it. Cause this is my love, this is my love. Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel One kiss from you is like a fantasy, fantasy. It's like you go beyond my wildest dream, wildest dream. Baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop it. And give me your love, give me your love, give me your loving. Say that you want, say that you want, say that you want it. Cause this is my love, this is my love. Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel
Give it to me now. Damn, you're sexy, but you keep controlling my mind. Yeah. I've been thinking of reasons, but I can't deny. Yeah. 'Cause baby, you are not a girl, and you wanna punish me. Sugar, you got a hold, so come on, do what you please. My mind is saying no, but you're bringing me to my knees. I cannot deny you're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Ooh, you're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Ooh, so baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Ooh, yeah, what kind of magic got control of me? Oh, what kind of magic you got over me? Yeah, ooh, 'cause baby, you are not a girl, and you wanna punish me. Sugar, you got a hold, so come on, do what you please. My mind is saying no, but you're bringing me to my knees. Yeah, I cannot deny you're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Oh, you're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Oh, so baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Ooh, yeah, put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Tasty. You're looking so tasty. Tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Ooh, so baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Ooh, give it to me now.
I don't know why we parted. I don't know what went wrong. I just know that I want your body here with me tonight. With me tonight. You know what I need, know just where to touch. Make me feel like I can't explain. Oh no, don't you leave, it's just a bit of fun. You know how to drive me insane. I know it shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night. Just love me all night. 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 All night. Tell me you want me, baby. Tell me I'm not alone. Tell me you wanna be with me tonight. With me tonight. With me tonight. You know what I need, know just where to touch. Make me feel like I can't explain. Oh no, don't you leave.
too much, so I'm leaning in real close. Let's see where it goes. Make a move, oh it's time to make a move. Feel you touching on my heart, feel you touching on mine. It's a hot, hot, hot situation. It's a hot, hot episode. It's a hot, hot, hot temptation. Temptation. Like a diamond in the sun, baby, now we're having fun. Turn the music up real loud, come and find me in the crowd. It's so sweet like cherry rose, close your eyes and start to fall. Got me leaning in too close, let's see where it goes. Make a move, oh it's time to make a move. Feel you touching on my heart, feel you touching on mine. It's a hot, hot, hot situation. It's a hot, hot episode. It's a hot, hot, hot temptation. Temptation.
Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want.
in the future. Now that we're together, now that we're together, we just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just really wanna feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. I'm a jump from the ship, but I can't swim. I'm a run from the life that I'm living, like a ghost fading into oblivion. Big win, big win. I'm a joke from a rope I'm swinging, just a bloke made of smoke and some thick skin, cauterized by the wound of a vision. A prison, a prison. Tell me it's all or nothing. Tell me I'll have your world. Don't.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of two conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectator UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. we make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information, such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the player's items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
that's
real magic.
拿下下一个第一。
Veritable violence.
要比你们都闪耀。
Team mình chỉ cần bé mèo này thôi là đủ quẩy team bạn rồi.
给点新颜色，小小。
Let go by.
引起他的打野挥发。历经2个赛季的沉浮，终于是完成了自己的机会。
我说过我会回来的。
任凭浪起。
Good day and welcome to the 31st day of the regular season here in Wild Rift League Asia 2023 season number 1. We are your shoutcasters Gyang and Autolus, and we have another batch of games set in store for you guys. We have EDG versus Cerberus Esports, Keepes Gaming versus Woohoo Gaming, and last but not least we have JDG versus Team Flash.
We are first day in after the 30-day mark of the regular season of WRL season 1, 2023. Then of course, if we look into the standings, things are still shaping up, especially for the APAC teams after that 1 week in where KT Roster was the only team that really did play in place of, I think it's because of the SEA Games. So a lot of things can really happen, and today is a very important day, especially for our Vietnamese audience, Vietnamese followers, because 2 of the teams that they have sent are currently struggling, namely Cerberus Esports and Saigon TF. We'll look into the standings right away, and for the standings for China, we have the number 1 team KBG, the reigning defending champion, WRL Season 2, currently is on an unbelievable 11 series win streak. I cannot think of any word to really describe them right now, because they are just like the gods of Wild Rift.
Oh, definitely. Inhuman is the first word that came into my mind looking at the stats here of Keepes Gaming. The only team that actually, gave them the challenge or gave them a loss is Nova Esports. I think that a team that almost ended their 10-game win streak is JDG. So that game this last Thursday was very, very noteworthy. And JDG will have their game later on as well against Team Flash. So they're looking to have, a better standing this time around, increase their wins, and try to have a better scoreline as well as Keepes Gaming. On the APAC side, we have, we talked about the Vietnamese team, Cerberus Esports and Team Flash right now, not really having the best standing as of the moment, both of which are on the last place here in the APAC standing. So, I mean, at these last 3 weeks remaining for the regular season, there are going to be a lot of opportunities for them to climb up the ladder and try to secure 4th spot. It's going to be challenging. It's going to be very difficult, but hopefully they do find a way to do so.
Yeah, we can only do hope that, one of our true rivals in the Vietnamese teams, get their act together and secure multiple wins for themselves. We are still, less than halfway or more than halfway the tournament. We have a total of 19 games per team. So if you look into their total games right now, Saigon Cerberus Esports had 7, and also Team Flash also had 7. So they still have like 12 games ahead of them. Much more time, or plenty of time, to really work things around for themselves. As we look into the schedule of today, we have EDG versus Saigon Cerberus Esports. KBG, the number 1 team, will be facing against WHG, another team that I really think is very consistent as well. And the third match will be JDG. As you said, this is one of the more hotter teams as of today that was just stopped because of KBG. They will be facing against Team Flash.
Interesting set of matches today. 2 teams that are trying to redeem themselves. Make up 4 teams rather. EDG, JDG, Cerberus Esports, and Team Flash. Woohoo Gaming is just trying to maintain a relatively good position in the top 8 right now, because they are sitting comfortably in 7th spot. And as long as they do maintain that, there shouldn't be anything that they will be worrying about, except battling the other elite teams that is in the CN Conference side, in which KBG is one really scary team to actually face against. And for EDG, it has been a long time since we last seen them win, because they're coming off as on a lose streak as well, and we'll go on that more later on. But again, after their loss against KT Roster Y, everything kind of roll down for them. Even Thunder Talk landed a reverse sweep against them when they battled, and they've been known to start this tournament very aggressively, very good as well, and their compositions as well has been quite creative. The Vayne Lulu that they won against Nova Esports was something to take note, but now it's like a big challenge for them to redeem themselves.
They really are in a bit of a trouble right now, right? They're trying to figure things out. And in one way to do it is by subbing in a player. Langui will be the one playing in place of Hudia. The last time that he did play, EDG did actually win, right? I looked at history, and he was subbed in game number 2. They won, and in game number 3, Hudia played again, ending up losing that game, as we all know. But EDG really is going to need to win against a team that is also improving, developing as well with their current iteration. We look into this lineup, we see Cerberus Esports have a very formidable team. BMM and Genza will still carry. Taku and Y1 is now manning the Baron lane and the jungle role. As we all know, Cerberus Esports, it's the Meliodas team, right? But because Meliodas is currently feeling under the weather for quite some time now, get well soon, brother. Y1 was tasked to really play the jungle, and it's been a long time that it's been multiple games that Y1 already has played in the jungle. So expectations is that Cerberus Esports will finally hit that power spike. As we look into the stats here, EDG for Cerberus Esports, pretty much the same, right?
Yeah.
Especially for the first tower rate. But more interestingly, Cerberus Esports really love their first herald, right? 72% FH, so to 28% of the first dragon rate. It's like it's almost a given the Cerberus Esports will really prioritize the top side.
I'm kind of nervous on seeing a high amount of first herald on Cerberus Esports, but not really a whole lot of difference on the first tower here for EDG, because that means that EDG for somehow, some way is able to get the first tower without getting the first dragon or the first herald. That means that their aggressive composition, their aggressive playstyle finds a way for them to get that first tower to enable the early game momentum for this team. And Cerberus Esports has to really watch out for that, especially that EDG, even if they are in a slump, they have been trying a lot of compositions lately to try and get their groove back in order, have been trying to have some subs as well, as Langui goes into the support line, taking the time right now away from Huria. So in our head-to-head, it's going to be interesting because Alone and Genza are the supreme ADCs or the supreme dragon laners that are on both sides. Alone oftentimes is the precedent to be protected for EDG. If he dies, the whole team collapses. Same goes for Cerberus Esports. Genza has been very stable on the side of Cerberus Esports, has been known as well with his Zoe, with his Varus, with his Ziggs as well, dealing a lot of damage and also providing or maintaining a safe position at all times for Cerberus Esports.
Yeah, when they were winning ADGs alone, actually did not need to be protected. Like his positioning was so good, allowing the other members of EDG to hunt down the carries of the other squad, right? But as the tournament progresses, it was so glaring that Alone keeps on getting left alone in the backline, and teams have started to figure it out, and it's just attacking them. The very first team that really did that was KT Rosa Y with Zero always finding Alone by his lonesome. That's actually a good thing to do if you really want to win against EDG. We look into the other matchup that we have. It's the Baron lane, EDG Xiaozhang going against Taku. And this matchup is kind of unfair, right? Like, Taku is the substitute player, is now trying to find his groove. He was the original Baron laner for Cerberus Esports, don't get me wrong, right? But Xiaozhang has really solidified himself as a foundation for EDG in the Baron lane. You look into the stats, 4.5 KD is so respectable, with the damage percentage and kill participation also heading his way. Like, the only thing positive ongoing with the head-to-head matchup that we do have is Taku gets more damage taken, but yeah, it will really be a struggle right now. If Cerberus Esports really want to win this for themselves, and I do believe that they really do want to win this matchup against EDG, they have to play around Taku.
Absolutely. Because this guy, during the 32nd Southeast Asia Games, I mean, Cerberus Esports did land the silver medal in there as well. Taku was really high priority player on their side. And, well, we will have our host. Is it Michelle or Laura? Oh, I was like, oh wow. Okay.
Wait,
it's a little late for Valentine's, but what is Xiaojiang celebrating? Is it the love for the game?
Not sure.
Love for someone, or
not sure.
Love for
maybe it's a holiday in China right now, right? Like we don't know, right? Like, but they have at least this is better than the masks that we saw from yesterday, right? Like it's kind of alarming, people wearing masks. I mean, even here in the Philippines, we are currently experiencing a surge. But yeah, so every single one of them is how should I call this? Like carrying the symbol of love, hearts and roses.
I hope we get to know what is the reasoning behind this. Well, I did just search if there is some sort of holiday right now in China, but there unfortunately aren't, or there isn't any holiday right now there. Oh, I love those glasses from Langui. I want to get some.
下面有请打野选手 in the jungle Y1。
Wait, how did you know that it was Laura hosting without even seeing her? Did you recognize her voice?
下面有请射手
The voice.
in the dueling Genza。
Okay. Too many.
How many hosts are there? Like we have
Michelle,
Laura and Michelle.
Laura, Peggy, and Charles.
Peggy?
两支战队现已集结完毕，让我们
I
即
haven't
刻进
seen
入
Peggy
召
in
唤
a
师
while.
峡谷。
And
All the players
Charles
are getting
I've
ready.
seen
Let's
like
start
once
into
or
the well.
twice.
Yeah, well, the storyline for both squads is that they are currently on a lose streak, right? Like, they both want to get over the hump and secure themselves the very first victory in a long, long while.
In a long while.
Yeah, and then that would really reverse every bad mantra that surrounds your team, right?
Yeah.
I'm not really superstitious or anything like that, but you know, when it comes to our RGs, right? If we are in the middle of a very long lose streak, sometimes we tell ourselves, we just need one win. We just need one win. And it
one win to break the momentum, to bring back the momentum.
Yeah, it would return everything back to normal. Yeah, it would turn the tides around, as what we often say to ourselves. We kid ourselves, but yeah, it's true, right? Even the support staff knows this. Even the members or even the team knows this, that hey, we just need one win to really push us over the top, and we'll take everything from there. This is the 1v1 fight for side, everybody. If you are new in joining us here in WRLA, whoever wins this gets side selection, and the rules are you just have to kill your opponent twice, or take down the first tower, or by the time that sudden death appears, you kill your opponent. So easy as that.
Very simple, very easy, but it is harder than it seems as well here when the players actually get the game rolling. Lucian versus Yasuo is going to be very interesting, because Lucian is usually the champion that we see being picked up when the player wants to just get this win. It has a relatively high win rate as well here in the fight per side. And why I'm picking up the Yasuo is very creative, very ambitious, I would say, and given his aggressive nature in even the jungle right now here for Cerberus Esports, I am going to be looking forward to this. If he does get the win here for EDG, maybe that can be, the small win, the momentum bringer here for Cerberus Esports, because the last time we have seen them win was against Naos Esports, and it was the time where Miller just had his last match.
No, what day was it though? That's the question. I don't want to know. So that was April 14. So they are more than a month waiting for a victory. I mean, of course, like there's a tournament in between, and where they really did perform well. In fact, they really pushed the eventual gold medalist to the brink, right? Like at one point they were 2-0 ahead of the Filipino squad, which then was Nigma Galaxy, So when it comes to being able to perform, and again, if we look at Cerberus Esports, there still is a very formidable team and organization. I really have high hopes for the team, for the squad, because I've been covering them for like 2 years now. I just know that they would not be content, and they will really try to get this slump done and over with. And today is a very good day to do it.
This is the first step into doing so. Ignite and Barrier plus Kraken Slayer here for Xiaojiang. Meanwhile, Y1 does pick up the Flash, Ignite, and the Lethal Tempo. So he has to be very careful in the damage and the counters here of Xiaojiang, but does have extra mobility to maybe get that knock up in by the time Y1 reaches level 5. But in the early game, range advantage still possesses some sort of trouble here for Y1.
Remember yesterday when we did say that Yasuo has a favorable matchup against the Zoe? Turns out it wasn't the case, and this is a much harder matchup to win, right? Like, this is the Lucian that we are talking about. One of the known best 1v1 champions in the game. Not only does he have the range, he also have the burst in him. Just because he can do this, right? Like, you know, combine his auto attacks with his spells just to have that double tap ongoing for him. So I kind of feel for Y1. This is really a very hard 1v1 to win.
And normally we do see the dash being used first as well, given a losing matchup, because you would want to close the distance onto the Lucian, get that auto attack, and then go back, and also to just to maximize the recovery of your shield passive. Right now, since he doesn't have the dash just yet, it is going to be a little bit difficult for him to, you know, pressure Xiaojiang or even catch him off guard. Gets hit by Piercing Light, and also take a bit of damage there from Xiaojiang. Always getting double tapped is a big problem. He is waiting for the time that Xiaojiang doesn't have any mana anymore. Getting under the wind wall, but luckily does have the barrier.
The passive as well is helping Y1 here, getting some shields. And in order for Y1 to win here, of course, he has to wait for his level 5 power spike, right? You know, getting that ultimate. Ooh, Y1 was so close to dying there. He still has the passive ongoing for him, and that's the reason why he's just kind of playing with fire right now. There is no flash available for Xiaojiang, so there is going to be no need for him to really be over aggressive. It's 1v1 between Y1 and Xiaojiang is definitely becoming a one-sided affair right now, Giang, and Xiaojiang is really dictating the tempo. Is most likely going to have the very first item completed at 3,000 gold. There you go, Black Cleaver completed to components for the Yasuo.
Black Cleaver. Well, I have been, you know, looking forward more onto the Blade of the King, given, you know, more attack speed, more damage, more life steal. But Black Cleaver can actually do a lot better here for Xiaojiang out of the moment.
Okay. Y1 was able to escape harm's way. Luckily for him, right? Because he was ignited, and there is definitely vision when you are burning to the ignite. One of the things that gets often forgotten. But yeah, about the Blade of the Ruined King, it does actually possess some HP as well, and ability haste, which makes a lot of sense.
Ouch!
Is that
no? Oh, that is sad. Xiaojiang getting the better end, and Y1.
Kind of expected though, right? Like, with the item advantage, and now getting that 1 kill, getting 2 tower plates as well. Xiaojiang, we're just waiting for the formalities here. What do you want to talk about? You want to talk about, you know, the lore of these two gentlemen? Do you really follow League of Legends lore?
Initially, but I get often confused with the changes that they actually make. I started, you know, following when Aatrox actually was early introduced in 2014.
Yeah. Okay, all I know is that Aatrox isn't the one that holds the weapon. It is actually the sword. Aatrox is the sword. So yeah, kind of know that from memory. Is there still a chance for Y1 to win this going to be
There
hard.
is.
Yeah.
It would take a lot though. Xiaojiang is very, very squishy. As long as he gets a knock-up done, gets a reset, ignite ticking, then
Yeah.
that's not really the way to
It's
go.
a very hard matchup. It's a very hard matchup. And even Y1 knows this, right? Like, all you really have to do as a Lucian is to play it patient. Do not go over aggressive. Just wait for your timings. And he found his timings, was able to kill Xiaojiang under his tower, deny some minions as well. Sorry, not Xiaojiang, but Y1 under his tower and deny his minions. And all that resulted into EDG getting the priority selection. Now, if you are EDG, how do you approach this draft, right? Like, you know that there would be a favorable matchup in the jungle because Meliodas is not the one playing. Y1, who was originally a Baron laner, has autofilled himself into the jungle role due to emergency purposes. But how do you think EDG will attack this?
I don't know. Given the confidence level of EDG, yeah, they are in a slump, but whenever they do face off an APAC team or a team that they are kind of like sure that they are going to be winning or have a relatively high chance of winning, they oftentimes experiment on picks. So possibly an ADC comp would go in place here for EDG. Maybe, you know, the high sustain composition again, like the Yuumi, Galio, Shen, is possible here for EDG. But if I were to personally choose their composition, I want them to go back towards Cerberus. Go on the Sirius side, pick up maybe a Ziggs and a Ribbon for their side. Have an aggressive assassin for you, and you know, since we're gonna be seeing Langui, I want to see him on his Gragas because he had an incredible performance with that champion, enabling EDG during their match against J-Team game number 2. And Sheng Dao, he can basically use almost any champion in the jungle. He has been experimenting a couple of picks, had an MVP performance with Yone as well. So this guy's good. This guy is just amazing.
So to answer my question, you're just play default, right? Like play Gragas, Ziggs, and then supplement it with an assassin from you. I actually agree with you on that. Only that I think you is better on the Garen. Yeah, there's really something in it. Screams that EDG really performs well whenever you is the one on the weaker side of things. I guess is how I want to call it. Because Xiaojiang is also a very good carry, right? Like in the top side. And if you look into EDG, their winning formula has always been alone being able to dish out damage, save from the back end, while making sure that, you know, his front line will be able to destroy and collapse the formation of the opponent, right? Like that's always been the case. But if you are Cerberus Esports, you kind of want to play into this with the idea that you can win against EDG by assassinating alone. We all know that, right? Like, you draft assassins or maybe even Yone, try to find the head of the carry of EDG, because if Alon gets his time in dishing damage, you know, there were games in where he was dishing like 36% of their team damage, 40% of their team damage, and that just goes to show how formidable of a Dragon laner alone is right now in the current meta. We look into the drafting phase here, Guillaume, and immediately Saigon Cerberus Esports is targeting down the shields of the Nautilus and the Shen.
Looks like they don't want the experimental lineups here of EDG. They don't want a medic squad. They don't want the aggressive playstyle here of Langui as well with the Nautilus. Possibly the Gragas is going to be first picked here by Cerberus Esports. And I do believe Akino can just make this champion work. The only question is if Genza will be able to get the Varus. Because I do love the Varus being picked up whenever there is a Gragas being taken already. But EDG will get their hands on it afterwards, with possibly the Alistar as well for Langui.
Gragas priority for Akeno. No surprises there. Like, he's one of the best Gragas players that we've ever had in the tournament. And if ever the Varus gets locked by EDG, they can still go for Sana, right? Like, it's a flip right now. Saigon Cerberus Esports really entered this draft thinking that we can have one of the two best Dragon laners in the game right now. A Ziggs is also an option if you are Cerberus Esports, if you want damage, right? So, but if I am Cerberus Esports support staff, I would be looking into this and, remember the game and where Nas played double marksman, going for the Lucian and Senna as well as a pair to really outscale the opponent. EDG though is locking what I would say the biggest wildcard of this game in the Fiora.
Early Fiora shows confidence here for Xiao Jiang. Shows confidence for Xingdao 7 as well if ever he is going to be using this champion, because we have seen a lot of Fiora jungles lately. Cerberus Esports will get their hands on the Senna. I was actually looking forward to Genza picking up the Ziggs into the Dragon lane instead, because he is just very, very safe in utilizing that champion. But if you want to have some stability, some sustain, then the Senna will do its job. But that means they also would need to pick up a mage or a magic damage dealer here for their side. Possibly a Corki would suffice. But I'm not sure if BMM is going to be happy in getting that champion, because EDG as well, given that they already picked up the virus, would be getting magic damage as well. You can utilize the Akali into the mid lane, can also pick up the Corki, even though we have seen him have a better performance with the Garen. Had a 2-0 victory against Woohoo Gaming with twice the Garen being picked up here for you.
Yeah, but you also have to remember that Akena would be the one farming in the bot lane, right? Like he's the one playing the Gragas, and all he has to do is to farm up some gold as well. So there is like this mini threat on the AP damage already ongoing for them because of the Gragas. You always have to remember that Senna is kinda, that champion that unlocks a different dimension of Wild Rift just because of the fasting Senna strategy and where the support is the one farming. Yesterday we saw Galio of Wraith going full AP. So it is fully understandable that Cerberus Esports could actually do the same. So yeah, this is still an open angle for BMM. Yeah, he can go for mage, he can go for something. A double marksman does actually make a lot of sense, but it will only work if you have an enabler jungler, and I don't think that Kha'Zix is an enabler jungler. He wants to be able to deal the killing blow. He wants to be able to dish out the damage as well. Now EDG is taking away the what we call enablers or the stabilizing factor, but by getting rid of the Riven, the Renekton, and is also denying the Wukong pick of Cerberus Esports. So how do you approach this if you are CES? Do you just go for the Garen because they definitely need one more beefy champion? That's
the only option here for Taco right now. Pick up the Garen. Try to slow down top lane pace. Jax is, well, when you pick up the Senna, Jax makes a lot of sense if you want to invest a lot into the late game. But again, you don't have that proper front line. And that can be scary here for EDG because they have a lot of front line. They have a lot of ways to bash towards your front line as well. Chain of Corruption is going to be a big problem here for Cerberus Esports. The Cyclone as well, the Pulverize. A lot of those chain CCs are going to be laid out into the team fight. And nobody on the side of Cerberus Esports, even if they have a lot of damage into the late game with the Senna, with the Jax, with the Corki as well, and the Kha'Zix for the cleanup, who can soak the damage? No one.
EDG gets their hands on the Garen and could possibly go to you. Right? So you with the Garen would be facing the Corki in the mid lane. It's a matchup that I would say favors no one. Right? Especially if you are the Garen that goes fleet footwork. All you have to do is to just spin in the mid lane, do enough with the wave clear, survive the laning phase, and after getting yourself the very first item, like a Hullbreaker or something else, it's going to be an easier time for the Garen. And this has been the winning formula for EDG. You pick something that alone can dish a lot of damage with. You protect him at all costs by a lot of tanks. And if I'm Cerberus Esports, this is kind of problematic because, well, Akeno has to go full tank now, right? Like he cannot go AP. Because if he ever goes AP, he will just dissolve from the burst potential that EDG has. Long drawn out team fights. There's going to be the beefy fighters of EDG going against a double marksman composition of Cerberus Esports, there is still an avenue for CES to win. We all know that, Guillaume, right? Like the double marksman will always have the range advantage and will also have the scaling advantage. It's just harder to do.
And that's something that I actually want to discuss here as we go into the game here. Game number 1, Cerberus Esports and EDG. Just the start of the series. Late game scaling, we are going to be leaning towards Cerberus Esports here. But they have a big responsibility as well in enabling the early game. Because mid-game power spikes will be better for EDG. 5-minute mark fights for objectives will be better for EDG. It's so simple to execute a team fight with their draft. And it's not going to be the time yet for Cerberus Esports to actually get anything or any objective. I'm already guessing that EDG might actually get a double objective in this if Cerberus Esports won't actually get any kills. So top lane, it is going to be a huge investment for Genza to allow Cerberus Esports to at least get some sort of leverage in the laning phase. But EDG actually answering with a huge investment here into the bottom lane, just shoving out Akeno. They have huge trust that Xiao Zhang is going to be okay in the top lane.
And he's not. He's definitely not. Now he's forced to recall EDG.
Wow, that's early.
Is not reading well into this. We are going back to the game for sure. All right, so we are now back into the game, and now you would see that Xiao Zhang is really hastily trying to get back into his lane. Now Cerberus Esports, just because of that Senna rotating to the top side, that EDG should have expected to begin with, right? Like, I think, you know, EDG is really facing this with the thinking that they kind of want you have the upper hand by getting some tower plates on the bot lane as well. And if possible, you know, get that kill threat potential as well. We all know that Alistar is a very good support when it comes to being able to kill opponents, right? The Pulverized Headbutt combo will always be there. And looks like that the very first team to fold into the pressure of the opposing side is Cerberus Esports, which is interesting.
This is not a good sign, actually, for Cerberus Esports, because EDG has definitely made this call to push them into this bottom lane. And now they're initiating a dive in which there's absolutely no way for Akeno to actually survive. Genza tries to do some damage here onto the front line, might actually get a kill onto you, but since they were able to disengage successfully, that's not going to be here for Cerberus Esports. BMM tries to help out as well, but to no avail. Only the first blood by EDG.
Very good dive. Alistar is known to be one of the best diving champions in the game, especially at level 5, right? With the Unstoppable Will available, he can start any dive that he wants, right? Similar to what happened here. The crowd control chain, Akeno was not able to do a thing. Not even able to use a flash or any defensive spell because you get locked down by the Alistar. It's an easy assassination. 1-0 for EDG.
Had it been Genza staying into the top lane, they could have answered with a couple of plays into the top lane, one of Xiao Zhang as well, and only, Akeno would die, surely. But with 4 people invested, that will be a worthy trade here for Cerberus Esports, because BMM can push mid, and then, theoretically they can answer with more plays. But they did get the flash of Alone, so that is a small lead that they have. But no kills just yet.
Yeah, well, this is that's the most important part when facing against Cerberus. You force him to flash away so that he will hesitate. He will second guess himself. Although as Cerberus, like, you have a lot of agency to work with. Like, your piercing arrows can be casted from one mobile phone screen away. And so I think he will really be safe. He will just wave clear here. Taku though.
Oh, okay. Lands the stun. Grand Challenge actually forces him back, and despite Genza being there, looks like Xiao Zhang is very, very confident, especially with Langui here.
Let's see. Xiao Zhang and Langui, the 2v2 that we expected to happen minute number 1 has finally commenced. 2 minutes later or 3 minutes later. Oh, there's a gank in the bot lane. That's a Garen though.
Yep. You flashing out, but we'll be able to survive at the very least.
Okay.
The EDG is very, very disciplined, or at least in their approach right now in this game, able to manipulate the map as well, forcing Cerberus Esports to respond. And now Taku is having a bit of a hard time, because anytime now, Langui is going to be engaging. He does! Xiao Zhang answers back. Last Embrace not going to be connecting onto Langui, and pressure is on here in top lane.
Yeah, kind of expected, right? Like, Alistar is really easy to use right now. Pulverize headbutt combo can easily be chained with another crowd control or another damage spell from your teammate. So as long as Langui, does the same thing over and over again, be that threat, the things are looking out for EDG for sure. Now you went back, but you look at the items of you. This is actually interesting. This is not often what I see from the Garen. But I guess this is now going to become a trend, like upgrading your boots right away for that meteor engine, for that extra damage, extra vision as well when it comes to the level 5 team fights, or 5-minute team fights. And looks like that EDG is now starting the Dragon. Meanwhile, Cerberus Esports, their 70+% first herald rate is still going to continue.
Is that there is just going to be a handshake here. And interestingly so, yeah, getting the Meteor Engine will allow EDG to get some sort of additional damage for the team fight as well, which is kind of lacking in their composition as of the moment. So that patches things up. RH could be used into the top lane. Xiao Jiang is hiding into a brush, but should be fine unless the tower falls down. He is sprinting his way out, and that is first tower. Cerberus Esports gets a small objective.
They have a lot of damage, that's for sure, but crowd control wise, like they have to really rely on Akeno by a whole lot. Even Taku's crowd control isn't that reliable, right? Like Counter-Strike, is that really your crowd control? Maybe center route, but outside of that, like the hard lockdown that is available to the Alistar, to the Wukong, to maybe even the Varus, right? Like CC wise, EDG all the way.
Yeah, the only way for Cerberus Esports to win this, one strategy can be made, is divide and conquer. Try to separate the members here of EDG, side lane priority later on, and then just go with a 1-3-1. If they get some sort of lead, that is very much possible. But
wait,
oh no, they are stuck. Cyclone gonna be used, force a flash away. That's why one jumps as well. But that was a questionable position.
A flash fire flash, but yeah, he definitely needed to flash there. Mountain map, by the way, so lots of more walls and also I would say vision blocking walls, because that's actually the way Wild Rift works, right? If there's a wall that is hindering your side, then yeah, right behind that wall you won't have vision. So those are the small things that you also have to consider, especially in this high level of play.
I want to commend Cerberus Esports right now though, because 7 minutes, only one death so far here against EDG is actually a good thing towards their scaling. And this is a 3-champion scaling composition. Stun gonna be connecting here onto Xiao Jiang. It's gonna be in trouble as well when chasing him out as well. Tries to dash in, but double flash invested. Cerberus Esports finally tied the kill score.
Yeah, that was only possible because Cerberus Esports was able to break the tower topside, right? Like, he was really forced to be overextended. Whenever that happens, Kazakhs really would have enough mobility to chase you down. So good planning from Cerberus Esports. But more so than that, like, what are you doing, Xiao Jiang? Like, why are you so deep into the top side, knowing that he's the Fiora? Yeah, with the flash available. Yeah, you can say that. That still is a blunder that I know that the EDG support staff would try to fix.
Yeah, that was an oopsie. A head scratcher for sure for Xiao Jiang. Had no reason to stay there into the brush. Might have been better to just recall instead of running away. So yeah, that was weird. But EDG still is in good control of this game, able to recollect themselves, able to tie up the gold as well. And as long as they play things safe, especially in team fights, as clean as it gets, and then even if Cerberus Esports does have a really good scaling composition, if they do get the combos in, then it doesn't matter. They're also going to be able to take this tower down, so that gives them the leverage in gold. And everything now is being taken control again by EDG.
Cerberus Esports was able to sniff that EDG would make a play topside, and they cannot fight EDG yet, right? Like at this point, a 4v4 or 5v5 would become a disaster, especially with the Alistar at the forefront of everything. Close to level 9 as well, so level 2 Unstoppable Will, Unbreakable Will is definitely going to really help the cause of EDG. The 1v1 still continues in the bot lane. This time around, it is you manning the bot lane. But there's going to be an objective to be had here Rift Herald spawns up. Y1 just got pierced by Alone. But Y1 was able to regen away. The big thing though is that he already invested his ultimate.
Mm-hmm. And Cerberus Esports is so far splitting up across the map. They are sending out Taco into the bottom lane. They are starting this RH as well. But EDG, they are going for the fight for sure. They have the composition to work around here by Langui. Triple knock up with the Pulverize, and they now have taken full control of this RH. As Down 7 is just gonna be picking it up for absolutely free. There's nothing that Cerberus Esports can do. This is the good side. This is the situation that we already have expected just because of this line of EDG.
And plus the execution is so commendable. It's a beaut whenever I see Pulverize that combo knocking up 3 people. There was no follow-up because EDG wanted to secure the Rift Herald rather than going for the game-breaking clash. You would understand, objective still comes first before the kills. But had it been that Shengdo 7 followed up, I think that could have been a disaster for the squishing members of Cerberus Esports.
Yeah, and because they only use the flash of Langui, they have now resources to work around into the C fight, but Shengdo 7 is taking a bit of damage here into the mid limit since they do have the RH. It bashes him out, and now Genza is going to be in trouble. That's the grand challenge for the healing, and 2 people fall down for Cerberus Esports. So clean for EDG.
Cerberus Esports has no choice but to give away this dragon here. Oh my. Okay. That was 2 people against 3 people, by the way. And Langui, serving as the bodyguard, is going to bounce Y1 away from even being able to sniff this dragon. And all of a sudden, 11 minutes in, we have a clear lead in favor of EDG. Into the replay. Yeah, there you go. Explosive cast by Akeno. Was able to push over Shingdo to the tower, but because the Rift Herald was able to secure the tower, there was a lot more avenue for Xiaozhang to do his combos and to assassinate one of the squishiest member in the game, which is the Senna.
And they don't have any disengaged tools here on the side of Cerberus Esports because they use the cask for an isolation play. So no one can actually stop EDG by the time that they engage. They can use the body slam, they can use the counter strike and the last embrace, but those are the only skills that they have for crowd control left. And EDG is fully aware of that as well, able to have the full confidence in engaging, utilizing the RH as well. And now, the gold lead suddenly spiked.
And whenever you cast your Dawning Shadow, you kind of stand there for a good second, right? Like, cannot do a thing. That's also one of the interaction that you have to remember. Y1 is going to be able to see Langui for V1. Not a problem. He just ran away. Like, that's so tilting.
Oh. Now Jiang gonna be in trouble though. Is all alone. Flashes away and dash too, but still gonna be able to stay alive. Alone. Almost landing that chain of corruption, but Shingdo 7 will be committing with the Cyclone here. Langui is well following up with the knock up, and suddenly Genza falls down. Akon as well is going to be in trouble. Tries to stasis up as BMM free hits from the backside, but another 2-man pulverized by Langui is just so good as EDG picks up another kill. And they're going to be happy with that. Piercing arrow not going to be connecting here onto Y1, but still, the damage is just so high now for EDG.
EDG is so ahead of Cerberus Esports right now with both the gold, the tempo, and also the composition, that they have the luxury to miss all those ultimates and it won't matter. CES will still, fall down. Oftentimes we look into a Wild Rift game that if ever an ultimate misses, that signals for you to go back. But EDG, not with them, right? Chain of Corruption missing doesn't matter. Shingdo follows through with Langui being able to knock up 1, Genza being dead as well. It's easy picking if you are EDG, and I cannot just think of any way for CES to come back from this, aside from the miracle play that is, the Baron throw. Will EDG throw in the Baron? Is a question.
Also, I want Akeno to adjust his play style right now, because his cast has been primarily used right now for the isolation play, and that is an offensive way to engage onto EDG. But I want him to change it up to a defensive one. Try to go for disengage. Allow the rest of Cerberus Esports to actually kite, because BMM has been trying to kite. Genza as well. But because the cask has been used and the body slam is used for engaging it in terms of putting EDG closer to them, and it causes more problems than solutions. So I think if he would just adjust it a little bit and just try to protect the members of Cerberus Esports, BMM, and Genzi, then that would at least pave a bit of a way for them to at least strike better.
Only concern I do have there is that, you know, Kha'Zix is not really the best front to back champion in the game, right? Like you have
spikes.
you have two, yeah, you have void spikes, yeah, for sure. Like, but you kind of need that sudden pick or sudden burst of being able to, yes, being able to get that one up using that isolation damage from the Kha'Zix. So I do understand Akeno's rationale in using the explosive cask offensively, but you're right. Like, yeah, at this point, since it's not working, try to change things up, or maybe look into the next game and not draft Kha'Zix into the double marksman composition because it's just going to be a lot harder. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I was actually looking forward to seeing since they have the Gragas. Normally, I do look forward to the Xin Zhao and the Varus. So Xin Zhao would have been a nice option as well for disengage and also engage. But yeah, that one is really good with the Kha'Zix. Vi as well.
I mean, like, Cerberus Esports could have just copied the playstyle of Now's Esports, where they made things a lot easier, right? Like, you have a Senna, you use the missed play to catch your opponents off guard, right? With Black Mist, and then with the Cease and Desist being available. And
oh no.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Oh, okay, he survives. But no, the cast not really good for so far. Between those 7 taking a bit of damage there. Trying to fee.
Oh, he's dead.
Dawning Shadow. Stasis up, but still he is gonna be falling down for sure. BMM actually laying it out there with a package. It's really good. So they got him 1 kill.
Yeah.
Nothing in exchange. Y1 survives. EDG loses 1.
More on Shingo 7 though. You know, you have no reason to flash in. He got greedy and he got punished. So hard. Inferno Dragon, by the way, is a very good price to have. Is this a turnaround CES needs and wants?
Yeah, they don't have the jungle to work around it, and there's objectives to forcing out the fight. Taco serving in the front line with a counter strike, but still the piercing arrow is just so good. Oh man, the sword cut in the throat there of Cerberus Esports, and now, yeah, 3 dragons completed without a jungler. EDG just make things work here now.
At least here, Cerberus Esports was able to get the Inferno Dragon, right? So that is the prize that you get. Taku, wait, being so sneaky. Why one?
1 more. Oh, he survives, and now this cockroach is just gonna fall down. Pesticides complete, and alone even still survives.
Yikes. Right, like Cerberus Esports, again, even with being able to get that dragon, now they cannot stop this Baron from... Well, now they can stop it by going for a toss.
Literally.
Oh, man. But yeah, but they cannot stop it, right? Like,
Esports.
Indeed, but they cannot stop it, right? Like, they're heading into what is about to happen there. Like, that Baron will just melt so fast, and with no jungler, it's might available to Cerberus Esports. How do you contest?
There's no way. They don't have a proper engage tool unless, you know, we can see a good cask, a good Wraith combination there by Akeno. Then there is a possibility. I mean, if Now's Esports can do it against FPX, there's no reason for Cerberus Esports to try, right? But since they just lost a member prior to EDG starting up that objective, then it's more difficult, almost impossible to do so. And given the state of the game as well, I think the momentum is just solely on EDG's side, and Cerberus Esports is kind of like having the feeling now, okay, let's just try in game number 2. Let's have a better draft, and let's just try to survive game 1.
Oh my god. I really think that, you know, this is a go next angle. By the way, whenever you are on pause, you cannot speak anything related to the game. So you cannot ready tactics, right? There's no such thing as tactical pauses when it comes to the game of Wild Rift. So we're now receiving word that Akeno was the one who reported a technical problem, and it is being investigated now. It is currently being solved here. Guillaume, you want us to rest for a bit and just wait?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh no,
we'll
it's already solved. It's already solved.
Oh, wow.
On the right hand
that's
side.
fast.
16 seconds. It did take 16 seconds plus, of course, the checking the cost of the pause
Less than
to solve
3
the
minutes
problem. Yeah,
compared to yesterday.
we will be we will be resuming the game immediately, and then we will be witnessing the Baron get taken down by EDG. All right, there you go. 4-match round. The Baron is so far away though, so their damage is definitely lacking.
I mean, they can take their time. There's no response yet coming in from Cerberus Esports, except that Dawning Shadow. But Langui has a good position here to just block anyone. Just push them back with headbutt and just boop.
I think Cerberus Esports actually had the opportunity there, just because Lone was so far away, and their quote unquote damage threat to the Baron was the Wukong and the Fiora, not really the best epic monster taking duo. But Cerberus Esports is now trying to defend the mid lane as far as possible from the tower, but EDG is not biting. Right, we know that is a trap. And we're just going to guide the minions through to your base and win methodically.
Yeah, 1-3-1 is so hard to beat right now by Cerberus Esports. We talked about them having, a better standing going with the isolation play. But given the state of the game, it's so hard to do that, especially with the Baron buff. And now even Y1 is being in trouble. Will fall down for sure. I had no way to escape that. And Tav's gonna be the next victim. Genja is trying to help. Stasis being used here by the Wukong as Langui follows up. And that's another kill here by EDG. In bottom lane, there's nothing that BMM can do. Desperately tries to defend, but Grand Challenge will pose a big trouble. Tower gonna fall down, and even a kill onto BMM at the very end. And Cerberus Esports, they're trying their very best, but they're not. So EDG is not feeling any damage right now. They're comfortably just diving there into the base of Cerberus Esports. It took them 19 minutes to end this game, but it has been a slow yet steady game for EDG.
19 games, but 3 minutes in, we kind of already have an idea as to how the game will turn out, right? The draft of Cerberus Esports, it's really hard to execute. And again, when it comes to the highest level of Wild Rift, sometimes toning everything back by a bit and simplifying everything, or simplifying things to just a point-and-click stun, like how Naos Esports did it, right? Like go for the Vi, just have that very reliable engage option is what you need against the better teams. And we have to look into this matchup, saying that EDG does actually possess better skills, micro and macro. So my advice for Cerberus Esports, if they will ever take one, simplify things. That's it.
Yeah. Have a linear set of win condition here this time around. EDG is so hard to beat, especially with a complex win condition like this. 3 late game scaling champions, no frontline, no tank here for Cerberus Esports. It's not gonna be looking good here for them. EDG even had more respect coming towards game number 1, having to pick up safe champions, loss of crowd control, and even safely approaching this game as well. They weren't really that much reckless in all of the fights. Most of the time, we have seen them prioritizing the objectives. There were some times that they do slip up, becoming a little bit overzealous, but they managed to pick up the slacks, and they also have the luxury to do that because they're just simply too far ahead. And in this game, we have seen a slow burn as well towards Cerberus Esports. Hopefully, game number 2, it will be addressed. There will be an adaptation here by Cerberus Esports, a better linear composition, maybe more tanks. I hope a Garen pickup this time around, maybe an investment with the Renekton. Not really go with a Senna Corki early into the first 3 pick phase, because that is very risky.
I really think going for the Wukong first rotation is often going to give you more positives to work with, right? Like, especially with how EDG approached that draft, drafting the Fiora right away as their second pick. You kind of know it's coming, you kind of know that the Garen for you is about to happen. And I did say that one of my favorite compositions of EDG is by them drafting Garen for you because he's just so stable. Yeah, you kind of want to gank him because he's a Garen, but remember, he is a Garen, right? It's not that easy to gank and kill a very tanky champion. it's so easy to execute. You can still be very stable against the marksman, except for the Lucian, by the way. So the Lucian is going to be problematic, but the Corki's damage in the early game isn't really that strong.
I don't even think we have seen him die at least once in this game. Maybe once we have seen him die, but he had a really safe game in game number 1. And EDG just gonna be looking forward to having the same approach in game number 2. Cerberus Esports has to really adapt in this. It's not really a good composition that they have drafted here. The intention was nice. Had it been a safer approach, then maybe late game would have been more deadly. Alone getting the MVP is expected as well. When he gets his hands on champions like the Varus, the Zoe, the Ziggs, he just performs incredibly well. And in this game, he did.
Alone being the MVP, okay, right? Like on the Varus, it's the winning formula for almost every champion that Alone play, right? Like being safe in the back line. If he doesn't ever die, if he had like a free game, right? No threat at all. By the way, that's with Kha'Zix. That's with Kha'Zix being there in the game. Tendencies are EDG will still win, right? If Alone would not die, that's it. That's the win condition for EDG. Alone doesn't die, EDG will win.
Yeah, and let's see if game number 2, if Cerberus Esports can now pick up the slack and now recover and push this to a game number 3, because EDG is now possessing and threatening match point in this series. Game number 1, EDG has gotten the win. We are going to be going into a very short break before we head down to game number 2. So sit back, relax, and wait for us to come back.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome Welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1! With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectator UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original.
And welcome back to the series of Cerberus Esports and EDG, as Edward Gaming possesses match point in this series. Let's see if Cerberus Esports can have a better composition to challenge EDG this time around. Because game number 1, that was really a slow but a one-sided beatdown by EDG.
Do better, Cerberus Esports for APAC, please. But yeah, it is really so hard to watch what happened in that game. Like, you look into that draft and you would immediately recognize, it's just so hard to win with that draft. Like, how do you deal damage enough come mid game? How do you enter a fight as a Kha'Zix when you have an Alistar that will be at your face, or that will be in your face? You have a Garen that will be in your face. Like, it's a game in where even if you have the best mechanics as a Kha'Zix, it's not going to help you. No, it's just
nothing.
Yeah. As a Garen, what will he do? Like, he will silence you. As an Alistar, what will he do? He will stun you. Right? Like
everybody has some sort of crowd control. Even the Garen, the silence does work, does interrupt some of
definitely.
the combinations that Cerberus Esports would want to have in that particular fight. Now, given in red side, it might be more difficult for them to take away the champions of EDG, because now EDG possesses the chance to take the Senna away, to take the Jace away. Maybe, take another champion here. Maybe the Riven. Take it away from Tackle again.
I think if you're EDG, though, like you prioritize the Garen, right? Sorry, Garen, you prioritize the Gragas, of course. Especially by banning away the Nautilus, they are kind of putting Cerberus Esports in a very tough spot. That they will be forced to play the Galio, which is okay, right? The Galio is like the third support, we have the top 2 supports. You have the Nautilus and the Gragas, and there's like the third wheel of the Galio. Unless if Cerberus Esports has decided that, hey, you know what, we're going to borrow a play from your playbook and play the Alistar as well. So
please pick up the virus, Cerberus Esports. It is laid out there already. Yes, okay, that's a good sign. That's a good sign. You don't want to give the Gragas and the virus towards EDG, or else that alone, those 2 champions alone, the game is over.
They still have the Ziggs though, right? Like, Alone has been dishing very consistent damage on that champ. And EDG is now going to play differently. It would play the supportive Ashe. This is the support Ashe for sure. Like, although we have seen Alone play the Vayne, play those hyper carries, I don't think that, he will play hyper carry Ashe this game. It will just still be, the Imperial Mandate, the Black Cleaver, the volley left, right, in where his task is to really be so accurate with his enchanted crystal arrows. Cerberus Esports, you did mention this off stream, or prior to this series starting, that there is one champion that Taku really excels at, and that's the Riven. So that's something good looking into this lineup. But if you're Cerberus Esports, there still is that glaring question: what will be your support? Will you be playing Galio as an insurance to try to help the side laner? Because you look into the lineup of EDG, they have a very strong side lane presence immediately, right? Like, they have a Fiora plus an Ashe. You know what their plan is immediately, right? They want to win the side lanes.
Yeah, and well, this is something that we often see on the EDG, right? When they secure game number 1, when they are feeling very, very confident, they try to experiment a little bit in game number 2, and they try to spice things up with these creative picks. The Ashe gonna be a first tier for Alone, and is also gonna be trying to set up a lot of fights here for Edward Gaming. With the removal of the Kha'Zix, that is a bit of a respect here towards Y1, because now a kill threat is very high on the side of Cerberus Esports. They have the setups as well, has a bit of crowd control with the Riven and the virus, and if they pick up something like a Galio or maybe an Alistar, then that is a lot of frontline threat now for Cerberus Esports. And now they even pick show a bit of respect with the Olaf, simply because we all know that Cerberus Esports is now going to be investing a lot on crowd control.
Yeah, but they took away the Wukong, which I think is one of the stabilizing champion to really balance things out for Cerberus Esports, because they are all about damage, right? Like Varus is all about damage. Riven does have a good amount of damage, and of course Akali does not even have any point of crowd control. Okay, so this is a good pick. Because I was actually looking for something to really balance their composition out. And yeah, my first choice will definitely be the Wukong. Second choice will probably be the Vi. Yeah, third choice is actually the Xin Zhao that is increasingly becoming more relevant. EDG now has two very good side laners. Oh no.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is an all-in, right? Like if you look at it, wait, so Fiora jungle?
Fiora jungle,
looks like
no AP damage except for if, Langi builds AP in this Gragas.
I think he will.
That should be an angle.
I think he will. Like, this is going to be, the Ashe will be played as if it's the Senna, right? Like, you don't really need too much resources, and where, the gold will be invested onto the Gragas to have that AP damage, per se. Cerberus Esports is going to answer the draft of EDG finally by drafting the Galio. And this makes a lot of sense, right? Like, you need crowd control, Galio has it. You need side lane presence, Galio has it, right? With one hero's entrance, you can kind of save your side laner. So if you are Cerberus Esports, what you just have to be wary of is going to be the side lanes. That's it. Right? Like, by being able to take care of your side laner, chances are they will be able to get one win. And I cannot believe I'm saying this, but yeah, there is an opportunity for CES to win.
Yeah. This is the chance. I'm loving this composition. It shows development. It shows scaling. It shows aggression into the early game as well. Huge investment for sure for Taco picking up the Riven, and with the help of Akeno with the Galio, then maybe they can have some sort of kill threat into the top lane, because Xiao Jiang with the Jax and the Ashe helping him out there is going to be threatened a little bit. Because yeah, you can go with the pokes, yeah, you can go with the slows, but if the Galio and the Riven engages, then that is going to be a scary situation here for EDG. And there's a lot of crowd control, both for engage and disengage for Cerberus Esports. Akeno as well picking up one of his signature champions. Galio is just an amazing cherry on top here for Cerberus Esports. Shows flavor, shows promise, and shows that they are willing to take this to a different level.
Let's hope for the best for our APOC brother in Cerberus Esports, because the last time that they won series, that was over a month ago. Same could be said for EDG, right? Like they are on what, 4-5 series lose streak? 4 series lose streak. And it was against actually the better end of teams, right? The KT Roster Y, which was the most intense 3-game series I've ever casted here in WRLA, because that was so intense. Thunder Talk, reinvigorated Thunder Talk. That was actually the very first game that Soil played, and then Trace Esports and J Team also dealing EDG losses. So if there is one series that EDG has marked in their calendar that, hey, you know what, this is where we will reverse our fortunes, it is definitely going to be this game. Halo Pharaohs, by the way, some stats. EDG alone picked Varus, and I did not get to catch that. I'm sorry.
32 damage, I believe, was the damage that
it was so quick
alone dealt in that game number 1. Taku having a bit of trouble here. Xiao Jiang does have the better end in that duel, bringing Taku's health to 60%. Still, it's gonna be okay, especially when Akeno does go there onto the top lane. Oh, looks like the support, well, Lanqui is gonna be there on top lane, and looks like Alone and Genza are gonna be battling in the bottom lane.
And now Yu is back on the Garen, by the way. So again, Mr. Garen Man himself in the mid lane. Yu has really started to become that very, I would say, predictable player in the mid lane that oftentimes EDG will be content to put him in that champion because he's so reliable. That we're with using the Garen. On the top side, you expected this, right? The 2v2 will happen. Xiao Jiang does actually have the upper hand right now. But Y1 is trying to plan something.
Oh, I like this.
Bye-bye.
Alone is alone and should fall down unless, you know, it gets a really good outplay, good knock up into the piercing arrow and first blood by Genza.
No escaping in Shinjao, right? Audacious charge when becomes lightning, but the counterplay by EDG. So try to target down Taku. Taku is able to flash away.
Xiao Jiang might be in trouble as well. Sakeno just gets the kill. Wow.
See,
okay.
yes!
Whoa!
Fade away kill, Winds of War from Akeno. Now he's level 5 and everything that could go right for CES did go right. Do you believe our APAC brothers, they can do this, Genza? He's going to just cast the Chain of Corruption. Right as he leveled up to 5. No worries there. It's just... Good respect by Genza. Good respect by Genza.
Good. Very good.
We'll look into that replay. See once again so how it happened. Xiao Zhang deep strike in, but was not able to crowd control their primary target. Then Xiao Zhang, just in time as a barrier expired, Winds of War finished the job for Cerberus Esports.
Very timely. And even Genza surviving here in the bottom lane after the flash invested there by Yu is amazing. So Cerberus Esports now becoming more invested into this game, doing a lot, investing a lot into the early game. Could dodge as well on the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, so that will be another cooldown for EDG and also window of opportunity for Cerberus Esports to again set something up.
Had it connected, it could have been an easy kill, right? Like Langui would just cast the explosive cask, push over the primary target onto the tower.
It does so, but Y1 is going to be joining them. Crescent Guard is just so good. And now they get the kill. Langui survived with only a small margin.
One more?
But Cerberus Esports, man, this team is like it's leveling up in this game.
See, I told you, you just have to make things easier. Ease of execution is how you do it. Y1 picks up the Shinjao, goes ahead and plays for the team, and has basically gifted Cerberus Esports a decent amount of lead. We look into that dive once again. Y1 using the Crescent Guard to push back 2 members of EDG. And as we always say, sometimes the biggest outplay is to just make... Oh, no, wait. Alright, so...
Overextension.
Yeah, overextension. Just wanted to finish my thought. The biggest outplay is just to simplify Wild Rift. That's it.
And Cerberus Esports is making things simple right now. Although they are being a little overzealous, especially Genza out there, trying to get a kill onto Alone. It's too ambitious because, Xingdao 7 is there. So has to just give a bit of respect here towards EDG. They can still fight around. Even if they have 3 scaling champions, you cannot discount their prowess still in this early game.
More mana for our Ashe. So it could still be the hyper carry build. I kind of want to know what his rune was, but on the top side, Y1.
Oh, no flash anymore for Xiao Jiang. That is okay, he does have the flash, but I mean, you can't really do anything anymore given 2 people there. And Cerberus Esports 4-1. Good position on RH. It will be traded out by EDG, but still, they can use this on top side, unlock the tower, or maybe even the mid lane.
Yeah. You look at the health bars of the tower in the mid lane, it's, I think, less than 75%. In fact, it is less than 60%. So that is definitely going to be a very easy takedown out the tower, unless, alright, never mind.
Alone dodging the Chain of Corruption, but Langui getting caught. Cast gonna be used, but not really doing a whole lot. Grandchild is gonna be on the Y1. What can Xingdao 7 do? Nothing. He'll just fall down onto the hands here of Genja, just timing the auto attack. Took a while, but Cerberus Esports, a tower, 2 kills, that is just massive.
Yeah, 4K already when it comes to the gold lead. Can even set up a play here in the bot lane. EDG can slow down the game and try to rely on the scaling of their side laners, but like at this point, Cerberus Esports can just plan to attack one side of the map and does have enough resources to make things easy for them. That's a very good play coming from Akeno, by the way. That's a flash into the Justice Punch play to make sure that Xingdao does not have any opportunity, and also, of course, Langui does not have any opportunity to run away. And again, this is one of the most underrated things about the Shinjao. Shinjao is that one champion that you cannot run away from. Very good outplay by BMM. Quick to his feet.
And I don't think Alone has connected any arrows just yet here in this game.
Yeah, sad.
That is very sad. Cerberus Esports doing a really good job dodging. It's not because Alone is not good in using the Ashe. It's just that Cerberus Esports are able to dodge it just in time, split seconds decisions, and now that's allowing them to have 3 people being on top of the gold ladder board right now. And EDG, it's gonna take a whole lot more for them to actually scale up now.
Possible engage, Shingdo 7 Langui. One thing I kind of want to point out as well is that even if the arrow connects over to BMM,
good hide under the trap, but he's all alone. Can just use the cast. Body slam did connect,
okay,
and
good.
that is a dead assassin.
I was about to say that even if it connects towards BMM, he can still use a Twilight Shroud to try to outplay. But that's 4 people. You cannot outplay 4 people, especially if they know that you are there with the sweeper lenses.
Oh, okay. But can you do
He's
so?
dead.
Doesn't have the hull breaker, so he will not have the tankiness. And will die as well. 1 for 1, and they can also unlock the bot lane tower. But EDG actually back in top lane.
This is so fast. This is like the best duo to take down towers, right? The Fiora plus the Jax. And now EDG was able to find a trade cross map. Slowly inching back into the game. Getting 1 kill plus 2 towers on the top side is definitely going to help their cause slow down the rampage that CES is doing right now. CES is still far ahead. Like, you look at Genza, he already has completed the Edge of Night as well as his first item buy. I kind of want to know what his build path was, because the last time that I saw Genza played the Varus, he tried to experiment with it and went for the Triforce. Alright, good. We still went with the traditional armor penetration build,
he learned.
which I think is what is needed by CES to actually win in this game.
Yeah, this item is better. It also provides more safety for Genza on the backside, because you have the Edge of Night as well, so you can dodge the arrow, or at least not take it and not really be threatened at all. But still needs to be very careful. This arrow does get thrown out into the bottom lane. Oh, Taco gets hit. Unfortunate, and that is a long crowd control. Still is going to be able to survive. Y1 being threatened there by Shingdo 7, but should be fine.
Yeah. The good thing is that there is no objective to be had here on the bot lane except for that tower, right? The objective is actually on the top side. And now that gives information towards CES that the arrow is not available, at least for the next few seconds. So they can actually just, be super confident and make the play here. Cerberus Esports is going to get that. But on the bot lane,
Arrow again connects onto Taco. Isolation play with a cast, but Taco still remains alive. Chaojang might be obliterated here. Here's entrance just for the disengage, and that's a good angle here. 2 people against 4 survives. RH completed. Topside being pushed. Cerberus Esports are making things work.
Yeah. I think they really are getting the better end of the stick of every trade that EDG kind of want to do, right? One interaction that I actually saw there was the explosive cast did actually help Akeno disable some of the champions of EDG, and also being able to cast a hero's entrance without interruption was vital in making sure that Taku would survive. Inferno Dragon, though, is open for the taking. Keno is starting to fight.
Wow, that is a lot of damage. Chain of Collection not going to be connecting, but BMM is just hiding on an angle. He has to be very, very careful. Langui taking a bit of damage there from the Shuriken Toss and the Piercing Arrow, but still will be running away with his life in his hands, burning to death, but still is going to be surviving. Perfect execution onto Singzhao 7. That's a grand challenge. The arrow finishes him up, and that's going to be a big kill here for EDG. Now chasing Genza away, gets the Divine or Judgment there onto him as well. But now they need to be very, very careful. Cerberus Esports chasing down. Y1 throws in the spear there onto you. Might be getting a kill.
He's burning down.
The Vanguard's Edge. Oh, almost actually gets the kill. As Keno will be falling down as well. Y1, 2 versus 1. It's not really the best idea here for the Shengzhao. He actually go in once more, flashes in, gets kited away, body slam as well. One more auto to do the trick, but no! Y1 survives. What is this guy made of? And now he's just gonna be trying to heal himself. Chaojang is also chasing him down.
Yeah.
He should fall down, right? He does.
Had it been that EDGs alone survived that all-in coming from Chaojang, that could have been, the perfect play for EDG to do or to make at this particular point in the game, because they are definitely so behind. But because of Shingdo's heroics, they were able to get an assassination on towards BMM. Arrow connects, and that's just easy picking. Heals back to just 10% health, and you would see that you again was able to target down Genza. Everything that could go right is actually going right for EDG at this point. Like, even Alone's kiting was so superb that he was able to control Y1 and Akeno in this interaction, and Akeno burning down. Oh, by the way, on the bot lane, Xiao Zhang is now eating down the Riven.
But it is taking a bit of damage. Counter-Strike being used to at least negate some of that, and a good answer here by Genza. It is actually Akeno that gets a kill, so not really the best gold funneling here for Cerberus Esports, but still, 1 for 1.
Who got the second dragon? Cerberus Esports, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Alright, at least that is a prize that they will most likely be so happy with, right? You know, the 10-minute objective, or the second objectives at the game, the second Interlude, and the second dragon going over to their side. That was the result of them really winning the early game. They still have to clean things up, right? Y1 is doing a hard carry show tonight, today. Is really helping the cause of Cerberus Esports to try to extend this series into a game number 3. But they still have to clean things up, right? A few corrections here and there, and a few things that needs to be patched up here and there, and they'll be good to go.
Especially Taco getting killed early on twice in a row now. Especially being hit by an enchanted arrow. It's not a good sign for Cerberus Esports. Especially that they're banking on him so much in the burst damage. Genza has been trying so hard in this game as well to deal a lot of damage here for EDG. But they are going in onto you. Not really the best target, but is being, forced a little bit back. Windows 7 also getting engaged on. Oh, that arrow hurts so much from Genza. They'll be forcing the flash as well.
They're now forcing the Baron. They know that the jungler has to go away, or has to go home, has to recall. So Cerberus Esports is now trying to finish this Baron, but there's a teleport play.
It is denied, and it is going to be engaged here, at least for EDG side. They have to retaliate, they have to retreat actually. Cerberus Esports is now starting to be on fire, dealing a lot of damage here onto the front line. Akeno going in onto Alone, but still able to kite away.
Oh, good dodge.
Down as well. Good dodge as well by Akeno, but is going to be happy with that. Xiao Zhang pressuring bot as well. It's just huge here for EDG.
Cerberus Esports has been forced by EDG to back away. But if anything, like, if you are EDG, you should be content with what is happening right now, because Xiao Zhang is now becoming a beast. And he's winning the silent. That is your win condition ever since you went on to draft Ashe. You all know that you really have to rely on the Jax, the Garen to really win the side lanes and get as much pressure from there. Now the goal lead is around 3k, and Cerberus Esports is just having problems finishing up this game as I expected them to do.
Oh, wow.
Good dodge.
Good dodge at the very least. Got the blue buff as well.
Yeah. Again, they're still struggling to finish up this game. I think that they're being a bit
too scared.
No. They're trying to force things. There's no reason for them to try to take this to Baron. I mean, their scaling is still good enough, right? So just take things slow. Try to secure this third dragon. Try to get them to fight you here rather than the Baron pit, because we all know that if you try to fight over the Baron pit, your resistances will really be so low.
And they can rely on BMM with the late game damage. So that's something that they really need to take. Cascade Beach by Langpi, but also just pushes them more closer towards him. Now Shingzhou 7 going to be joining the fight. Hero's entrance for the disengage. Good knock up here onto the front line as you is going to be okay here. Y1 takes a bit of damage there from the arrow, but still is going to be fine. Xiao Zhang has a good angle for a flank. Genza is going to be in trouble. Tries to cleanse things up. Taco is here as well. Y1 following things up as BMM tries to make miracles here into the backside. Split fight, but is now sprinting his way out of this fight. Can he actually escape? Gets slowed down, and it should be dying. Nothing that can do at this point. And EDG finds more out of this as Xiao Zhang
a 2v1?
the 2 versus 1 here against Y1. And Taku gets Wind Slash away. Arrow not going to be connected. It does actually, as Genza throwing in the Chain of Corruption. Good damage being thrown out. Arrows also piercing through the members here of EDG as Y1 gets his help back up. Stasis by the Gragas. But 4 versus 3 is not a good angle for Cerberus Esports. They will just fall back.
It's so long though, but support is still down for the side of Cerberus. The Dead Bush is being set up here by EDG.
Very scary. Wyman almost got body slammed there, but is wanting to get his hands onto this mountain.
Arrow, Genza's dead.
Arrow again onto Genza. That is huge. And it gets taken down. Teleport a little bit late. Hero's Entrance is going to be invested as well, but not much damage being thrown out anymore by Cerberus Esports. And EDG is fully aware of that. Now they start on the Mountain Dragon again. It looks like they are going to be disengaging for the meantime. Cerberus Esports now starting this. EDG, they want to stop them.
BMM is on his way. BMM is on his way and can deal a good amount of damage, but the teleport play is coming in.
Taku as well, taking a bit of damage. BMM joins the fight alone, is in trouble, gets a shuriken damage and gets him taken down as well. But now the backside is infiltrated too. Taku now trying to get some damage here for Cerberus Esports. They got the dragon already. And that is a big outplay here towards EDG.
For sure, like that is for Cerberus Esports actually. Because Cerberus Esports was able to sneak away the dragon, that is the bigger prize, right? Now they can regroup, now they can, slow things down. Because that's what Cerberus Esports wanted so bad. You look into this replay and Alone was trying to really just help his team's cause. But this is the Ashe, and that's the thing that I really am confused about. Like, you know that EDG is centered around Alone being able to dish out the damage. Alone cannot do damage as an Ashe, especially if there's like a BMM Akali waiting to pounce on him. So yeah,
like utility.
Exactly. So that's the role of the Ashe in this game is to be the supportive Ashe, right? Just being able to volley, being able to throw the enchanted crystal arrows onto primary targets, and he was so commendable in getting that arrow connecting to Genza. But being able to dish out consistent amount of damage, it's so hard to do as an Ashe.
Dawn Shroud as well picked up here by Y1 is just allowing the team to have better positions and a safer front line here for Cerberus Esports. So far the game is still in their hands, especially after they picked up the second dragon. Taku again getting hit despite the dash, but Hero's Entrance is going to be invested, but still a lot of damage being taken here by the Riven. Xiaojiang chasing him down, and as Akeno just tries desperately to draw attention towards himself again. Justice Punch is going to be connected, but still he is going to be sacrificing his life. But now Chain of Corruption onto the Fiora. Good dodge here at least by Xiaojiang, but still is leaving the Fiora behind you. Tries to collapse, tries to help him out. Shuriken Toss is going to be connected, but BMM is just too low now as Y1 joins the fight, is tanking a lot of damage, but won't be able to get any trades.
EDG really wants to win the side lane off of a very good enchanted crystal arrow, and they started it so well. Taku, I believe, did not have flash available, and that's the reason why they really wanted to get that kill. But look into that replay once again. Alone from a mile away, getting that enchanted crystal arrow ready for like 5 seconds before throwing it off. Just setting his crosshairs, was able to hit Taku, but Taku was able to survive because of what? This Galio pickup by Akeno. I really was waiting for EDG to ban away the Galio second rotation, because that's the only way to answer the Ashe pickup by EDG at that point. So I guess, some things to really ponder come game number 3, if there will ever be a game 3.
I mean, Cerberus Esports, this is the time. There's the best condition right now. They're taking their chances here in this game. Taco has a bigger responsibility to draw away Xiaojiang away from the tower, because the tower is going to be falling down in a short while. Akeno doing a really good job. Isolation play with the cast as well as Alone is being infiltrated here by BMM. There's a lot of damage being thrown out here onto the Ashe. Good job as well by Akeno with the Hero's Entrance. Those 7 is trying to flee. Dragon 1-7-300.
Okay.
BMM gets it here for Cerberus Esports. Now it's the time for them to unleash havoc here towards EDG. They get the kill. They get the objective, and top lane is saved as well.
You know what? 2 dragons went to the side of Cerberus Esports. The Mountain Dragon, it was Akeno that did secure it, right? Like, not the jungler, not Y1. And then this time around, it is going to be the Akali that is securing it. What is happening with the smites of our junglers? Maybe they need auto smite. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. But EDG versus Cerberus Esports right now. 21 minutes in, now we have the Elder Dragon buff in the hands of Cerberus Esports. Executes are about to happen really fast, and I feel for the life of Shingdo 7. Even alone, he could just die in an instant with 1, 2, 3 skills coming from BMM.
Arrow gonna be thrown out into the bottom lane. They want to take down Taco. That is the angle. Gets hit, but Xiaojiang isn't really following up, so that is a window of opportunity again here for Cerberus Esports.
Oh no, why?
Oh no, Alone is in trouble. Crescent
Yeah,
Guard
he's
gonna be
dead.
used as well. One more auto attack should do the trick. It's burning to death. And he falls down towards the graveyard as now Cerberus Esports pick up 2. And now EDG gonna be in trouble. 2 people down. What can they do?
Quicksilver Enchant, Ghost not enough to really save his life, and now Xiao Zhang is here to try to defend this, but the Elder Dragon is still up for some members of CES.
Taco as well, teleporting here into the mid lane. They want to end this game, Erita. They want the game number 3. So EDG, they have been trying so hard in this game, but Cerberus Esports will reign supreme and take us another game.
We have a series here, Giang, and finally Cerberus Esports bears their fangs against EDG, no less. Is this the day that we will be seeing Cerberus Esports win their second game? It has been an APAC week so far. Like, a lot of APAC teams has won this week. There is something about, what is it? Like the 3rd week of May already? Yeah, 3rd week of May. The 3rd week of May is definitely going to be a very historic week for APAC teams because yesterday we saw like 2 APAC teams win. We saw Fennel winning their first game or first series this week as well. And now Cerberus Esports does have a very big opportunity to add up to that by getting a win in game number 3, being able to force it backs against their wall. Kudos to CES.
Big improvement by CS Cerberus Esports overall. This game has been one of the cleanest games they had in their whole history right now in this tournament. And kudos to every single player here. BMM as well into the late game has popped off so much, threatening Alone. They had no window of opportunity right there to kite and do the Ash things that EDG wants him to do, just because of that threat. And Genz as well, Akeno, everyone was so synergized here and cooperating amongst each other to take down those front lines, get the objectives as well. BMM getting the Elder Dragon was the key towards Cerberus Esports winning this game. It took a long time, 22 minutes and 28 seconds, but again, it's still a milestone now for Cerberus Esports. They're resisting EDG, one of the most dominating teams that started here in this tournament, and putting them now in the paddle seat, in a deficit right now in this series, and threatening a reverse sweep.
They're now on a slump, that is for sure, right? Like in that particular draft. You take away one of your strong points by gifting Alone an Ash. Yeah, I understand that's a marksman. Alone really wants to play the marksman. But by drafting the Ash, you kind of want to win the side lane. Xiao Zhang was able to do it, right? He was able to break the inhibitor tower on that top side. And really, it came down to the 50-50s, right? Like, the 3rd dragon was, I think, the bigger dragon to secure. And the fact that Akeno was able to secure it off of a Galio, no less, was the much needed miracle that Cerberus Esports needed to really get over the hump. It started so well for them, right? Like, they have 3k, 4k gold lead heading into the 10 minutes. So yeah, Cerberus Esports really did play that right. But in getting that final nail in the coffin, they were struggling. They were trying to find the answers. And the answer was being able to secure the 3rd dragon, plus of course the Elder Dragon. So congratulations to CES in forcing this matter into a game number 3. Will we be able to see another APAC win today? It is possible, Giang. It is indeed possible.
It's now very much possible, especially at EDG. They drafted this kind of composition. Yeah, it's okay, but it's not really the flavor of EDG. And oftentimes we do see them experimenting a couple of picks after they secure game number 1. But now, as Cerberus Esports punished that, Y1 was one of the key front lines here of Cerberus Esports. Well deserving of an MVP. This is his 3rd one after doing so many miraculous plays in that particular game. This guy is just amazing right now as a jungler of Cerberus Esports, replacing Meliodas for the meantime. Is just doing a lot of work.
He was. He still is one of their best mechanically gifted player by going for the simpler Xin Zhao. There were a lot of iconic kills that he was able to do, iconic plays that he was able to do in the early parts of the game, right? He started the game, he got the first blood against Alone. One of the kills that really cemented the win was him getting the head of Alone once again, right in the mid lane. So, if you are Cerberus Esports, you're going to approach the next game by identifying that if Alone ever goes for the same champion, you can have Y1 to be relied upon in those sticky situations. And again, if I'm just looking at the draft as to how it went, I think the answer was so clear. EDG had no business not banning the Galio because the Galio was the only one that could ever help the side lane at that point. So come game number 3, I'm just so excited as to what adjustments both these teams will bring.
I'm ready. I'm excited for game number 3. I want to see both of these teams try their very best in game number 3, and anything can happen. EDG can break the slump. Cerberus Esports can also break their slump. That is to be found out later on. We are hopping by to a very short break. We are your casters, Kiang and Nautilus, and we will see you after a short while.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2.
Welcome back to the series of Cerberus Esports and EDG as they try to close out this series up. Will EDG win? Or will Cerberus Esports complete the reverse sweep? You are your casters, Giang and Nautilus, and we are very excited for this particular game. Again, after an incredible development by this amazing APAC team trying to redeem themselves. This is their chance. This is their opportunity. This is their ticket.
The story continues, right? Like the APAC week is still rolling, and Cerberus Esports has the opportunity to extend the win streak of APAC teams. Not really the win streak, right? Because Invade really did actually lose 2 days ago, correct? Yeah, I think that was one of the series that had it been that Invade was able to win, then we could be looking at a 4-series win streak for APAC. But win streak nonetheless, right? Like if Cerberus Esports would be able to win this, and we are going to enter the Team Flash game into with a 3-series win streak for APAC. So exciting times really to follow the Wild Rift scene as an APAC fan. But we head over into the draft, and we're going to see that Cerberus Esports is on the blue side and is respecting the Gragas of EDG.
Are they banning the Gragas so that they can first pick the virus here? And then have EDG pick up the Nautilus, and then they can just go with a kind of again on the Galio. I think that is a big brain move if ever.
I think you go for the Nautilus. Oh, you're right. Like you go for the Varus.
I love this. I love this. Yeah, this makes a lot of sense. Genza was performing really well with this champion. Now EDG is forced out to pick up the Nautilus, maybe pick up or deny the Akali from, or yeah, the Jace is a good pick. Also, the EDG denying that from Cerberus Esports is a good thing. But Cerberus Esports, they can just respond with the Galio and the Corki now.
I think if you're Cerberus Esports, their way of drafting right now is to not really prioritize the champions of Akeno. I think they have recognized that Akeno can play anything, like at any point, and that whatever is left over from the pool, then he will be more than happy to play. But turns out that's not the case. They will be going for the Galio here, and does have the Fiora for Taku. Wait, isn't Taku better off with the Riven instead of the Fiora? Maybe this Fiora goes over to Y1, yeah?
Possible. And he can utilize maybe a Red Necton as well into the Baron lane, but EDG can actually position that as well. Riven gonna be picked up here by EDG to deny that from Tak, in which he did a really good job in game number 2. So that is a good move coming in from EDG. Plus, they now have the opportunity to ban away the Renekton, ban away the Garen, but that leaves Wukong open. But since EDG does have first pick priority after the banning phase, they can just pick it up again.
If I'm Cerberus, I would actually be attacking the champions of Alone. Just take away the Ziggs, because what do EDG do if the Ziggs gets banned, right? What other champions does he play? Possibly the Ashe, right? What does he play? Does he play the Dragon Lane Jace? It is possible, right? Like we've seen it so effective when JT played it, but with other teams though, that's a champion that I'm really so, I would say, allergic of, right?
Yeah.
Dragon Lane Jace. And you look into this drafting by Cerberus, I like this, right? You ban away the Ziggs, you target Alone, and you win from there. You give the winning matchup for Genza in the bot lane, and things will crumble for EDG.
And not even gonna be surprised if they ban away the Karma instead of the Zoe, because they can force him onto the Zoe since they do have the Varus. Chain of Good Option can just catch him off guard, and then that is a proper setup for Cerberus Esports. Wow, okay, they're anticipating that EDG might actually go with the ADC.
Yeah.
Good respect, at the very least.
It is a ban in where you kind of force them to just pick standard, right? Something that you haven't practiced against, you take it away right away, right? That's how they attack this. Talking about Cerberus Esports. But EDG will be playing Orianna, and this champion has been, I don't know, like there was one team that was able to win with Orianna. I think that was KBG. And if anything, like this champion does not deal damage at the early parts of the game. Never. It deals like negative damage for sure.
Actually, they were one of the first teams to actually try out the Orianna.
Yeah, and was they
the Dragon Lane. They used it against OMG, won both games as well with Orianna. So they're trying to challenge that this time around. That is a deep foundation here for EDG, and might actually just work. But this composition of Cerberus Esports is more scary, I would say.
But that was against OMG though. Right? Like, it has an asterisk. It was against OMG that was fielding 1-on-1, by the way. So it wasn't even the final form of OMG that plays with 15. So now, if you look into the draft of EDG, yeah, they have an AP damage source. Come late game, scaling out the Orianna is definitely going to be something that could really get scary come later stages of the game. But when it comes to the skirmishes, I don't see the Orianna really being able to do much except for the, being able to do some crowd control here and there with the shockwave. EDG recognizes this and said that, hey, you know what, we lack damage, and they have locked in the Kazakhs. The Kazakhs will at least be able to fill the need of damage for EDG side. Yeah, it looks like that we will have some delays before we are able to enter the game. There is word in where they're saying that we just have to re-enter the drafting phase for the players, but that's okay, right? The same draft will still be used here. And we look into the draft here. Okay, let me check.
I actually like this composition of Cerberus Esports. Renekton for Taku shows that he is going to be very, very aggressive into the Baron lane still against EDG's Xiaojiang Riven. And, well, even if I will give the 2 versus 2 matchup more on EDG, because Riven and Nautilus is more deadly.
Yeah.
But since Taku's Renekton and Akeno's Galio are just so good as well into the laning phase, they can actually even things out. If they can counter the engage of Riven, especially the Galio does have 2 crowd controls as well at level 2.
Yeah.
So that is an angle that they can actually take here. If they can interrupt the combination of Xiaojiang's Riven in the laning phase, and that can pave a way for Taku can just burst him out.
I think it's fairly even, right? Like, as long as no one gets left behind when it comes to levels, if it's going to be a level 3 to a level 3, sure, whoever gets their hands to the priority target first, or will be able to dish the out damage faster, then that will be, the duo that will win. Because if anything, like if you are the Renekton, all you really have to do is to get your rage prep up. And at level 3, you can deal a huge amount of damage, especially against the Riven. So, ask me who I think is going to win this. Ask me who.
I want to know. I want to know. What are your thoughts?
Cerberus Esports will win.
Oh, let's go! Let's go!
Okay,
I'm loving this draft.
I'm going to prove my point by identifying the strengths of Cerberus Esports. One, their strength has always been Y1's ability to play in a very godly way, right? Like, if Y1 will be able to perform similar as to how he did it with the Xin Zhao, then yeah, things are looking up for Cerberus Esports. And you have to remember that one of his best champions was the Fiora. Will be the Fiora. Right? Now, BMM is allowing his teammate to perform at a level that at that level that we are accustomed in seeing, and will be the one to play sacrifice. He will be playing the Garen to take it away from you. So this is going to be a game in where if Y1 pops off, dude, I'm liking the chances of Cerberus Esports. Although there are doubters, right? There are naysayers.
Yeah.
But logically thinking, analyzing how they drafted this, Cerberus Esports just went into this draft saying that, hey, you know what? Y1 will carry us to the promised land.
Yeah.
Will be giving us 2 wins already after today. So
everyone's being themselves right now for Cerberus Esports. Taku on the Renekton, Y1 on the Fiora. BMM is adjusting a little bit with the Garen, but he can fully utilize this and can serve really well into the team fights as well. Deny the Jace, deny the Riven, interrupt their abilities and skill sets with the silence. But Genza with the Varus and Akeno on the Galio, especially with their performance in game number 2, just shows so much promise for game number 3. This is why I love this draft of Cerberus Esports, and I'm with you on this. I'm with
you really
Cerberus
think?
Esports right
You
now.
think?
I'm believing, yeah. Right from the bat, right from this composition, this is the perfect way. This is like them being fully loaded for game 3.
Compared to their draft in game number 1, in where they drafted Kha'Zix with Corki in the mid lane, I feel Cerberus Esports is just going to be more balanced now. Right? You look into this composition, EDG does actually have the threat come late game because Orianna is like one of the best champions to play against 4 melee members. One Shockwave, one very beautiful Shockwave could actually end the careers of all the champions of Cerberus Esports. But it takes time for her to get there, and also to note, like, you can outplay her by going for the riposte play by Y1. You can poke her away by using the Varus. So dude, like, early game, EDG will try to steamroll the game by using the Chase and the Nautilus combo, allowing the Kha'Zix to have like multiple kills to really get that advantage come mid game, come late game as well. But if Cerberus Esports will be able to hold their own and will not allow EDG to really have a very comfortable lead, I'm really liking the chance of Cerberus Esports to win this game.
I'm loving their chances. One of the ways that EDG can enable this game is, just like what you said, enable Xingdao 7. And individually, they are actually really strong. And looks like they are adjusting it a little bit as well. Having Xiaojiang and Yu swap their positions. Riven versus Garen is going to be okay here for Xiaojiang. And given the Jace matchup, it should be better here for you into the top lane. Deny the Renekton in engaging. He does have the Hammer Strike as well. But when, you know, the Nautilus and the Galio actually, you know, helps them out, it's going to be a different story. It's still going to be leaning towards Taku.
Did you see that stat? Yeah, it's saying Xiao Zhang takes the most damage per game in the whole of WRL A1. I kind of don't know what to say of that metric, right? I think, you know, the better metric to really assess his performance is damage taken per death.
Yeah,
not per game,
that would
because
be better.
damage taken per death is definitely going to give you a much better picture as to how he's performing with all the fighters, bruisers, or maybe even tanks that he plays. Does Xiao Zhang play tanks though, is the question. Because I kind of remember him as one of the best bruisers. Hold that thought.
Oh, big engage. This is something that we have
Oh,
talked about.
Kodamik!
You, one more auto attack should allow him to...
Oh, Y1 clutch!
Y1! Flash and dash! And first blood for Cerberus.
Clutch. Y1 now is targeting Langui. Langui still has a flash though, so and he's still very much healthy, but there's like no one from EDG so close in challenging this push by Cerberus Esports. And although Taku really did play that so bad, the Call the Meat not connecting onto the primary target, it still did not get punished because guess who came to save the day? It is Y1, the superhero that Cerberus Esports needed. And gifting that solo kill plus that first blood to the Fiora of Y1 was even better. So maybe it was calculated all along.
And it's a disaster for EDG. Yeah, it's just one kill, but this is the Fiora. This is the champion that can just easily obliterate any single player here on the side of EDG.
I'm talking him up.
Gift him. Oh man, this is
we are talking him up, and for the obvious reason, he is definitely going to carry this game, right? He has to carry if they want to win. If they want to win, Y1 has to carry.
And also Xiao Zhang has to pick up the slack this time around. It's so hard to deal with a Garen, but is gonna be looking for to at least stabilize the lane. Every wave clear of Cerberus Esports here in the mid lane would give them, you know, the priority in helping out Taku again into the top lane. Taku being so good as well here. So far stable with the Renekton. Not similar to, or not really the same as his Riven performance, but is okay with this Renekton.
We are going to enter into the 4-minute mark with all the ultimates still available for Cerberus Esports. We talked about ultimates, right? Okay, Dominance plus the hero's entrance. That is definitely going to be a very scary croc. But EDG did actually try to mitigate the laning advantage that Cerberus Esports does possess by playing you on the side lane rather than him starting on the mid lane. And I don't think I actually agree with them on that, because I kind of want the Jace being put in the mid lane and soak the solo XP rather than being put in the Baron lane where he will be sharing most of the XP with the supports, right? Because it's the same dilemma that I have with the Dragon lane Jace. With the Jace, you want him to have the most experience and most gold possible in the early game because his skill really goes online so fast.
And they don't really have that much disengage ability compared to the Riven, right? So being too far from the tower, we all saw what happened to him into the top lane. Had it been Xiao Zhang into the top lane, I think it could have dashed away. Especially at level 3. So that's a bit of a disadvantage now of EDG. Hopefully they do patch it up. Now they have, you know, alone here into the mid lane to clear the wave up, prepping for the objectives, but still, you need to be very careful. Look at the items now of Y1. Oh,
looking at it. I'm looking at it.
For Xingdao.
Divine Thunder already completed for Y1 to carry, and then you have the Hull Breakers already ready for the mid laners. So whenever we see a Jace, he gets the advantage by going for the Hull Breaker, but because he is being answered by Hull Breaker user BMM Garen, it gets mitigated, and so that slows things down. Now, heading into this objective, we all know that Cerberus Esports really loves the Rift Herald. This is going to be the third Rift Herald that they are about to secure in this game. If Xingdao won't be able to steal this.
Yeah, Xingdao will be attempting going from the blast cone, but
I1 gets another kill.
Taken out. And that's an immediate kill here by Cerberus Esports. Shockwave not going to be connecting onto anyone as EDG looks to collapse. Good kill by Xingdao 7 though. And that's going to be at least the R8 secured here by Cerberus Esports. 1 for 1. But EDG will pass their way towards this dragon now.
Yeah. Now, Y1, what he did was secure the Rift Herald, go for the Empowered Recall, and I think he will still have enough time to go back into the Dragon's Pit. We look into this replay. This is a solo kill that we may have missed. Level 8 to a level 7. Oh no. Taku. Is that a return kill? Okay, that's okay. That's okay. It could have been worse, right? EDG, by the way, was able to get a tower in the the dragon. Oh, 2-man knockup by Langui, but the hook misses so wide. Still, Cerberus Esports was not able to break the first tower. Xiaozhang now is in trouble. Ekeno is here. Not enough crowd control to really lock down Xiaozhang, huh?
Good discipline by Xiaozhang as well. Had it been him engaging onto the Renekton, it would have been really, really bad for EDG.
That's
now,
exactly.
They are positioning here into the bot side river. EDG just wanting to have a good position here at the very least. Draw attention from Cerberus Esports, but I don't think they want any fight just yet.
We are entering the lull state, right? And you know, as the scaling champions wants and needs, they kind of want to slow things down and reach a point that their items will be a lot stronger, but the tower plates will fall down at 7 minutes. So we will have the stats as to who really maximized the tower plates, and I think it will go over to Cerberus Esports looking at the stats, because of course they were able to get tower plates off of that Rift Herald play that they summoned mid lane. So yeah, 4 plates to Cerberus Esports to 0 plates of EDG. So the early game really went to the side of CES.
And they have a really good scaling composition as well. They have Fiora, they have the Varus, they have even the Garen that will be very, very tanky into the late game. So not really a whole lot of targets here for Xingdao 7 to assassinate. A while ago, he was able to kill Akeno, which is good because he was isolated and very, very low in terms of HP at that time. But EDG, as the game goes by, will have lesser options. And Y1, being there into the top lane, just threatening you under the tower, being felt here by EDG. Responding accordingly there, but needs to be very careful at least. Big damage.
One is starting to hurt. That's a good chunk of damage just from S1 and S2. Like command dissonance. But Cerberus Esports, I think they just want to wave clear this wave and then prep up something, try to get something on the side lane. But it does look like that we are just going to wait for the objective to spawn up. We're entering a pause.
Everyone froze up. This game has been even.
There's a pause.
I wonder who had a technical difficulty this time around, because a while ago it was Cerberus Esports. It looks like it is still them, because nobody on the side of EDG is moving as of the meantime. So they're just gonna be chilling. We're just chilling right now, but it's still a long time before we see a major fight in this particular game. So maybe it. Who had the problem a while ago? Was it Akeno?
I think it was Akeno that had the problem. But more things to dissect, right? Like, or more time to really discuss as to what is happening in the current state of the game. I think we are kind of slowing down just because of the way the champions are right now. There's really no good engager on both sides, right? Like, you have an engage option for the Nautilus, of course. But outside of the Nautilus, there is really no one to engage. The Jace won't be engaging. The Kazakh is just going to be there to finish up the kills. Riven also is not, the best engage option. Unlike what we saw from game number 2, in where the Ashe can really start the fight immediately for EDG, it's not the same case for EDG right now. EDG kind of want to slow things down, especially with Orianna really scaling up. For Cerberus Esports, what's your engage? Galio? Nope, not really reliable, right? Chains of Corruption, only reliable if you combine it with a flash. So, kind of makes sense why we're slowing down. The problem has been solved here, Kyung, so we are going to enter the game immediately.
Wow, very fast again. I'm liking this, especially in this particular series. You don't want any of the momentums of these teams to be, shut down just because of a technical difficulty. Wow, that wave clear by Genza, that just looks so good. Just 2 casts of the skill and then instant gold.
The Orianna is closing in on the second item, Seraph's Embrace or Archangel Staff, of course. but it takes time for it to scale up. That's one thing for sure. One of the champions that really hits hard come late game though. So if Cerberus Esports won't be able to get a very comfortable lead heading into the 60-minute mark, things will be a lot harder for them for sure.
I'm also nervous for their DPS in general here, come late game, because Garen is going to be very, very tanky in the late game. Galio as well. Even Taco is going to be very, very scary. The situation has been very posing for EDG. They also have Langway here into the bottom lane. Taco popping the dominance up just to shove them away, but still EDG threatening a lot of picks is a good sign for this side. And given their lack of consistent DPS into the late game, they really need to step things up here in mid game.
Oh,
Taco doesn't have dominance anymore. Knock up not good connecting. Taco able to fall back.
That's like 2 ults, but Taco going in.
Wow, Justice Sponge as well gonna be invested. Shengdao 7 almost getting taken down there. EDG trying to collapse, but no kills, no casualties. It's, I think, good here for EDG.
Yeah, which was really surprising for me because they had no reason to be there. There was a Rift Herald ready for contestation for both sides, but they kind of want to catch off guard the other team, and they had like the same idea. Apparently now they have noticed that, hey, you know what, there's a big objective that is ready for the taking on the top side. Why one using his riposte though? It's kind of scary for CES. I think the burst is real and they will be able to take down another objective. Akeno is so safe here. Overall advantage for Cerberus Esports because now they can open up the map 20 seconds in and use the Rift Herald as a diversion play for the second dragon. And the second dragon is actually going to be a mountain dragon. That is going to be very beneficial for both squads.
I don't think EDG can actually engage on a 5v5 team fight here against Cerberus Esports just due to the fact of them lacking some damage. Taco though, going with a risky play. Hero's Answer is going to be invested there, not really catching Shingdao 7 now. Akeno is very alone. Depth charge is going to be used as well. Stasis just to buy some time. Just a Sponge not really doing a whole lot. That's -1 for Cerberus Esports. EDG now has good position for this dragon.
Taku's fault though, and I think well he kind of wanted to just go back, but immediately because there was no vision there, he saw Shingdao 7, and you know how Kazakhs are, right? Like if you meet him very isolated from all your teammates, you are basically just going to die because of the amount of damage that he currently possesses, and that's also like 2 ultimates that they had to invest just to save the life of Taku, Akeno being the sacrificial Galio as well. But Cerberus Esports was able to push down the mid lane tower using the Rift Herald, but the Mountain Dragon is still up for contestation. You have to note that there is no Hero's Entrance to save a buddy from Cerberus Esports, and if you are Y1, you kind of want that Hero's Entrance to go to you, not to Taku.
Because you want to also have at least a layer of CC so that you can proc that Grand Challenge up and provide some healing here for Cerberus Esports, especially in the front line. And now, Mountain Dragon being threatened by EDG since they picked up the Ocean Dragon a while ago is a major factor for this mid-game right now. CES, they don't want to give this away, but there's a huge wave into the top lane. Taco as well, not really doing a whole lot in this particular game, and Akeno just waiting for the cooldown of the Hero's Entrance.
There's a very good ward here just outside the Banana Bush, and I think that's giving enough information to EDG that there is no one there, and now the Mountain Dragon is being started by EDG.
Oh, Cerberus Esports, they have to contest. Genza a little bit too far away from this. Does have the Edge of Knight. They're trying not to be connecting onto anyone with Taco as well. Just trying to have a good position as a flank, but it's taking a bit of time to actually go there in that position. And EDG, they're making most out of the situation. Shock Blast being thrown out as much as possible. Genza as well responding accordingly. But EDG...
Good positioning by Genza, by the way. He has been there for like good minute already. Oh! Dragon, that's fast.
Damage. Yeah, depth charge gonna be invested a whole lot. Gets a good kill there. Onto the objective, EDG gets it. As now they are looking to flee, but good job here by Taco. Actually into the back line, gets obliterated onto alone. And now EDG, they just want to escape. They got one as well, but Cerberus Esports also pushing here into the mid lane. There's a big shock blast onto Akeno and the rest of Cerberus Esports. But that is still objective for objective.
Yeah, two objectives or 2 dragons already for the side of EDG. Shingdao cleans house. That's what you don't want. If you're CES, you are already kind of winning by getting the tower in the mid lane, but now you have surrendered a kill over to Shingdo 7. Slows things down for Cerberus Esports. Now they're scrambling. They're trying to get the trades that they want. Was able to get the red buff plus the tower. Imagine if Taco does not fall there. It could have been like, you know, the sweet spot that Cerberus Esports wanted to have. We look into that replay once again. Akeno wanted to go in, but Y1 was already less than half health, and there's just no way for him to get to the dragon once it was secured. You did actually cast the to the skies, which is one thing that you have to hold if you are the Jays, right? Luckily for him, he did not get attended to by Cerberus Esports. No focus fire to be had. And again, it still is a very equal game. Although Cerberus Esports does possess like a K advantage or 1,000, 2,000 gold advantage, it is being equalized by the amount of dragons that EDG was able to secure. Not to mention that Alone is now starting to heat up. Is actually approaching the 3rd item territory.
The only good thing that Taco did a while ago, but hold a thought, because Chain of Corruption is going to be thrown out here onto the Nautilus as... Oh, piercing out! Did a lot of damage. Y1 picks up the kill. Now they're engaging solely onto the members of EDG. They're trying to escape. They're trying to fall back. But see, Cerberus Esports took another kill there and now has good position for this Baron.
The amount of damage that Cerberus Esports was able to do in that team fight alone was absurd. Now EDG is definitely on the back foot. They still have their jungler available, so this is still a 50-50.
That's Brush initiated. BMM all alone. Has to be very careful. Xiaojiang as well might actually get caught. Bit of Draw not doing a whole lot of CC just now. Cerberus Esports lose their chance onto Baron. But still, 2 kills is 2 kills. And EDG has to play things more safe.
Baron did not go to the side of Cerberus Esports just as of yet. But you could see that the gold difference is now expanding to 2.4k. So this is actually the most lead that Cerberus Esports was able to get into this game. And now EDG, so, you know, if you're EDG, you will still feel lucky and happy with what happened there. Because no Baron, no open inhibitor tower, then you can still play, you know, the late game in where your Orianna will be like the biggest threat of them all. Plus, of course, your Riven. Now, aside from the Orianna and the Riven, the scaling of EDG is kind of respectable, especially Shingdo 7, but you will definitely fall down.
I'm starting to be very scared here for Cerberus Esports for some reason. Taco hasn't really been performing the best in this particular game, getting caught a whole lot of times. He did engage really well in that last fight a while ago into the Dragon, but it's not really dealing a whole lot of damage, and after that he got taken out by Shingdao 7 is a major factor for this team right now. And even if Cerberus Esports is trying to pick up the slack, getting the tower into the mid lane, getting the tower into the top lane, it's not really, you know, enough right now to take down EDG. They have to deny the 3rd dragon. They have to pick up the Baron, and also later on, you know, the Elder Dragon is going to be a major factor. A while ago, game number 2, they managed to snag it away. But in this time, Kha'Zix of Shingdao 7 is just really, really good in terms of executing and getting those objectives for them.
Still entering the lull state. We are still in the lull state because EDG just wants to wait for that 3rd dragon. The 3rd dragon will really help them, but Langui face checks immediately flashes away. Akeno, though, is going to be engaged upon here. BMM would be the one to receive the hook. But Cerberus Esports, what they don't want to do here is to suffer a death, especially heading into the 3rd dragon. If EDG ever gets their hands on the Infernal Dragon, that will boost a lot of their damage, especially Alones.
Oh, the flank onto you. Forcing the heroes to enter as well. Not really the best position right now. Shockwave didn't a whole lot of damage. Taku really low, but they got the kill onto the Jace. Xiaojiang has a really good flank. Genza doesn't have the edges die anymore. Gonna be using the Chain of Corruption here onto Langui. Stasis for to buy some time, but still not gonna be enough. Y1 almost got taken down. Shingdao 7 just throwing the Void Spikes here. Piercing arrow as well, doing a whole lot of damage here onto the members of EDG. And buying enough time now for Cerberus Esports to get this dragon.
Yep. The Kha'Zix is still alive, though. So Genza is now trying to dissuade him to even attempt to sniff this dragon. And that's a massive win for Cerberus Esports by being able to deny the Infernal Dragon, the 3rd dragon out of the game. That kind of boosts their win rate. We look into that play once again. Y1 no vision at all, and you being alone by himself needed to flash away. No disengage tool if you are the J, so you cannot be that deep. And this is actually where the guarantee value comes into play. You look at BMM, he was the wall that is needed by Genza and company to still be able to dish out damage. Had it been that it's the core key, you cannot do this. And this is why I really love the draft of Cerberus Esports.
Yeah. Xiao Jiang always gets denied. Just one silence, Riven, denied. Nothing that he can actually do for at least 1.5 seconds. And just because of one skill of a Garen that is also so difficult to take down. And that's paving a way for Cerberus Esports to get this game rolling, take the Infernal Dragon, win the fight, get 2 kills without any casualties. Still maintain a sizable goal lead. 3,400 is not really a whole lot towards this late game, but still shows promise here for Cerberus Esports. BMM though being isolated, it's not a good sign. Has to really disengage. Y1 also infiltrating, wants this blue buff, and will be getting it.
Nope,
actually,
he did
no.
not. Yeah, he did not. He wanted to deny it because that's also a denial on towards alone being able to secure the shared buff. But hear me out, like this Elder Dragon, of course, is going to decide as to who's going to win this. But I feel like, you know, the game-winning play by Cerberus Esports was actually being able to deny the Infernal Dragon, but because that's a lot of stats, especially it being the third one. That's a lot of stats that you were able to deny from EDG. Now look at Y1. He's just beast right now. He's a monster right now. He's a god incarnate. My god, we call this, right? We know that Y1 is so capable of being able to dish out this amount of damage.
The hero! And it seems like game number 3 is manifesting right now in this game number 3 as well.
Pause.
Oh my god, the pause! Oh my god! The timing is not so good! I want the fight to happen! But, okay. Let's hold our horses for a bit. Try to relax. And wait for the problem to be addressed for the meantime. I think it's, again, on Cerberus Esports side. But having to see someone die, Langui, isn't really a good sign for EDG. That is position for Elder Dragon.
Yeah. One person down means that you can force them to face check and have the Galio wait for the perfect taunt play into the Y1's left, right, up, and center dash moves, right? Like this is why I looked into this draft, and aside from Genza being able to perform so well on the Varus, just by being able to unlock Y1 on that champion is already one half the job done for Cerberus Esports. And now APAC is now going to really be that threat towards EDG. This is now going to be the second game or second series that EDG could drop against an APAC team. First one being against KT Rosarai, and this could be the second one. I don't want to jinx Cerberus Esports, but they're in the perfect position to actually secure this win again.
They're just doing it right now, and I can't help but feel, you know, the excitement in this particular game. Cerberus Esports has reported a technical problem. They are investigating it right now, so I will just take our time. It's gonna be addressed or resolved in a very quick manner, similar to game number 1, 2, and 3.
We are closing in to the biggest fight of them all. The Elder Dragon fight, which would really dictate as to who ends up winning this game. During game number 2, we saw the heroics of BMM. Was it BMM? I think it was BMM, right? That secured the Elder Dragon, right? And so in this game, it will rely on all the players of Cerberus Esports to secure this Elder Dragon. And we're staring into it right now. What Cerberus could do is to just... They don't actually have to secure the Elder Dragon to win. They can just end up the lives of EDG and take the win from there. Like, they have a lot of options. 1, turn 2, secure the dragon. But if you're CES, you don't want to 50-50 this. Because if you 50-50 this, you gift over the Elder Dragon to the Orianna, say goodbye. Say goodbye to your lives.
Oh, yeah. Oh, man. We're seeing the faces right now of the members of Cerberus Esports, the expressions on their faces. They're in this. They're invested. They're on fire for this game number 3. They want to redeem themselves. This is a team that has been on a very, very deep slump. One of the biggest struggles right now of an APAC team, or one of the most struggling team right now in the APAC conference. 7th spot in the APAC standing, 5 series lose streak. But they're now doing this to Edward Gaming. Big growth of a team. And it's not done. The job's not done. They're still on their way, and they're in the perfect condition and position to do this right now. Getting a kill onto Langui, forcing EDG to collapse onto them prior to the pause, and having good position into the bottom side river as well for the Elder Dragon.
We're still waiting. Hopefully it gets solved soon. By the way, is that the real Jess on the comment section on YouTube? What the Jess? I hope he is the real Jess. Shoutouts to you, brother. Your stellar play yesterday. Congratulations on that MVP set performance. Although you have to agree with me on this, you got carried by Valdez game 3. That was a 1v9 performance by Valdez. We're still waiting for the problem to be solved. I kind of don't want to take a break here, Giyang, because this is, one of those very intense moments that I still want to be on that high. By the way, the problem has been solved, so we are going to resume the game immediately.
We don't want to rest. We don't want to chill down. We want to keep the momentum up, especially in this high pressure situation. Cerberus Esports now starting the Elder Dragon alone, being chipped down a little bit in terms of health. Langui still dead. Shingdao 7 has a really good position. Dominus is going to be used. Kind of going in with the shield drawn, but still not connecting here onto Xiaojiang, being all alone, isolated. Is taking a bit of damage here as BMM tries to help him out.
No,
going to fall down. Chain of Clash getting thrown out here by Genza, but it's being threatened here by Shingdao 7 going invisible. Genza flashing out. Shingdao 7 flashing in, gets a kill onto the barriers, and now it's disaster for Cerberus Esports. BMM falling down as well, and Edward Gaming has took the lies out of Cerberus Esports.
What is the Kendo doing? All he had to do was to wait beside the virus. Be that peeler. Make sure that Genza is alive. But because he died in the process, so did Genza. And now EDG is staring at the situation with all smiles, because now they are now in the prime position, in the driver's seat, to force the Elder Dragon. They're going to back away though, which is good for CES. But we look into that replay. Keno, you just have to make sure that Genza will stay alive. He went for the high risk, high reward play. His flash did not connect onto Xiaojiang. And because of him dying here, it is just a lot easier for Shingdo to target down Genza. I mean, you can feel for Genza. Genza is just alone by himself against a Kha'Zix. Nothing to do at that point. 3 kills to the side of EDG. And, luckily for Cerberus Esports, they were able to kill Shingdao 7. Had it been that Shingdao 7 remained alive at that point, it could have been a very early or very easy Elder Dragon for EDG. But Edward Gaming, again, still clutching it out. Cerberus Esports, EDG, still anyone's game.
Yeah, fortunately, Y1 is alive as well, so it's not going to be a whole lot of a deficit here for Cerberus Esports. At most, they just have given some gold away to EDG. Gave the tower as well into the mid lane, but still has a good position here into the bottom side. River Taku has to be very careful in going there as well, because Langui is lingering. He wants to chase him down. And Akeno as well. He needs to be more careful now. He is going to be engaging again. Does this punch. Langui is going to be in trouble. Stasis is going to be used to buy some time. As Xiaojiang looking to do some damage here into the front. A Y1 take a bit of damage, but still able to dispose some of those damage away. Shockwave, not really doing a whole lot, but still dealing a bit of damage here towards the member of Cerberus Esports. Dominus gonna be expiring. Xiaojiang wants to prep his Blade of Exile.
Yeah, it's expired. It's expired. No more threat. Taku going for the flank. Do you really want to flank at this point? Maybe you just want to be in the front of your damage dealers. 4v5 situation. Okay, you look at Taku. He's going for the flank play, and he's going to spot Shingdao 7.
But he's all alone as well, getting isolated. BMM almost gets a kill with the Dematic Justice. Renekton is going to be falling down. Chico7 managed to escape. Is now just lingering here onto the sides. BMM cannot chase him down. Oh no, Y1 is going to be in trouble again. As EDG finds the kill. Jumping on and on. Chico7 picks up Genza as well. And Edward Gaming will take this team fight win again.
What happened? Was that another shockwave? I think the shockwave's cooldown is less than 20 seconds, like at this point in the late game, and EDG is going to win a game against Cerberus Esports. Such a heartbreak for the APAC squad. EDG 5-man strong. It's it. That's it. That's 2-1 in favor of EDG.
They deny the reverse sweep for Cerberus Esports after a big mistake. One after another. And Edward Gaming becoming more solid in terms of formation, solid in terms of decision making, and also in execution. Managed to pave a way for them to turn the tides around at the very last second.
Yeah.
And push the Nexus.
I kind of want to know if that was another shockwave, because I feel that it was, right? Like, okay, since we can't know if the ultimates were ready, if the ultimate was actually used, I have to go over to our streaming platform to see if it was another shockwave, because I remember the shockwave being used against the Garen, the Galio. It basically tickled the tanky members, and then there was like another execute that happened from Alone, and I think that was the shockwave. Was it the second shockwave, Guillaume?
There was, and it hit like 3 people of Cerberus Esports got the kill onto tackle as well. So that was like picture perfect actually coming in from EDG, and just so sad for Cerberus Esports, especially that they were already getting the momentum going for that particular game. They got the kill onto Langui twice in a row, so that should have been best position for them to just wait for the desperation play coming in from Edward Gaming, force out a fight, and just rely on Genza throwing those arrows. But no, they went in again, tried to do it a second time, and again, it happened twice.
Damage chart alone still being so reliable, even on the Orianna, and this is kind of expected, right? Like, you know, poke damage, cheap shots, that's where Orianna goes by, that's Orianna's bread and butter during the first few minutes of the game. And then come the later stages, at 22 minutes mark, when you have 4 items on the Orianna, you are going to hurt all those priority targets. And I think he deserves the MVP. Like, just by being able to win that team fight alone, you have to give it to Alone.
Also, Shengdao7 had an incredible performance in that particular game, making the necessary assassinations towards the members of Cerberus Esports and staying alive for the entire fight as well. Paved the way for EDG to have the confidence to keep on pushing, keep on getting those kills, keep giving him the resets that he needs to assassinate the rest of Cerberus Esports. And oh man, it is understandable. We're feeling a little bit down right now because we saw the potential of Cerberus Esports, and it could have been their game, but EDG was able to now break their slump. Their 4 series lose streak is now over after winning against Cerberus Esports.
And if you are like the other teams that are about to face EDG, you kind of want to face them in their current form, because there are glaring weaknesses that they have to solve. Langui, like twice in a row, he got assassinated by Y1 in the endgame team fight. Twice in a row that we saw a 4v5 that was not capitalized well by Cerberus Esports. So you kind of want to look into this game and see how do you want to attack their squad the next time out, especially in their current form, because they are still on a slump. If there's anything that I can take from that series, game 1 was masterful from EDG, but game 2 and game 3, they ended up winning, but in my eyes, they are still, they're still trying to figure things out.
Yeah. I think that Langui has a big improvement to be made in this part, at least in the rest of the tournament here for Edward Gaming. Shengdao7, really deserving of the MVP. This guy stood the chances here. Hard carried in this particular game. 5th MVP now under his name, and in this particular series, he has been the most stable player as well, paving a way for them to deny the silver sweep from Cerberus Esports.
Very deserving MVP. And if you are EDG, are going to exit this day with a win and with your lose streak ending. So things are looking up for EDG. For Cerberus Esports, one of the heartbreaker moment, or another heartbreaking loss for them. But you can take the moral victory. You pushed one of the Chinese team over the edge. You forced them, back against their wall. So yeah, you can take it from here with still, some more victories here and there, and take the next game with pride.
I mean, Cerberus Esports, we are still proud of them. This is an incredible improvement coming in from Cerberus Esports, and we look forward towards their next games. And speaking of next games, we have now KBG Gaming going up against Woohoo Gaming in our second series. We are just going to be hopping by a short break. See you again in a few minutes.
We'll be right back.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of two conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectator UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, The stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald, or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the players' items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
Dear summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL-CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The two teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO3 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send one player to compete. They will ban two champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select one champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectator UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the player's items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences. WRL CN, and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN Conference and 8 from the WRL APEC Conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20
Welcome back to Wild Rift League Asia 2023 Season Number 1. We are your Shoutcasters, Kiyoung and Autolus, and we have our second series set in store for you guys. It is Keepes Gaming going up against Woohoo Gaming this time around. Keepes Gaming so far, 11-game win streak, and the only Chinese teams that they haven't really battled just yet is Trace Esports, Weibo, and this Woohoo Gaming for now.
So you mean to say that the remaining combatants of KBG will be APAC teams? Well, I feel for the APAC teams because that's going to be so hard to do, right? Like, this team is just cementing themselves as one of the best teams right before our eyes, right? Like, there's no reason for them to change their starting roster because every single one of them are a very solid player in their role. Of course, led by Anran9, the #1 player in the mid lane right now. Not just in China, but I think in the whole world. Like, if you're a mid laner, if you kind of want to copy a player and his mechanics, Anran9 is the guy to follow. And KBG, #1, 11 wins with only 1 loss. And that 1 loss was their season opener, right? Against Nova Esports.
And the only champion that he struggled using is the Garen, right? During the match against JDG. And Woohoo Gaming has to really step things up. This is a team that is coming off a loss against Trace Esports last Wednesday. After, Trace Esports had a really dominating series against them. And they can win against, mid to top tier Chinese teams. They just struggled against the elite ones. So it would be a big challenge for them coming up against Keepes Gaming. And they recently have been, adjusting their roster as well. Mikey, being new here in the support role as well, has been actually having a good performance, especially with this Alistar. But oddly enough, he didn't actually use it against their match versus Nigma Galaxy and even tried out the Malphite. So hopefully today, it's going to be a better composition that they are going to be designing against Keepes Gaming, because you cannot give any slack towards Keepes Gaming, or else you're just going to get absolutely decimated.
Yeah, we'll look into the stats here. Of course, it is going to favor the team that only lost once, and that is KBG. That's like the story. Who is going to stop the onslaught of this team? Will WHG be the upsetters, the streak enders, streak busters? We are going to witness that today, and we look into the stats here. First reaction rate of KBG 66%. So you kind of have to expect that they will be playing around the dragon more, and that's also one thing that I kind of noticed, right? Whenever I cast KBG, they always tend to play in trying to secure the dragon, because they are so confident that even if you get the first herald, even if you break down the first tower, it won't really result into a snowball. And that is actually a good quality of a team, right? That is a quality, of a good team. Being able to weather the storm, being able to slow down a game, even though your opponent already had the lead, is actually a very good character trait. We look into the head-to-head matchup of the day, and this is Deton versus the carry, August. August has been a revelation for WHG. Oftentimes, whenever they win, it is because of this guy, right? Like, you see the damage percentage. Comparing that to Deton that can play Flex, can play Xinjiao, can play Shen, can play Kha'Zix, it is understandable that August damage share will be a lot better.
And August is very, very flexible as well in all of the roles that he wants, and adjusting towards the composition of Woohoo Gaming. So I guess I think he's prepped, at least here for this matchup. I think he can stand a really good chance against Deton, but has to be very, very careful, because Deton is so deadly here for Keepes Gaming. Most of the time we do see him setting up a team fight alongside with Yu, and when he does it it's as if there's no counterplay to it. So as we check up the support line this time around for Keepes Gaming and Woohoo Gaming, Mikey has to really step up. I'm looking forward to his Alistar, his Nautilus. hopefully he makes a lot of plays here, because Yu he doesn't slack off. He always finds a way for Keepers Gaming to get the team fight rolling. His Gragas is absolutely amazing, and I haven't really seen Mikey have a good performance with a Gragas, so maybe that's an angle that KBG wants to take here in this game as well.
Our QU special though is a different beast, right? Like every single time that we see KBG win, it's most likely because UU was so good when it comes to his initiations, when it comes to his pathing. And meanwhile, on the other side, you have Mikey. Mikey knows. Mikey, it's all because of Mikey. That's always the case for WHG, right? Like their last loss against Trace Esports, though, the Malphite is a reach, right? Because there's so many options. Why do you go for Malphite? Which is kind of weird to say the least. But that is still one of the champions that you can try out, right? Like Malphite support is basically, you know, still a tank that is able to engage in that. I think is the idea there. Anyway, we're going to head into the catwalk, and we just have heard them exchange some pleasantries. This is going to be KBG again, the #1 team. Will we be seeing their sub laner, Dragon laner, Kong? I don't think so. Shaman is so good.
Yeah, I don't think we have seen Kong play this yet. That's, most of the time just Shauma. But I'm looking forward to see him as well play at least a game here for Keepers Gaming. F Song as well. I don't think we have seen him yet. Or maybe once.
In the solo lane, KBG, KG,
WHG, let's wait for Alora to complete the introduction of our players, because no flowers, no hearts, no props.
Well, there is a heart.
接下来让我们有请双方打野选手登场。
Yeah, if they call it the heart, yeah, sure.
Okay, we do see a heart this time around.
Oh yeah.
They're sharing it as well.
Okay, that's a triangle. That's not
right.
Right.
I'm seeing a pizza.
KBG,
or maybe I'm just too hungry.
WHG, closer.
That's a heart. Okay, are they gonna be carried? Oh no.
Okay, under 9.
What's behind him?
With a surprise rose. Tuxedo mask. Alright. Wait, there were fans cheering for him. Kinda heard him. Heard them, I mean.
Oh, okay. Offer your heart.
最后有请双方辅助登场 and support KBG.
Yeah. That counts, yeah, for sure. Yu and Mikey again, one of our highlight matchups. That's easier to pull off. Yeah. That's easier to pull off.
What's the occasion? I just want to know what's the occasion. Why are they?
I don't know.
Having roses?
I tried to Google it, but it's, you know, the information is not available. I guess we have to check with our Chinese comrades, see if they're celebrating something. The solo player that will be playing for the 5-4 side will be KG and Lemon. So that will be the Baron Lane matchup. And we all know that Lemon kind of wants to play the defensive champions, or at least in their successful wins, we have seen Lemon, you know, try to be the sponge, the one that absorbs the pressure, the one that plays tanks, and bruisers as well. So it is interesting as to what he will be picking up here. Possibly go for the Riven if it is available. Meanwhile, KG, we see him more flexible, right? Whatever that tone will be the one playing the Shen, he plays the carry, and sometimes if the tone will be asked to play the Kazakhs, then KG will be the one playing the Shen. So yeah, so kind of a very even matchup here for our solo matchup, or for our fight for side. So it's kind of exciting to see as well as to how this will turn out.
KG played twice already. One against Thundertalk, and this time around has won. Well, haven't won as well yet, but Lemon played 4 times already, 50% win rate, and do likes the Lucian quite a lot. So both of them are going to be banning it away as well. I'm happy for that. I want to see different champion. I want to see Irela is nice. Lee Sin, I do get entertained a lot, especially because of the lifesteal and the outplay potential. But I think in this fight for side, I want to see different champions. Camille might actually be better And Xin Zhao will be entertaining as well. Pantheon we have seen, but not really a whole lot of damage. So this Akali and Irelia actually is nice.
I think we've seen this matchup before, right? Like, where we saw Akali winning. Or was it against the Riven? I think it was against the Riven. Okay. So yeah, both of them really has a certain win condition. Of course, if you're the Akali, you kind of want to make sure that the flawless do it. The Vanguard's edge won't hit. And then if you're the Irelia, you kind of want to make sure that you will be able to dodge away the perfect execution number 2, because that's really what the burst skill is for the Akali. If anything, like, it's surprising that KBG did not send out an run, because if they kind of want to win the fight for side, they could have just let an online play, right?
Maybe KG says like, please, I want to get my first win as well here. And Analyst was like, oh, okay, sure, fine. I played too many times. I'm too old. Well, he's young for this stuff already. And is wanting to give some opportunities for the rest of the squad here of Keepers Gaming. They are very, very comfortable in their standing right now. 11-game win streak is the number to beat here for any teams. And I believe the highest or the team that is having the second highest win streak so far is around 5 or 6. Is it Trace Esports? I can't know for sure. I will be going back on that, but it's still a mile away from Keepers Gaming.
Are you talking about the second best team?
The second team, second most consistent wins, consecutive wins.
See, win streak. You mean win streak? Yeah, because they basically stopped the win streak of, was it JDG that was also rampaging, and then they ended the win streak. So, yeah,
as well.
I think WBG was the closest, and then all of a sudden they lost against J Team. So yeah, that's a good question to ask.
And not a whole lot of teams.
Yeah, but that's because when you are going to face against KBG, obviously
eventually you're going to be facing them.
Yeah, eventually you're going to face a team that will most likely win against you, and that is KBG. And WHG is being presented of the same problem as well right now. Like,
I like that Andran is just watching KG play right now. I was like, I'm not playing, but I'm going to be telling you what to do, or at least observing you from this angle.
Yeah.
And watch you, apply a bit of pressure, or at least inspiration here for KG. And
yeah, I think coaching is allowed in a 1v1. It also is a double-edged sword. By the way, KG's mechanics on this champion is clean.
Wow.
What?
Okay. Ooh.
Oh! Wait.
Okay, that flash was odd.
No, shouldn't be shouldn't be on, like, there should have been like a reset that happened, right? Like, the first skill should have been available at that point. Oh,
almost.
Do it. He's just waiting. He can easily just go for a trade, but Lemon might have some defensive spell. KG's mechanics is so clean on this Irelia. I wish I had that.
It's so hard to use the Irelia. If I tried, I can't really land my Flawless Duet and even my ult that well. Using the first skill is a lot easier because of the target selection on the lowest HP minion or champion, but the other spells are just so complicated. I wish I have this kind of precision as well, and it makes us just appreciate these players even more on these complicated champions.
I think, if anything, like, I don't think KG uses the auto aim, and he kind of uses the target aim as to where he wants the first skill to connect. That's how clean he is, because just looking at how he moves kind of reminds me of myself when I was younger. I'm kidding. Anyway, KG going against Lemon, and Lemon is close to level 5, and at level 5, Lemon would be more than happy to just get a combo in with a perfect execution being available, and KG being just above half health. He is in a very, peculiar situation.
Taking a bit of damage here from Lemon's pulse is kind of interesting. Missing also the flawless duet, but still able to answer back a little bit here. But Lemon getting the better end is just amazing here. Every timing has been really good for Lemon, and it's getting the upper hand here, at least in shoving out the waves, also recovering from the initial interaction a while ago. Doesn't have the ignite, but has the barrier to counter out KG. So he has to be extra safe here, or extra careful. Divine
Ron went away for a bit. He cannot watch anymore, and then he basically went back.
I don't want to watch anymore, and then never mind, I'll watch.
Yeah, I was watching the player counts more than what is happening, because there was nothing to be had. Like at that point, KG went home, just went on to complete his Divine Sunder. The goal is very much even, right? Like you have a Boots plus Divine Sunder to the Riftmaker plus the Oblivion Orb that should allow Lemon have the upper hand, because again, as an Irelia, one thing that really makes her OP is because of her sustain.
Yeah, Lemon sustaining a whole lot with the Riftmaker. Good anti-healing as well with the prerequisite of the Morellonomicon, the Oblivion Orb, I believe is the name of that item. As long as he is able to dodge the flawless duet, he should be fine. Also, level 6 means that he is going to be able to deal a lot of damage. Also, just timing that perfect execution towards KG when his HP is below, or at least 50%.
Still waiting for the players to find their items wherein they will be more comfortable to go all in. For Lemon, I think that's Rabadon's that gap for sure. Meanwhile, he's playing defensive.
I like it.
Super defensive though, like Specter's Clown. Because oftentimes you go for Hex Drinker. At least that's a bit of a balanced item with damage and also resistances. KG is respecting Lemon's all-in potential.
I do like the touch of the Spirit's Visage to increase the healing of that Divine Sunder. Also his passive healings with the first skill. But again, anti-healing is still present here for Lemon and will be mitigating the sustain here of KG.
When you look at Yu, he's saying, finish it.
Finish it.
Finish him.
Come on.
Finish him.
Come on.
Finish him.
Come on. The other guy watching a while ago was extremely
he's distracting his own teammate, and I'm like, I mean, you look at Lemon, and Lemon is, I don't know, there's no one around him. I think that's the coach, but the coach isn't even saying anything. Meanwhile, on the other side, they're egging him on.
I don't want to watch anymore.
Yeah,
He'll come back again.
Yeah, maybe have told the coach, should have just put me in. Should have been over by now. Lich Bane already completed. That's a big buy. That's a big spike though. Like in just one recall, he was able to complete a Lich Bane.
Oh, okay.
Extra empowered attack gives you AP as well. And of course, being able to squeeze in an auto attack in between your skills is one of the reasons why Akali's burst is kind of complicated, right? If you do not use your auto attack, then you are missing half of the damage that is available to the Akali. So really, by buying the Lich Bane, that just means that, you know, Lemon knows how to play this champion so well. Like KBG, by the way, does complete the Force of Nature.
KG trying to time his flawless duet, being a little bit more patient. Still Lemon able to dodge
Good
it away. Good use of ult, but Lemon hasn't popped out his own, so that gives him the next advantage.
Okay, let me guess. KG will go for Wit's End as his next item buy, but do you think it is? Wait.
Okay.
He went level 9.
Okay, that's overstep.
Yeah.
Didn't even get to proc the barrier.
And I think this is an end angle though. Like, we all know. Wait, he doesn't have a cannon minion to work with. So
that is sad. Two plates,
yeah.
probably.
Yeah, 2 plates and where's the next plate?
Oh,
That's
that
fine.
would
I
have been
think
300.
he would have enough gold to buy whatever he wants to go for next. Where he goes for Executioner's Calling and would go for components of Wheat's End. So yeah, he wasn't able to complete the Wheat's End, which is sad. But you look at the items of Lemon and he already has the Void Orb. So now that because we are already in sudden death, it doesn't matter if KG already has a 1-0 lead. If Lemon gets the head of KG, that's it.
Yeah. Oh, okay. KG soaking a bit of damage there from Lemon. It's a little bit
Oh,
more
full
tanky.
stacks.
Throws in the Vanguard's Edge. Oh, man. Lemon being more prepped this time around. The Ring of Fire is closing in. Lemon has better HP this time around.
Not really, because you look at KG, he has 2 health packs. He was able to get a health pack from backstage, and of course, the inner health pack. What do you call that again? Health relic, I guess.
Health Relic. KG trying to maximize the damage of DPS with the auto attacks as well. Flawless Silhouette not could be connecting onto Lemon, but the Ignite is doing the work. Able to draw him away from that healing as well. And Lemon is in a bit of trouble. Doesn't have the perfect execution ready and available. KG will have it in a short while.
He's squeezing
Lemon,
him in.
Yeah, he is taking a bit of damage there from the Ring of Fire. He will close the distance.
Barrier.
Flashes away.
What a play.
What
What a play. What a play, Lemon. What a play. What a play. Yeah. You have to give it to him. Like, wow. Yeah, he really maximized everything that he can maximize at that point. So
I love it. This shows tempo now on the side of Uhu Gaming. Andran must be feeling a bit frustrated, wanting to play instead of KG, but still, okay, a bit of smile here on KG's side. It's like, oh man, that could have been my game. Already got that 1 kill earlier, but couldn't end it.
with the side selection going over to WHG, they are choosing red side. But how does it feel, choosing or getting side selection priority against KBG? And you look at the stats and you see KBG still is very good at what, at either side.
Doesn't matter where they are.
And I'm like, okay. Right, but that's fine, that's Lemon. By the way, Lemon, this is not, the original team of Lemon. If I'm not mistaken, he is just a new member of WHG. Not really new, but a newer member for WHG. I'm going to look into the history of this player because I kind of remember that Lemon, it was a player of a particular team that I saw
JDG
from WRL before. He was and is from Jingdong Gaming, JDG. And he was the second All-Pro team during Season 1, which means that he's a very formidable player. He got replaced by Sammy, which is also a very good Baron laner. So I guess, JDG knows how to scout their Baron laners.
And a lot of times you do see these players rotating from team to team. The CN conference as well. Man, KBG Gaming, the only team to have this kind of a lead in terms of win streak, is now looking to extend it even more. Woohoo Gaming, being on the red side, being very comfortable in here, should have a plan in mind. Especially maybe taking the Nautilus and the Gragas plus the Varus. That is something that I always just look forward to in all of the games right now, because the combination is just so good. You have team fights set up, you have disengage tools, and you have a lot of piercing damage towards your enemy team.
You know what? I gave up. I give up analyzing the draft of KBG because you look at their draft and they're just going to be drafting so different from the rest of the team, or rest of the league.
Yeah.
Right? You look at this draft, they basically have targeted down the Renekton, the Olaf, the Aatrox. But there are other options that are so open, to be picked up here. Yeah, it's definitely a good thing to target August. And again, the UU special, but Shen comes through And we have to remember that WHG has the option to either go with Lemon Shen or August Shen. So the last time that I saw Shen played by August, he was the MVP and he dealt the most damage.
Picking up the Ziggs though is interesting here. Looks like they want to AoE damage with the Mega Inferno Bomb. Also have, a lot of ways to address Keepest Gaming. But now Varus is available for them. And they have the Kazakhs as well for the Ton. This is a scary start here for Keepest Gaming. Isolation play so much laid out now for Keepest Gaming. I'm wondering what Anaran will actually use in the mid lane this time around. I don't want the Garen. I want a different champion. Garen is just too passive.
I think this is that champion, right? Like, he played this champion before.
Oh, yeah.
Because whenever they play the Tone on the Kazakhs, oftentimes they go for a tank on the top lane. And then Xiaoma will most likely play the Ashe at this point. Varus is possible. It is an option. But you kind of want to unlock Unrun 9 on the side lanes, right? And Ashe is that perfect pick. We all know that KBG plays the Ashe as well. So, yeah, do not be surprised if this is an Ashe draft. And WHG recognizes that bit and will most likely ban it away, possibly.
Okay, they can ban the Galio and the Nautilus, but I think Mike is just going to be banking on the Alistar either way. Varus is going to be respected here by Woohoo Gaming since KBG didn't pick it up earlier, so that leaves very little options or lesser options here for KBG. But again, this is this is Keepest Gaming. They can just pick up even a Corki in the Dragon lane, or Oriana, or even just Zoe.
I think this is really an Ashe angle right now. Like, they ban away the Galio, right? Like, one of the supports that can help the side lanes. That's their goal. Yeah, we'll see. We'll have to wait and see as to how this draft will conclude. The Ribbon is still open. Am I correct? Yeah, it is still open. But yeah, that is a more standard KBG draft. Whenever they go for the Kazakhs, they're not going to go ultra squishy, and they will still be, be respective of the opponent. Oh, it is the Senna rather than going for the Ashe, which is still okay, right? The Senna can also help the side laners using the Dawning Shadow. Plus, Curse of the Black Mist plays over and over again when paired up with a very good engager in UU.
Wow.
That just means that KBG does have a very good draft here. And yeah, I know why you're saying, wow, that's a 50-50 viewer support rating.
Wow. And all of the days we have seen. Who knew? This would be the match that we would see a 50-50 viewer support rating. Keepest Gaming and Woohoo Gaming. This composition as well by Keepest Gaming is really creative. I loved it. It shows the flavor of Woohoo Gaming, what worked for them in most of their games. Closer with a Zed is going to be threatening the back line. And also August with a Shen, looking to just be that supplementary player for Woohoo Gaming as Lemon becomes aggressive, tries to challenge KG into the Baron lane. I'm going to be looking forward to Spark's performance because he had the history of being caught out a lot of times, even individually in the lane, so he has to be very careful. Despite being matched against the Gragas of UU, still has to play things safe, because if things go towards KBG's way, similar to Woohoo Gaming's match against Weibo Gaming, then it's not going to be a good sign here for this team.
I think one of the reasons why WHG drops a game is whenever they face against a very good jungler as well, right? Like, they faced against Trace Esports Weiba, they faced against Fan of WBG, and they also, of course, lost against Shingdo 7 on that match with EDG. In this game, it's going to also be the same, right? Like, Daton is also a very good jungler. And although Dash does not believe that, it's not true. It is true. It is true that Daton is a very good Kazakhs player. There's a hater among the caster ranks.
Yeah, I mean,
and I was trying to convince him that he's good at the Kazakhs, but he still doesn't want to believe me.
Yeah, I actually love his Kazakh. I mean, it's very complicated to use. There are some, certain angles that you have to take just to make it work. And I believe that KBG, it's just that this team is just so good that it kind of seems like Daton sometimes is under their shadow, especially with Anra 9. But this guy's still amazing.
Oh,
Can
you look
be
at
very
the
flexible as well.
Did you see the pro view?
Pro view, yeah, on the lower right.
Yeah, lower right, yeah. He was
I
clearing
wish
in cam as well.
we have a view as well when they're like using the emotes on their stage.
Yeah. I think there's just like a big control panel. No damage. No threat. That is, yes, indeed, a Nautilus that can chunk you down, but the Garen is still so tanky. Plus, the Ziggs at level 2 does not have enough damage to assassinate a Garen, so unless there's like a third player to try and dive KG here, he will feel so safe here.
The tower, though, is taking a beat down here from Spark and Mikey, and I think that is already a good win here for Woohoo Gaming. Maybe we can see KBG answering back into the bottom lane as well. Yeah, that is the case after shoving away Lemon. But the damage still more for the side of Woohoo Gaming. So good job here for Woohoo Gaming. At least have a bit of a lead in this early game. Try to enable Spark as well to get his items completed faster than the Senna or Shama, because it will take some time for the Senna to scale up. And if you have enough damage, if you get their Ludens completed already, then team fight wise, Woohoo Gaming would take control.
That's a lot of play. It's WHG is being able to secure on the top side. And if KBG does not respect this, yeah, you look at this tower, it was so close to being broken apart. And yeah, they were able to get a tower plate, like 2 tower plates on the bot lane. But you have to respect the Ziggs, especially, you know, his ability to cast the satchel charge to secure. Oh no, he's dead.
What is that missing? Oh, that is a big mistake coming in from you. Your first blood. Okay, I thought Lemon was actually going to be the one, or August was going to be the one to get it, but fortunately it was handed over to Lemon, and that's a big punish by Woohoo Gaming.
Yu being caught out of position. He tried to body slam a very thick wall. It was a very thick wall, right? Like, okay, so we look into this. Yu was spotted immediately by August. August did not hesitate to shadow dash in, and that is one unfortunate misplay. Although I think he was also trying to rush his way. He's also respecting of a potential of the Riven flashing in and trying to disrupt his body slam. So yeah, I kind of understand. You know, it was a gamble that Yu did try to do to skip, but a flash burnt from the Riven of the opponent is going to be a lot better, right? Rather than not really wasting anything from their side. So WHG, good start for them. But still, this is KBG. Now, one first blood is not going to deter them.
600 gold lead. So far, so good here for Woohoo Gaming. It is a relatively scaling lineup, at least towards mid-game. But you have to be very careful here of KPS game against Senna. The Fiora and even the Garen is going to be very scary into the late game. Especially the Ton is going to be eyeing on those isolated members here of KPS Gaming. Especially Spark, which is quite prone to being killed on the back end of Woohoo Gaming. Should be trying to play things safe at the meantime. One again for the Bob can do the trick 14 fights, and so far 30 seconds before the objectives spawn up. We're seeing more leverage on the side of Woohoo Gaming, especially in top lane.
KBG's first dragon rate is at 65.5%. Meanwhile, WHG 45%. And we talked about this, right? Like KBG really loves their dragons. Oh, but August is going to cut the route here by KG immediately. Wow, KG is half health already here, Giyang.
That gives top lane priority now, or top side priority for Woohoo Gaming. They will start the RH up. They have the Ziggs as well to try and bash the mid tower down. Okay, that's a lot of damage that Yu has taken all alone. 1 kill. Questionable again for Yu.
I think he kind of want to prevent WHG to have position to challenge this dragon, so he's thinking that, hey, you know what, I will be the sacrifice. But because he did not have any flash, there was no hesitation for WHG to not just invest the depth charge on towards him. They also invested the Mega Inferno Bomb, right? Like, it's not often that you will be seeing people or teams to invest like 2 major skills onto one support. But KG in trouble here topside.
Yeah, Satchel Charge is going to be used there as well to try and take the tower down. Lemon take a bit of damage there from the Garen, but still is going to be able to stay alive as Woohoo Gaming takes 1 as well. Major objectives, 2 towers taken by Woohoo Gaming and a kill as well. Keepers Gaming not really having the cleanest of early game.
Indeed. And again, even if it's this case, I still cannot count out KBG because they are the #1 team. Like, you have to put them away. You have to win a very decisive team fight. Although we have to admit the WHG really came in prepared and was able to get like 3 kills, 2 towers this early, 6 minutes and 30 in. This is the start, the most ideal start to come out on top against the best team currently in the tournament. So if WHG keeps this up and plays methodically, especially in 15 seconds, there will be, no more tower plates to be had for KBG. So definitely say
isolation play onto Mikey, but with 1 mega for the bomb, Mikey should be fine. Does have the flash, but KG is met here. And Mikey just trying to run away towards Lemon. Actually will be using the standard item here. Dawning Shadow not going to be connecting that much here onto members of Woohoo Gaming, and they will be just backing away. Woohoo Gaming, I think, should be trying to interrupt the second dragon here of Keepers Gaming, because I think that is the path here for KBG. They want to scale up. Yeah, we can be down in the early game, but as long as we get the scaling champions, we get the scaling objectives, then late game, it's everything denied here for Woohoo Gaming.
Just as long as their true carry is up and steady on the side lane, there will always be that win condition for KBG, especially knowing that, he can easily be supported by the Dawning Shadow by Xiaoma. Although, one thing that really makes me curious is, do you ever build Serpent's Fang on the Fiora? Just to make sure that whenever, a duel happens and a stand united comes into your opponent, that you will be able to shred down the shield. That's a good theory, right?
Yeah.
But it kind of throws off a lot of the power spikes of the Fiora for sure, because you basically have to have cooldown, damage, move speed, attack speed, which some of the other items also provide. So it won't, it won't surprise me if he doesn't go for that item, because they already have a Serpent's Fang user here in the Kha'Zix, and the Kha'Zix is actually one of the best shadowing champions in the game. So I think they are just going to be content with the shadow plays.
Yeah, also, since Xiaoma does have the Serpent's Fang, maybe we can just throw out the Dawning Shadow or use it proactively so that the upcoming shields would be negated coming from the stand united, and that should be fine with the global pressure here for Keepers Gaming. Mid lane, you're gonna be in trouble once again. That charge gonna be used, and Slemon cast in the Blade of Exile and just chasing him down. Fortunately, he does have the flash to get back, and Woohoo Gaming gonna be happy with that. They have good position for the RH.
But that is again another win for WHG. Mikey is really outperforming UU today. And that is one of our key matchups, right? Like, Mikey was also the reason why they were able to do 0 and GX. And if he keeps this up, there is really a potential for an upset for them to win against KBG.
So they are going to be happy with the trade of objectives here. Or at least allowing Keepers Gaming to get the top side objective. Andran will be fine here in the bottom lane as Closer took a bit of damage here from the Dawning Shadow. 30 seconds in before the Infernal Dragon comes up. Woohoo Gaming does have the tower secured there. All outer turrets taken down. So in terms of position, this should be better for Woohoo Gaming.
They also have to plant vision around the dragon if they kind of want to secure and stop KBG's rampage on that neutral objective. Because you look at the wards right now, every single ward is positioned topside, right? Oh, okay, so this is their play. This is going to be the Rift Herald summoned on the top side as a distraction play by KBG to try to call and attract one of the players of WHG, but WHG is not... Oh, hold that thought.
Mikey take a bit of damage there. No standard rider just yet. But Lemon doing a whole lot of damage here onto KG. Closer as well, closing in. That's a good taunt here onto the backside. Good damage burst with a wind slash now. Death Mark gonna be used here onto the next target. And falls down. KG as well gonna be next. And Woo Gaming takes 3. They will get the dragon as well. A triple kill for Lemon.
WHG just have had that, big win that is kind of needed to put away KBG. And I think, at this point, especially after stopping KBG, getting their second dragon, WHG is now in the driver's seat. And we'll be able to just walk into a possible 1-0 lead. Chances are, there's really a big chance that WHG will be winning this because they actually have a very good set of champions. They can play the side lane, they can play the 5v5. If we look into the replay, we would see that Lemon was just so patient. Lemon was the one who delivered the Shen, was able to catch one member, but more importantly, Unrun 9 got easily collapsed. And he's one of those players in where you will be calling him by his name, not by his champion. I remember I watched a clip before in where it was a League of Legends clip, League of Legends PC clip, in where they were calling champions or all that.
Yeah, Anrun will be ganked here. Tries to survive for so long, closer to a bit of damage there. Daton trying to assassinate him, and it does. Augusto trying to answer back. Good taunt onto the Fiore, gets Anrun, but will be trading his life as well. So KBG 2 for 1, still answering back. You were saying?
Yeah, okay, so there was a specific clip. It was a League of Legends PC clip. And every single champion was being called by their champion name except for the champion that is being played by Double Lift. Whenever is being played by Double Lift, they call it by the name Double Lift, not really in the champion name. And I think, the same respect is being given, but
I'm gonna be calling out Yu a lot in this fight as well. 3 times in a row, he died a lot, and initially as well, unable to do a whole lot of damage here or a setup for KBG. But Lemon, again and again and again, triple kill by this amazing player of Woohoo Gaming, popping off so much.
What's that? 6 kills already or 7 kills? Now that's Lemon on the top side that is now being allowed to carry because August paved the way, right? August decided to play the Shen today. And it's not often that we see August being the one playing the Shen, but if you actually give Lemon this amount of lead, then he can easily just carry you. Daton went for the execute, but his timely stasis by Mikey did not allow that to happen. Shaoma being the next in the chopping block. And again, like at this point, like how do you control this Lemon? Like this Lemon is just saying easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
Oh yeah, squeezy and squeezy. This guy is just rampaging all over KBG Gaming. Unable to shut them down. 8-0. My god, this Ribbon is on fire. And will be wrecking havoc. 3,500 gold lead against KG is magnificent for Woohoo Gaming. This is the best possible win condition they have right now, especially after the Mega Inferno Bomba Spark. The win stat hurts so much.
The 1v1 helped Lemon. Hold that thought. Okay. Lemon. Okay.
Well, they get the lemonade this time around because Lemon's taking a bit of damage there onto the backside and closing the distance, but unable to get that kill. The taunt as well as the death mark comes through. That's a lot of damage being thrown out by Closer, but KG sneaking through towards the backside will be flashing in. The Master Justice does the trick, gets the Zed down. As now August just trying to flee, able to buy enough time for the teleport to happen. Here comes Lemon. But will be okay here for KBG Gaming. At most, they got a kill without any exchange.
The biggest thing there for KBG was that they forced Lemon to invest on a teleport. And I think, Lemon did actually sell one of his boots and had to change it over to teleport. And you would assume, he would be doing the same thing again later because he kind of needs the stasis to buy enough time against all the burst potential from KBG. One of the best tools to have against the Garen stasis engine, right? Because if you time it correctly, you can actually negate the damage coming from the Garen. Now we look into the state of the game, we have to call a spade a spade. Like WHG is really in from control, like 6,000 gold lead 15 minutes in. They're just waiting for the second dragon to spawn up. I mean, third dragon to spawn up, and that's the Ocean Dragon. That is also going to help the Rivets cause to carry this game into a victory. And if you're KBG, of course, you kind of want to challenge this. You kind of want to win this because there is still an opportunity for KBG to win this. Like, well, they are just so good, man. Like, oftentimes, at this point, this lead is this big, some of the teams won't be able to slow the pace down, but KBG is a different breed. It's kind of slowing down WHG.
Able to slow down the tempo. Also, Yu has to be really in sync here towards the Ton and Andran 9 later on, because he is building AP, deals a lot of damage there onto just one use of the cask or one combination. So if they get the burst down onto Lemon, get the burst down onto Spark, and that should pave a way for them to at least win a team fight, maybe get the Dragon as well and deny it from Woohoo Gaming.
Recognizing that Lemon does not have Stasis Ancient is a big thing, like right now. Maybe if we can actually look into the items, we could see if they have solved the teleport, or if he has solved the teleport in place of the Stasis Ancient. But there's no way for us to check, especially heading into this objective. This is a very crucial team fight for both teams. Whoever wins this will definitely get the upper hand.
And Woohoo Gaming, they want to start this right now. KG took a bit of a damage there from Lemon, and is the only tanky member on the side of KBG Gaming. But as Woohoo Gaming starts this Dragon up, pressure is building. KG taking a bit more damage than they can chew from Lemon. Now, Deathmark can use there onto the Ton. Shuriken toss as well.
Oh, wow.
And that should be Dragon. Wow, this is so clean from Woohoo Gaming.
One skill was what was needed a bit closer to threaten the jungler from KBG. That mark connected, that means that, you know, if he ever goes in, a huge amount of damage is waiting. And if he dies at that point, that's a free Baron as well for WHG. So now KBG is going to try to secure this Scuttle Crab for a Vision over in the Baron Pit. And that also slows down WHG. Still is a massive win. Now has the Infernal Dragon and also the Ocean Dragon. Like, what else could you ask for if you're WHG, right? Like, that's the best two dragons in the game when it comes to, you know, the damage potential and also sustained potential of a Riven, of a Zed, and also the Ziggs.
Okay, Stasis completed now for Lemon as well. So we managed to exchange the item from Teleport. But I'm also looking forward to Yu this time around. He hasn't been really having the best of time in this game building AP, but with the Rabadon's death cap, the damage should be high now. If they can burst Spark, Closer, or anyone on Woohoo Gaming, that is the small window of opportunity to take down Woohoo Gaming.
Just go for Lemon. Lemon has like 1,000 shutdown gold
GA
awaiting, you know, for KBG to cash out. But yeah, you're right. Like, there's already a Guardian Angel for Lemon. Like, how do you kill Lemon at this point? It should be a combination of both, right? Like him being overextended, being out of position, and at the same time KBG being pristine and perfect with their movements as well. But we have to be honest, like Lemon really is going to be the focal point of every clash here on moving forward. But because if he ever dies, you know, whatever gold lead the WHG is enjoying right now, most of it is actually on Lemon.
3,500 gold lead. Or 3.7 rather. It's slowly increasing. Also, Spark is doing a really good job here. 3.9.
Yeah, but that's against the Senna though. Yeah, and Senna really doesn't farm.
Oh yeah.
Right, so it kind of, you know, you kind of have to compare it to the Gragas though. That's how it is. And he's still ahead.
This is my bad.
Like,
I often steal
super
the
ahead.
CS.
Right. I know you know that because you're a Senna main.
But can this Sen of Shama do the work here for KBG? Lemon serving the front line, doing a lot of damage here onto KG, but took a bit too much. But then gonna use there onto KG, has to really fall back now. Cast a little bit too far forward and advance. As Lemon still alive, but now Woohoo Game is still trying to go into the front line. Mega Inferno Bomb gonna be thrown out here onto Yuyi and Shama, still very low. Andran flashes out. KG trying to flee, but now Woohoo Gaming close to the distance. This is their opportunity as they wreak havoc in this fight. Everyone's still alive. Only the remains alive on KBG Gaming. It looks like they want to end. They want those to get that final push. August is trying to get him. Deathmark gonna be used. What can this Kha'Zix do? Absolutely nothing. And with a clean ace, Woohoo Gaming wants to take game number 1.
Had it been that the explosive cask was just on point, Lemon could have died and Lemon could have surrendered the shutdown gold that is on top of his head. Lemon, baby. That is a carry performance for the ages. The Riven going what was his stat line in the end? It was 8-0-0 at that point, and then multiple kills being added, like 10 kills maybe here and there. But WHG is now proving that they could be the streak busters that we have been waiting for over a month now, Giang.
Oh my god, that performance by Woohoo Gaming, Lemon, and everyone was just amazing. To the point that that KBG Gaming had no opportunities anymore. That clean ace?
Yeah.
That clean ace? Oh, that just doesn't happen to KBG Gaming. But Woohoo Gaming made it happen.
You look into the stats and see how everything transpired, and one would say it's like a collective effort. I agree, right? It started with Mikey being able to catch you being able to outsupport you in this game, and then you also see August. It's not often that we see August being, one of the lowest damage threat from WHG, because his damage share, the average of damage share of August in their prior games was close to 20%. Right? And that's actually a very respectable number, especially if you are on the jungle role. And oftentimes, whenever we see WHG win, it is at the backs of August, but WHG is showing that, hey, you know what? This is a team that can diversify, and we can put Lemon on a carry champion, and he will pull us through.
10-0-2. That is his scoreline at the very end.
Yeah.
So clean, so precise, so dedicated to push the boundaries here for Woohoo Gaming and take on against KBG Gaming, taking game number 1 in a very, very decisive manner as well. That was one of the biggest games we have seen against KBG Gaming this time around. And that includes the match against JDG just recently. And Woohoo Gaming is now on their way towards completing the series in their favor. KBG Gaming has to step up now for game 2. I can't believe I'm saying this, but they have to step up for game 2.
and they will, because every single time that we see them backs against their wall, they kind of evolve to a different form, different breed, and they will be just a lot more cleaner. And I know that KBG Gaming knows this, that they just have to remind you that you are the special player. You are the UU special, and oftentimes the early game is being dictated by the supports, and that game is no different. Mikey was able to really read into UU, and it was also because of August, right? Lemon getting the MVP, 21% damage share, kill participation of 80%, but most importantly 10-0-2 on the ribbon.
This is gonna be the second MVP as well. This guy was enabled, and when he gets enabled, he is just unstoppable as well. Twice in a row he got triple kill and just landed the landslide victory here for Woohoo Gaming. Also, that cast a while ago, I think that could have been a pivotal point for KBG Gaming. So that opportunity got denied, but still they have a lot of opportunities for today, because in this series they will have game number 2. Have a chance to turn the tides around, land a reverse sweep against Woohoo Gaming, but it all boils down towards them patching the problem up, and one of which is that early game that Lemon had. Also, the composition isn't really designed for KBG Gaming's prowess. I think it's better to put you in a tank.
We're going to enter a very short break, Yang, and once we come back, round number 2 or game number 2 between WHG and KBG will happen. Will WHG be the streak breakers, or will KBG prove again that they can overcome any adversity? Do not go anywhere, and we will be right back.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL-CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right.
Welcome back to the series of Woohoo Gaming and Keepest Gaming, as we see Woohoo Gaming now challenging and putting KBG now on the back end. And let's see if they can close this out 2-0, or will KBG extend the series to game number 3. We are again your shoutcasters, Gyang and Autolus, and we are just excited to start the pick and bans right now because game number 1, it was very interesting. Lemon was just an absolute beast there.
And he was being targeted, right? Like the Renekton got banned away because the past 4 games that Lemon played, he was on the Renekton. Turns out that was what was needed by WHG to unlock the Super Saiyan Lemon, the Super Lemon, because dude, he hard carried WHG in that game. 10-0 into legendary performance for sure. And we're going to look into the second draft or second game draft, if there will be a response or if there will be anything different, because I told you, Kyung, I kind of gave up trying to understand KBG drafts because I feel, like at this point they have so much leverage compared to the other teams that they are being given enough space to limit test, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Like they can do anything. They can play around their drafts, try to practice this, try to play this, because come playoffs, if they cannot scout you, right? Like if you have so many compositions that you can play, it will be to your advantage. We're going to enter the drafting phase of the second game between KBG versus WHG, and again the storyline is WHG trying to end the streak of KBG. 50% of the viewers did believe that WHG can do it. Can they really do it? And
that's actually something that I've been thinking about for quite a while now. Are we not seeing something here in the series? Because somehow, some way, other people are seeing something here for Woohoo Gaming. A big chance that they can actually take on a team that is on an 11-game win streak, 11 series win streak, Keepest Gaming. And manifesting it in game number 1, Woohoo Gaming has won game number 1. Now, on blue side, they're able to ban away some of the champions here of Keepest Gaming, but so far, Aatrox is available. And looks like KBG is going to be banning it away. I don't think there's any reason to allow it to be open, especially this time around. They are being threatened with match point.
Renekton being left open, WHG does have the opportunity to actually lock down one of the best supports in the game, and that is the Gragas. But if you're WHG, you even have to prioritize Gragas after the showing of KBG earlier, of UU earlier, right? You go for a more, I would say, comfy pick for Spark, and this has been like one of the best champions for Spark, right? Like, I also think that Spark being named as Spark as like an AP champion user, and that this is like his best champion. But KBG, we are going to look into their draft. If they're going for the Senna still or Varus, because Varus is definitely going to be that champion that kind of negates the poking potential of the Ziggs. KBG going round 2 with the Fiora.
Yeah, they want to redeem Aaron's performance with the Fiora as well. He was doing a really good job until, Lemon was just having so much of a lead in that particular game. Looks like August will be locking the Renekton for Lemon this time around. Early on, actually.
Renekton for Lemon is like, the 5th game in the last 6 games that they have played. So it is most likely going to Lemon. And this Jace might actually go to August.
Whoa, no. Oh, wow. Okay.
Sure. I mean, go ahead. Like,
yeah.
Why not?
Why not? It's the Pentacle.
Alright.
Looks like
Do you believe that they would win with a Zeri draft this time around against WHG? Do you really think that that's easy to accomplish?
This would be a big answer, though, if ever they win with a Zeri. It's like as if, it would deny the whole momentum that Woohoo Gaming has had in game number 1 just because of, theoretically, this win with Andran on the Zeri and Shama again with the Ashe. Their performance with this combination has been really, really nice in one of the seasons that they had. But interestingly, so I'm looking forward to Lemon with this Renekton because it has been banned away by KBG Gaming during game number 1, immediately taken out. That's how much they are respecting Lemon with the Renekton, and now gets his hands on it. Big expectations coming from me for sure.
This is more of an August champion, right? Like the Gwen. So Closer will be the one to play the chase. There is still a support that is missing for WHG. Can go for the Alistar. There you go. Alistar of Mikey was one of the biggest reasons why I think, this WHG is so confident to not really lock a support champion as of yet. They're going to change suit and will most likely lock this Lucian as a duel in the mid lane. AD carry duel in the mid lane. When was the last time that we saw that? Well, in fact, we actually see that often, but not between Lucian and Zeri. We often see it between Lucian and Corki and nothing else, right? And in this particular matchup, like Lucian versus Zeri in the mid lane, if you are able to bully out, are you able to bully out the Zeri using the Lucian? Absolutely yes, right? Like Zeri's early game is close to non-existent, similar to the Orianna.
And I actually like this composition of Woohoo Gaming. Despite KBG having the Varus and the Gragas, it is scary. They have a lot of ways to execute the isolation play here for KBG Gaming. But Woohoo Gaming having a lot of pokes from the Jace, from the Lucian, from the Ziggs as well, can pave a way to diminish that particular threat. If they can get the damage done onto Shama, onto Zeri, and force them to step back even more and not try to close the distance, then that is another win condition that Woohoo Gaming can actually have. And we even have seen a really good Jace player just yesterday, Weibo Gaming fan with this champion landing the MVP as well and dealing so much damage with the full lethality build.
The pokes will always hurt, right? Like with armor penetration. It's like, the best early game damage item that we have in the game. And Giang, I really don't feel comfortable with the Zeri pickup here. I know that he secured the #1 play against now Esports on the Zeri, but I've asked a lot of experts and they said that the Zeri in her current state is not it.
It's not yet. Not yet in the Zeri's time. And we saw the damage in that fight as well during that particular team fight. It's not really a whole lot. After it did balloon, of course.
Spike up, right?
The amount of gold that he got. But that will be the challenge now of KBG Gaming, and Woohoo Gaming is fully aware of that. The only thing though is that Lemon has to be very safe this time around. KG is dealing a bit of damage there onto him, chunk him down 60%.
this is often a problematic lane for a Renekton, especially if the Fiora would have the luck in her favor. And the reason why I called it luck is because it kind of depends as to where the vital point will spawn. If it faces towards the Fiora, then that's a free poke. Oh, Shauma.
Oh no.
Auto attack. Okay, Hell of Arrows just trying to deny. Okay, good. So the reason why Spark waited is because Hail of Arrows does actually apply grievous wounds. Would would negate some of the healing coming from the honey fruit. So Spark did actually identify that as the case and just walked by a bit to the left before securing the honey fruits.
Mid lane is going to be the priority here for both teams. Yuyu wants to enable Andran as Mikey wants to help out closer, get that first blood. Again, Zeri isn't really doing a whole lot of damage in the early game and is very, very vulnerable as well. So Woohoo Gaming, they have a lot of chances in this particular game. They have a lot of ways to close the distance, especially from the Nautilus and from the Renekton as well. So in execution-wise, they should be able to do so. They only need to watch out for Yuyu and Shauma, because the cask and the chain of corruption is just so irritating in all of the fights.
Also the Cyclone, one of the bigger ultimates that can impact almost 5 members. yeah, given the positioning, perfect positioning. WHG was also able to win during game number 1 because Mikey really did outperform Yuyu in the Nautilus versus Gragas matchup, right? But I don't think that Yuyu feels any or is worried by a bit because he knows that it was a one-off and that he just got caught by August for the first blood. Had it been that it did not happen, that the flash will still be intact, then their gameplay will still be superior. This 1v1 though, hold that thought and engage by the tone.
Lemon's still able to fall back, so that is a good sign coming in from Woohoo Gaming. Natan really wants to give leverage here towards KG. And I think on Yuyu, since he is still using the Gragas and is, the team has AP damage dealing now. So he won't be forced to buy AP items anymore. And with the tank items, he would be, more comfortable in making plays here for KBG Gaming. Oh no. Oh, Mega Inferno Bomb actually is dealing a lot of damage there, but can Shauma still go with an outplay? Flash in, flash out, Spark, bouncing grenade.
Oh, he missed!
Oh, he is going for it. One more auto, and Shauma's like, oh, come here, bro. Come here, bro. Arrow in.
He missed his bouncing bomb. He predicted that he will go out of the bush, which is often the case whenever someone is trying to target you down with a skill shot. One way to try to avoid that is by getting yourself outside the bush. But that is a point-blank chains of corruption. And in this duel, you would say it was actually indeed favored to Spark because there was a cannon minion and a caster minion helping his cause, with Shauma being able to dodge away from that bouncing bomb. Was able to secure the first blood for his team, and is a good sign that KBG might be extending the series into 3 games. I know it's just 1 kill, but that's 1 kill that you were also able to deny to WHG. So it's a +1 -1 type of thing.
And again, the composition of Woohoo Gaming is really squishy as well. KG taking a bit of damage there, able to cast the Grand Channels, but not really doing a whole lot. As Lemon again is being enabled here by Woohoo Gaming.
Too much respect that they are gifting towards KBG as well. Like they could have taken 2 plates topside, right? But they have decided to reset and fast, heading into the dragon. So they kind of want to contest the first dragon, which KBG is known to really go hard on. I mean, you look at the first dragon rate of KBG right now, lower right hand side of your screen, 66.7%. So 2/3 of their games, first dragon goes over to them. WHG is saying none of that today.
Chain of Corruption, Dominus, he will get bursted out, but still able to flash away by enough time. Mega Inferno Bomb gonna be thrown out. Yu takes a bit of damage there, as well as the Thon, and now Culling gonna be used there by Closer. They are able to get the dragon and the kill onto Yuyu as well. Double objective for Woohoo Gaming, that is gonna be huge.
The Street Busters are here! Ladies and gentlemen, WHG are doing it! Now is able to capitalize on this. Ooh, Closer! got tapped by the Rift Herald. He was about to go back just so that he can get back into the lane where Unrun 9 is. Now that is easy picking of a tower with the Ziggs on your squad. It's so easy to do this. Lemon?
Oh, no. Oh, okay.
Oh, no. Reposted. Okay.
No.
I think there was a misplay by Lemon at that point. KG is really trying his best to at least weather the storm and will most likely be getting a tower off their own top side. Let's look at the replay once again as to how it happened. Oh no, Lemon did not respect the all-in potential from a level 7 Fiora. And that just goes to show that KG knows his power spike, right? Because immediately, he's under-leveled, but he went in.
And yeah, that's not really what you would want to do when you're a Renekton facing off against Fiora. Especially if the Fiora user is KG. This guy is just an absolute monster with his champion. But at least, Woohoo Gaming still able to save their tower, 42 HP, but still standing strong and steady there. August remaining the highest gold earner here on the side of Woohoo Gaming, especially after that kill into the top lane. So now, they're trying to pave way for the other members to scale up better, especially for Spark, especially for Lemon, that is not really having the best of time in the top lane.
Way to level 7. Mikey going to engage onto Yu. And the Mega Inferno Bomb is not going to hit anyone here.
Good damage coming in from KBG actually, especially onto August. Able to at least throw in a Shock Blast onto Andron to answer him back. Now, Woohoo Gaming positioning here into the bot side. KBG,
5v4.
They want to defend. Lemon, immediately the Cyclone has been used defensively. But good timing coming from Lemon. Second Cyclone, no more crowd control, and tower taken out.
Fall by on the top side. KG knocking down the tower. And also is starting to chunk down the second tower as well. Now, KG will not be successful in taking that tower, but that is definitely a problem to be solved by WHG, because a Fiora that basically has won her lane would be a problem side lane, right? He will be a matchup nightmare against the Renekton, and so Lemon won't be able to do a thing in the entirety of this game. The only chance that he can do something is by joining a team fight, right? But in a 1v1 scenario against KG's Fiora, is this ahead? My god, say your prayers.
And this is an angle that KBG can actually have in this game already. Side lane priority for KG, and then the rest of KBG will kite away Woohoo Gaming, especially that most of them are actually pretty mobile. They have the Wukong as well, the Cask, the Chain of Corruption for the disengage. So very manipulative skills for teamfight. And Woohoo Gaming, that's a bit of pressure for them, especially in the side lane control. Lemon hasn't really been performing the same way he did in game number 1, and that is a bit problematic here for Woohoo Gaming.
Deton also has completed 2 items already, Divine Thunder plus Black Cleaver. So when it comes to the 4v4, who do you think will win? Will the lineup of KBG win the 4v4 scenario, or will WHG come out on top?
It should be for Woohoo Gaming still here, given that the Zeri isn't really, popped off just yet. 2 items is good, but not really a whole lot. And it's very vulnerable when Woohoo Gaming able to get the damage done onto her. So KBG will be, be passive a little bit, paying good respect to Woohoo Gaming. But second objective though, RH is big.
If they ever secure this, it can really capitalize and get more gold for themselves. What?
KG's here. Grand Chan is going to be used. August took a bit of damage there and will be threatened to be killed. Last end by KG and will be getting... buying a lot of time though, and he will be traded out. KG though, trying to sustain himself, will be getting a second as closer. It's just so low.
Never
and
mind.
Gaming. Wow, an ace for just 1.
KG hard carried that team fight, being able to kill 2 in the process, also chunking down 1 big member, getting the priority as well. Sorry, getting the focus of the Ziggs as well. So the Ziggs had no choice, the Mega Inferno Bomb being casted onto just 1 member. Free reigns for Unrun 9 and all the carries of KBG to do the damage that is needed. And so KBG will be securing this dragon. We look at that replay once again. That is August. Yeah, he was able to push away KG, but not the second time around. The exhaust was actually so huge, but the healing coming from KG's zone from the what do they call the ult again? Grand Challenge. There you go. Grand Challenge. The healing coming for the Grand Challenge plus possibly the Triumph as well was what was needed for her to overstay her welcome. And yeah, like do enough damage.
Oh no. Lemon as well.
Boom.
Oh. Wow.
Zap.
Andran picking up the kill as
Zap.
well. Oh. Zap getting him, and oh man. Woo Gaming this time around is being a little confused back against the wall, especially after that magnificent outplay coming in from Keepest Gaming. KG definitely being on fire in this game. And we cannot blame the other members here of Woohoo Gaming because Mikey and Lemon were trying to prevent the front lines of Keepest Gaming from having access towards the RH. So they were busy protecting the other members of Woohoo Gaming. And August was just unfortunate to get caught. And now they're trying to catch Yu. Damage showed not really a whole lot. This is a tank Gragas, not an AP Gragas anymore.
I agree with you on that. You cannot blame Mikey nor Lemon. I also think, you know, that is one of the trade-offs that you do whenever you go for the Jace in the jungle. Yeah, oftentimes, you will have to also receive damage from the neutral objective. He will be receiving damage from the Rift Arrow, from the Dragon, you know, where he will be so vulnerable. And that is the reason why sometimes whenever I play the jungle Jace, I want the opponent to be the one starting the objective because I kind of want to maximize my pokes as well, right? Like, as the Jace. But in that particular instance, they kind of want to burst down the Rift Herald, and KG immediately pounced on the opportunity, was able to get his head, ensuing into a very good team fight win for KBG. And you know that whenever you give the lead to KBG, they basically transform into a divine beast.
Yeah.
They basically just how should I call this? Like they just evolve into you know, higher form being, and basically would suffocate you, would try to make sure that your territory gets depleted over and over again. Take away resources here and there as well. Oh, good engage, but Yu was still able to body slam away.
I like Thanos with a Infinity Gauntlet, turning the tides around with a single snap. And that's KBG for you. Now 3,000 gold lead, good control of the side lanes, good wave manipulation as well on all the lanes. And KG as well, just taking full control of this game as well. Nobody can beat him 1v1. Closer is trying to answer back the side lanes, but he has to keep his distance every time this Fiora is gonna go there, or else, you know, it's just gonna die. I mean, this is a deadly Fiora of KG, and we're not even talking about the other members here of Keepest Gaming that is scaling so well right now.
They can even rush down the Baron. We all know that, you know, double marksman composition. Hold that thought, Mikey
is in trouble. Lemon and Spark cannot do anything. Good job by Mikey dodging that chain of corruption, and had it been connected, that would have been really bad. Still has the war modes. It's gonna be okay.
Flash was burnt on towards the Nautilus. Also, the Stasis Engine, and KBG would not hesitate to kill this Nautilus if given the opportunity once again. So eyes on Yu and also KG.
That's a good flank. KBG, they want to engage. Shama took a bit of damage here from the Mega Inferno Bomb. Is burning to death as well, half HP. That is gonna call the back here for Keepest Gaming. And that's an opportunity for Woohoo Gaming to push mid.
Soon as Lemon popped his dominance, the only reasonable thing to do if you're a KBG is to back away and let it expire. So it is what we call the battle of attrition for a reason, and now Lemon does not have access to the dominance. Jetone will be healing back to full health because of the Omnivamp item, Divine Thunder. Also, you look at KG, they're so healthy. And so now KBG does actually have the upper hand, right? So it's a numbers game that we are talking about. And they know that most of the ultimates of WHG is not available. Some of the utilities as well is not available. So they will just be posturing themselves into taking this third dragon. This is the Ocean Dragon that really gives you a lot more sustain.
Will the Edge of Night help out August, though, is the question here. At least to negate the Grand Challenge, because he has to really play things safe and on the back, because if he gets hit, that is an opportunity for KG to use that ability onto him. He is lingering there onto the backside.
KG!
He's gonna be in trouble. Oh, that's a big timing. Able to stay at least flash out. KG is hunting for him. Good job by August getting the dragon. What will be the cost? They're just too deep, and now they're chasing them down. Keep escaping, wants to annihilate them, and they are, and they do. August gonna be in trouble, flashing away. 3 people dead just for that ocean dragon, and KBG will get their hands on the Baron now.
Yeah, they can set their sights over to the Baron. Also, August is alive, and that could threaten this dragon takedown. So Yu and company will just try to slow things down. Double marksman, where is Enron? Enron is so far away, and August is going to leave the Baron, maybe not. Okay, so they have spotted the members of KBG. They will try to contest this. They have lots of pokes.
They have a lot, but can they actually fully utilize it? The answer is no, as the Taunt still able to get that smite into that Baron. So now window of opportunity again extends for KPS Gaming.
WHG can still win this, though. I mean, you look into the objectives that they were able to secure, the permanent buff of the dragon, so they just have to weather the storm here, make sure that no inhibitor towers fall down. But who am I kidding? This is still KBG. They take whatever they want in the game. So WHG is kind of indirectly targeting the Baron by pushing away the waves that could actually be the reason for their collapse. I mean, you look at Unrun 9, he's so far off, so he still has to deliver the minions on towards the second tower, and the second tower being alive and sturdy here does actually make a lot for WHG, because now KBG cannot just brute force the inhibitor towers.
Yeah, that alleviates the pressure here for Woohoo Gaming, at least to buy enough time, wait for the Baron buff to expire. It is halfway there, but KPS Gaming is making most out of the situation.
Level 15.
This Zeri is starting to be online right now. Andra 9 reaching level 15.
It is
also
online.
getting a lot of items as well. Is becoming scary too. Lemon trying to do something here to the top, but that's the wrong target. It is only the clone that they are dealing damage with.
On the bot lane, though, they're trying to go all in against Unrun. Won't be able to find him. Unrun is still very slippery. Did not even use the flash. Actually, the flash wasn't available and he did not die. What mechanics?
Yeah. Dominus. Oh, Chain of Corruption missing out. KPS Gaming will still have the winnable opportunity with the Cask of Yu. That is just genius. Picture perfect opportunity now for KBG to unlock the base wide open. Top side gonna be pushed. Let's keep KPS Gaming moves towards the mid lane now. Still, the Baron buff has expired, but the damage now is going high. Andran doing a lot of damage here onto the front side. He needs a piercing arrow to funnel through that stasis. The spark is just too low. KPS Gaming now going towards the mid inhib. Mikey being a little bit questionable. Chain of Corruption gonna be used. Stasis to buy enough time will be okay. But KBG still back 2 inhibs and got 2 kills.
Did you see the body of the Renekton get shattered in just less than a second? Is that I saw it live. Sorry, I saw it live. Like, I mean, one explosive cask and then one target from the Fiora, from the Varus, immediately evaporates one of the frontliners of WHG. That is with the Dominus. He wasn't even able to use his stasis because that's how fast they bursted down the croc. Now KBG, mission accomplished for them. They were able to get 2 inhibitor towers, and that's how good their play is, right? Like, with other teams, they will be content with just the second tower, but with KBG, they kind of want to take your arm as well as your feet. WHG going for the last hurrah here.
Yeah, Mikey, Mission Impossible here for Woohoo Gaming. Can they actually get a kill? They do onto one, do onto Shalma, but will it actually be enough? Closer trying to kite away here. To KPS Gaming, they lost 2 in exchange for just 1, but lots of low HP members here on the KBG side. It's gonna be key here for Woohoo Gaming to at least try to deny them from this Elder Dragon. Natan's gonna be starting it up though.
Yeah, they're going to pull it away just to be a little bit safer from a potential Blast Cone play coming from August. Now August is here. Now his damage has definitely fell off because we all know that Jace is really not the best late game champion. At this point, his auto attacks will deal a lot more damage than the accelerated shock blast. But KBG has decided to do a mind game of their own and is going to successfully do a 2-man Baron. Baron goes over to KBG and WHG's window of opportunity has now dwindled down.
If they were having a bad dream a while ago, this time is an absolute nightmare of a situation with another Baron, with the Elder Dragon online, and KBG wants both of it as well. And Woohoo Gaming, they only have one slight glimpse of hope right now, a proper teamfight execution, a target pick off onto Xiaoma and KG. But KG is pushing topside, forcing out Lemon to fall back, even forcing the flash and the dash there just to disengage. As the rest of KBG starts his Elder Dragon isolated play with the cask, and that's gonna be a big kill onto Mikey. Nothing that they can do. KG as well, 2v1. It's very comfortable as it gets close onto closer, but they are turning here onto the mid lane. Tries to get the kill onto the members of KBG. It's not gonna be enough. Spark gonna be all alone as KG is still pushing topside. Spark gonna be in trouble, trying to satchel things out, but it's not gonna be enough. KG happy to end things for KBG Gaming as they get one last push, and we'll see a game number 3.
A 2v1 not a problem for KG. You invest resources over to KG's Fiora and he can also carry the game. And this is why KBG is so scary, Giyong. And Run9 is not just going to be the only threat in this team. They have Xiaoma, they have KG. Heck, sometimes you would see the Tone carry the games for themselves. But KBG, as I have predicted, unleash their second form. Backs against their wall. Game 2 goes over to them.
It's like Saitama when he initially just plays around,
loses
but when
their
he's
hair.
like, if you make him irritated, if you get into his mind, he'll throw a serious punch onto you, and that was a serious game for KBG Gaming. It was interesting because Wu Game was taking control at some point, but KBG was just trying to scale up into the late game, and when they got the opportunity, they did not. They just took it without hesitation, and now game number 3 is about to commence. That game was just so clean for KBG. Turning the tides around the mid part of that game, negating all the lead that August had into injecting the goal towards Woohoo Gaming. Lemon as well didn't have the best of time in this particular game. No kills, I believe.
You go back to the draft of game number 1, and you saw that KBG did actually try to deny Lemon's Renekton. In game number 2, they left it open. Lemon got his Renekton, but was easily skewered by the Fiora of KG. Right? Sometimes you just don't have to ban away those champions that you think you can beat, and I think that KBG just learned their lesson come game number 2, that they can easily beat Lemon's preferred champion just by putting KG in a very preferable, in a very favored position. But that's actually a very interesting draft overall, Kiyang, because again, that's a double marksman facing against a double marksman. And whenever that happens, skirmishes do not often happen, right? Like, what often happens there is that scaling will happen. It will be a low scoring game. And those things in where we will be seeing like a 2v2, 3v3, 2 minutes in, 3 minutes, 4 minutes in. It's not going to happen because the damage of the marksman will not really be that reliable, and plus they are ranged champions, right? So all they really have to do is to clear out the waves. And so whenever that happens, the supports aren't really that impactful come early game. So come game number 3, how do you attack this? Do you actually just try to brute force by going for a Xin Zhao? Because Xin Zhao was actually the perfect champion to answer any double marksman composition. With just one crescent sweep, you can deny a lot of damage. And there you go, ladies and gentlemen, the MVP. Like, as if you can give it to someone else. Like, KG deserves it, right? Like, 100%. 4, 3, and 6, 20% damage and kill participation of 53%. And most importantly, was able to slow things down for KBG.
And I think Woohoo Gaming needs to change up the composition a little bit here. If they want to enable Lemon, just like in game number 1, they need supplementary champions, just like the Shen for August to enable him and help him out into the Baron lane, because KG is just an absolute monster in that particular lane, especially with the Fiora pick off, landing the MVP performance as well. So it can be challenging, but still possible. Game number 3 is gonna be an exciting one as we head onto a short break before the match actually starts. We are your casters, Giang and Nautilus, and we'll see you back after the short break.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectator UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner.
Game number 3, again, our way. After Keepes Gaming had a fantastic game number 2, now on their way to deny the opportunity for Woohoo Gaming to shut down their 11-game win streak, and on their way to execute a reverse sweep as well. We are your casters, Giang and Nautilus, and in that particular game, we had a question, right? How do they address Lemon into the Baron lane? How do they answer KGs as well? Will they change the composition? I think they really need to adapt a little bit and enable Lemon this time around. Possibly the Shen should be open and pick it up first place, but it would depend if Woohoo Gaming will be on blue side or red side. Looks like they are on red.
Well, WHG had their chance to be the streak busters. I don't feel comfortable that they can do it in game number 3 because we are talking about like the #1 team, the most convincing team of all, right? Like KBG can really attack from multiple targets, and now KBG has recognized that it's not Lemon that we have to respect. it is closer on his Z come game number 3, because during game number 1, this band was actually Renekton, 8 Rocks, and then it wasn't the Shen, it was something else, right? So now they are actually targeting 2 of the champions that was so effective for WHG, exactly, the Olaf, right? Thank you. Now, KBG will still be going back to the most conventional pick that they obviously love to really pick for UU. That's going to be the Gragas, answered immediately by WHG's preference to go for Ziggs.
I actually just wish that Spark would have confidence in picking up the Varus for Woohoo Gaming, because that is just gonna allow so much team fighting potential here for this particular team. We have seen it by Shama. We have seen it being demonstrated by many other teams as well, especially if you are going to be picking up the Nautilus too. And now Keepers Gaming can, oh my god, will they lock in Xin Zhao and Varus here? Oh, that is just deadly.
Yeah, the Xin Zhao again is one of those champions that can really change the tides of the game, especially if you are going for a double poke composition. One, with the crescent sweep, you can actually negate all of those damage that comes through to you. Second, you always will have that gap closer as well. Plus, the Gragas and Xin Zhao is like the knockback duo of the Wild Rift scene, right? Like, you have a knockback coming from the explosive cast and also the crescent sweep. KBG, third game in a row, will be flexing this Fiora. And this Fiora can either go to Unrun or KG. But after showing that performance on the Fiora, I think KG deserves to pick this champion.
Finally, Woohoo Gaming would have the opportunity to ban away the Varus. I think leaving the Senna open would be fine here, because game number 1, it forced UU to actually, build AP. And that paved the way for Woohoo Gaming to actually engage onto him, kill him, and have more access towards the back line. So maybe the Zoe or the Karma is better banned away here by Woohoo Gaming. Or the Corki would suffice as well. Still, KBG has a lot of ways to address this issue. This is a team with supreme discipline and also a really big adaptation rate towards mid-series. And look at this, still respecting Lemon's Riven. Is going to be picking up the Renekton. I'm still nervous. Gwen, I think, is going to be a good mage champion.
But I think that's August champion. Like that's for August, oftentimes. Whenever I see a WHG play Gwen, they go and give the Gwen over to August. And this is what I was waiting for. An Ashe. No, do not go for Corgi. Go for the Ashe. Never mind, they're going for the Corgi. And how about both? How about both? But the Ashe is actually good in this particular lineup, because again, it's all about winning the side lanes if you have the Fiora. And by having that by having that Ashe Enchanted Crystal Arrow, how do you respond to that is the question for WHG. You have to avoid those Enchanted Crystal Arrows, and we already have identified that Xiaoma is so good at this champion as well, right? So yeah, I'm thinking that this is actually a very good draft overall for KBG. One thing that really surprises me is that KBG really prefers Unrun 9 to be on the Zeri, yeah?
I actually thought that the Corki would be picked up already or locked in, because they immediately knew that this Jace is going into the mid lane. But Xiaoma says, no, I don't need the Corki. I don't need the Lucian. Just give me this area again. I'm going to be having more fun with this champion. And he is. He is already all smiles. Looking at the camera a while ago. And Woohoo Gaming has to be prepared this time around for a lot of arrows coming their way. Because Xiaoma is just so talented with this champion and will be inflicting a lot of traumas here towards the members of Woohoo Gaming. Especially Lemon, because game number 2, he just received a one-sided beatdown against KG. This time around, he also has to be, looking, watching out for those arrows from Shamo, and that's just so much trouble here for Woohoo Gaming.
And this is the same duo that KBG did use against Now Esports. I still remember that game. And where Unrun 9 was on the Zeri, Shamo was on the Ashe, and the double AD carry did actually catapult KBG into a 2-0 victory against Naos. Now, in heading into game number 3, of course, it will also they will also have to rely on towards Daton and of course Yu to be able to weather the storm in the at this particular time and try to extend the game so that Unrun 9's damage will be a lot more relevant. Lemon and Closer tag teaming here in the in the mid lane. And this is like, one of the rotations that was one of the more famous rotations back in the day. Yeah.
Oh, immediate flash just because of him being in the mid lane. Oddly, I don't know why he was there. Maybe just trying to get some XP alongside with Closer, but KBG immediately recognized that, went into the bot side river, and then forced a flash out of him.
The poster was actually referring to Unrun 9 being able to farm a lot of gold for himself, like 900 gold per minute. So he was indeed so rich at that game, right? There was no pentakill, and I don't think you can ever top the pentakill moment that he was able to do just a couple of weeks back, right? I think that's just a week ago. So we'll be looking into the situation in where KG is now being put in a 2v1 situation. WHG was the one who decided to go and do this, right? They're trying to protect Mikey because KG was definitely winning the lane just a while back. And now that Mikey is on the bot lane, Yu did respond to the call of Mikey and is now here on the top lane.
And similar to game number 1, this is one of the ways that they were actually able to get a lead against KPS Gaming a while ago, right? In game number 1, they were also able to get a lot of platings in the top lane. So it can work, and also if Lemon is gonna be the losing lane here on the side of Woohoo Gaming, it's much better to be against Xiaomo, right? Because the kill threat isn't really that high, especially in the early game, and KG being bullied is a good sign here for Woohoo Gaming. Doing a bit of damage here onto the Ashe is a good sign for Lemon as well. We'll be okay here in the bottom lane.
Yeah, this is actually the other way around, right? You're the Ashe, you get scared of Aaron Necton slicing and dicing into you. That is one of the champions that you can play into a range matchup so well, right? I remember, in the Baron lane, there are only a few champions that cannot be deterred by the range champions, such as the Vayne. What else? Teemo, right? Like those are the two range champions that we often see in the Baron lane. And Renekton does actually have a respectable matchup into them, just because you have a slice and dice and also has the ability to get that burst in. And all these range champions are so squishy that if you get that combo in, that could actually mean their death.
Both sides has a lot of squishy champions, and we have seen Spark develop actually as a player and improve a lot, being able to be as safe as possible here on the side of Woohoo Gaming, also make the decisive moves here for the team, getting the damage done. KPS Gaming, on the other hand, has more champions that they need to watch out for, especially Andran, the Zeri, though he is very talented, and even in game number 2 we haven't really seen him die at all at times, and Woohoo Gaming does struggle chasing him now. That's why he's very confident
arrow
with this champion. Connected, and yeah, first blood for sure. Daton also there, and KPS Gaming getting the first blow
from downtown. Xiaoma connects his enchanted crystal arrow from the top to the bottom. Now Yu and Xiaoma wants to clear the wave.
Spark gonna be in trouble. Megan for a while gonna be thrown out as they do pick up the kill onto Xiaoma. August being here trying to help out as Anran is here as well, but the damage isn't really a whole lot. Dredge line allowing Mikey to escape. Anran having so much confidence, continuing on the auto attack. Almost getting one out!
Oh my god! No way! No way! Okay. The guy is just a god. Like, okay, alright. So, Anran, I see you. And, yeah, and then that's why he loves this champion. He can find the angle that is not often seen by other players. He was just normaling away, like auto-attacking away, right? Waiting for that perfect opportunity to zap into the tower and get that potential double kill. It was one kill for him though, so yeah, run 9. Living up to the expectations that we have set for him numerous times now.
Yeah. Spark even was shivering in fear just because it was almost taken out there. Fortunately, the HP was still enough, but now being threatened, I'm not going to be connecting onto him as well, but Yu will body slam, flash onto him, still has damage. Spark no longer has the flash, being still chased as KBG gets another kill. This is just an absolute bloodfest here for Keepers Gaming. Another victim as August falls down. Nightmare for Woohoo Gaming now.
Everything is back to normal. KBG dominating WHG, and Lemon just trying to dance around KG. Won't be able to do a thing because that's on. Has this Rift Herald secured for themselves. KBG will also be in the position to secure what they want and love, and that is the first dragon. Right? We remember, looking into the stats, 66% during game number 2 for first dragon takedown for KBG. They will still be in the position to do so. Again, being able to respond well into adversity is what KBG is known for. Whenever they are pressed into the wall, but they basically retaliate and they just bare their fangs. And now the Tone is also level 9. So he's also going to be very scary.
Oh yeah. Spawning the Rift Herald into the mid lane will allow them to get a couple of gold injection towards their members. Woohoo Gaming down with 2,000 gold. 6.5 minutes in. This is not the start that you would want to have for Woohoo Gaming. Though they do have the late game scaling with the Gwen, but who is really going to be threatened by this Gwen? Because a lot of champions here from KBG can actually just kite him away. And they have a lot of disengage tools as well. Even the cast can be used on separating the members here of Woohoo Gaming. So they're not going to be scared at all. Shock Blast going to be an attempt as Anton actually goes in here onto closer. So much confidence.
And he was also pushed away from the wall. I like his usage of the second skill. Well, I like a lot of mechanics that is being displayed by Ron on a lot of champions, right? So it's no secret that I really enjoy the top tier Wild Rift mechanics, and Run having most of them is a pleasure to watch. Always. Lemon was able to dodge away from a near death experience, because had it been that the arrow connected, you could have seen another skewer moment in where Lemon will again have to revive. But a 3-man dive may do just that.
Yeah, Lemon gonna be in trouble. There's nothing that he can do. Keepers Gaming just continuously applying pressure, not only on Lemon's lane, but on every single lane here of Woohoo Gaming. And Closer couldn't even step up. Mikey. Depth charge gonna be used, but Shama I think is still gonna be fine here because no follow-up was there coming in from Spark, and now they're able to punish the overextension here of Mikey. Shama though getting completely zoned out by Spark is a good sign coming in from Woohoo Gaming, as Mikey is able to fall back. That's a charge gonna be used for the disengage, but he still wants to commit here. And Shama says, "Oh no, please no, let's just fall back, bro."
Yeah. Yu is saying, "I'm the carry now," and he's trying to push Spark and Mikey away. And that, I believe, is the banner whenever the first tower gets secured on the top side. The tower got secured by KBG. Look at the gold lead. Look at the gold graph. That's on 8.2k with Unrun 9 just close behind him. But this has been always the story for KBG, right? Like, whenever they dominate the early game, the Tone is the one responsible and is getting a lot of resources off of that as well.
This is why I just really like this player coming in from Keepers Game. He's so stable, always finds a way, and he's just so clean with his movements. And even in the other games that we have, even in game number 1, it was really finding ways for Keepers Gaming to come back in that, despite Woohoo Gaming being so ahead in game number 1. And now, given the lead, he's just extending it. And Woohoo Gaming has no way to actually shut him down. This composition struggles at shutting down Ishin Zhao. Maybe August can do some damage onto him later on, but can you really auto-attack in the later fights? Because KBG just possesses a lot of kiting ability and disengage tools again. And this Gwen is just becomes more of a questionable pick rather than a potential late game player.
I don't think we will even reach the point in where August will find the groove, find enough items to be a threat against KBG, because oftentimes this happens, right? A Enchanted Crystal Arrow is just an easy execute to start the team fight, and also the tone being ahead. That just means that he can go into the face of August and can be that threat, right? Especially with the lead that he currently possesses, 1v1 versus Gwen and Xinjiao. Who do you think will win?
It's the ton. Oh man, it's so hard right now for Woohoo Gaming. I mean, we got hype in game number 1. They had the potential. A lot of viewers are also supporting this team right now, but Keep Us Gaming, just the team that they are, this is standard for them. They like playing around, they like extending their limits, and when their backs are against the wall, they just become serious and start throwing the punches. And this time around, they are landing the decisive punch. Look at that. Arrow into a dead crocodile. I mean, there's nothing that Lemon could actually do at this point. Even Mike and Spark was like, bye. Nothing we can do.
He was given the career game during game number 1, and then immediately KBG has decided to target him down game 2 and game 3, right? Like, yeah. Okay, I see you. Yu, by the way, has always been so impressive. This is like the Yu that we know and love, right? Every time that Yu gets his hands on the Gragas, good things happen for KBG. And I don't think that we will ever see Gragas be ever out of the meta. Unless like we ever go to a hyper carry meta and where, enchanters will be the flavor of the month. But heading into the next patch as well, I really think that, supports really has to learn how to play Gragas effectively. If you have a very good Gragas, it doesn't matter it doesn't matter if you do not know how to pilot enchanter champions, other champions, because the Gragas is just basically like a treasure trove for all the supports out there.
This is one of the reasons why I really just love this champion in general. When I play support initially, I use this champion, and look at that. Cask into the isolation play. Immediately another dead crocodile turned into my wallet here for Keep Us Gaming. And now they're on their way towards securing another dragon for themselves. Woohoo Gaming, no chance. They have no front line now. Even the Nautilus, even Mikey cannot survive all the damage coming in from Keep Us Gaming. They have to give it away.
Just the presence of Yu was able to deter WHG's engaged potential. They learned their lesson. They know that you can just push back 4 members if he wants to. Now the Tone is here. Bye, Mikey.
Good job by Yu blocking that shock blast. Sham was still able to kite away, and now Mikey gonna be in trouble flashing away. But still the damage coming through from Closer and Spark is so good. Woohoo Gaming able to drive them away as KBG says, okay, we'll chill for a while.
Okay, Mikey survived to the end of it all, but had to invest like a stasis, a flash as well. The Tone is already reaching the level 13 mark, so is August. But the case with August is different, right? Like you would see August here, he's getting the lane minions as well. I don't see the same thing from KG, right? Sorry, from the Tone. Oftentimes, the Tone is just farming the jungle monsters as well as the champions of the opposing side. Andra 9 also is level 13. So we are at that point where Andra 9 can easily get that pentakill moment again. Are you ready this time around?
I want to ask the same question here for Woohoo Gaming, because now at least they were able to dodge the arrow. That's a good sign. Okay, they're still finding ways to alleviate the pressure. But again, another pressure being established here by KBG. KG back on the split push. And again, nobody can just stop this player. He's just an absolute beast with this champion. And even if August goes there, let's say August can win against KG. What KBG can just do is just force the Baron. Now that forces Lemon to be here, and we all know what just happens when he faces off against the Fiora. Nothing.
Yu Spark!
It hit after the satchel charge! That is just obnoxious. KG and Keep Us Gaming just finding ways again. So unfortunate for Spark. He tried.
Some of the frontline members as well flashed away, leaving Spark defenseless, and that has been the story of the game. Oh no, 1 by 1 WHG falls down.
Turned into a wallet. The astronaut turned into dust as August just tries to flee. And KBG gonna be happy with 2 kills. Gonna say, bye-bye, we'll take this Baron. Try if you can steal this out, but I'm sure you can't.
Yeah, Augustus is also far away, and I don't think he has enough abilities and mobility to catch this Baron and sniff the Baron. KBG will be securing this. That will be their first Baron in the game and will most likely be the only thing that they need to finish up this game. We saw them capitalize and use one Baron during game number 2 to its maximum extent. And we look into this replay again. Look at how Xiaoma prepares for everything. It was Yu starting everything. The body slam did not connect. And with the satchel charge being there, it did not matter. He still got clipped by the enchanted crystal arrow. And that, I think, is the reason why I really love KBG whenever they have the Ashe in their team, right? It's so easy to execute. You just press the arrow and easy start to a fight.
Ooh,
is what I want to say.
Being very aggressive there onto the Ton. Yeah, Xiaoma just really talented on this Ashe and causes a lot of trauma towards the members of Woohoo Game. Now their backs against the wall. All the towers being pushed here by the members of Keepers Gaming. Still has a lot of time for this Baron buff to help them out. Bottom lane being pushed by And, and the Ton also helping him out. And the rest is just being pushed back. Nothing that Woohoo Gaming can do, but they will try here into the mid lane. Thought takes a bit of damage, throws out the Crescent Guard, and will be able to force out the stasis here of Lemon. Ooh. Oh my god, that damage onto Spark! Wait, what?
Is that an AP Zeri?
I don't think so. There was a Trinity Force. There was an IE. How is that damage possible? Now the Thon is going to be going here. Mikey, Stasis, Spark just trying to alleviate the pressure, but it's nothing that they can actually do at this point. KG wants to finish up the kill onto the Ziggs, but no, they will just finish the game. Deny the win of Woohoo Gaming, and still will be securing 12-game win streak. Keepers Gaming is just an absolute beast.
12-1 is their record, and they are not going to stop anytime soon. You did say that, you know, most of the Chinese teams, they have assassinated them. They have devoured them one by one. Now, the time has come for the APAC teams to feel the wrath of this #1 team. It wouldn't surprise me if they end up with a record of 18-1, because outside of that loss against Nova Esports, it does feel so easy for KBG.
Oh my god, this team is just too much to handle. I like that Woohoo Gaming gave them a run for the money in game number 1. Game number 2, they had the chance until, you know, they had it until KBG took it away from them. And game number 3 is just a decisive win from the start of game number 3. And we can't help but just feel happy here for Keepers Gaming and put a lot of respect towards this team. This is a high-achieving team. Again, the WRL 2022 champions, and for the rest of the regular season, they only have 2 more games left for them. 2 more matches against Trace Esports and again Weibo Gaming. And we can't help but just be feeling excited about those games as well. They're looking for that 14-0 or 14-1 rather. That's the only.
Well, we all know that
to take them down.
We all know that the last time that they got crowned as the WRL champions, it was Weibo Gaming standing in their way, right? And Trace Esports also has shown a big improvement over time, right? That also has a very good jungler in the Weibo. Maybe, just maybe, that is one way to win against KBG. I don't want to look too far ahead. But yeah, I do think it's doable, because if Nova's Esports Long was able to do it, Weibo should also be able to do it, right? Right?
I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing that match. I'm excited. I'm thrilled for that. But in this game, Woohoo Gaming, they tried. It's so just unfortunate that game number 2 and game number 3, Lemon was absolutely decimated by KG and the rest of KBG. Mikey tried. He was actually making a lot of really good engages towards the crucial members of KPS Gaming. But at that point in time, mid-game, fear was instilled towards the members of Woohoo Gaming at that point. And they couldn't really follow up as efficiently as game number 1.
Yeah.
And it's just so difficult to turn it around.
Like game number 1, had it been that they chose Ashe as their drag laner, I think, you know, it could have been different for KBG. But yeah, they kind of want to experiment a bit or limit test a bit. And so now, again, when it comes to the do or dies, Xiaoma still would have the Ash as his go-back champion. The MVP 2-1-6, 18% kill participation of 62%, and with the goal difference of 1,000, more than 1,000 at the end of it all. So yeah, very well-deserved win for KBG. Extends their win streak. But up next, we have another APAC team trying to win against a Chinese team. That will definitely be an uphill battle. A David versus Goliath matchup. Young.
JDG, the only team to, or one of the only teams that did put a big challenge against Keepest Gaming recently, will be faced off against, faced off by Team Flash, a team that is so far struggling right now in the bottom of the APAC bracket. We are going to be stepping by, of course, for a short break, but Autolus and I will be back after 10 minutes. See you around for the final match.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of two conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL-CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Bear on Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the players' items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL-CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send one player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectator UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald, or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the players' items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRLCN Conference and 8 from the WRL APAC Conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN Conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC Conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying.
Welcome back to the last series of today. We have JDG versus Team Flash in another best of 3. So far, as of today's schedule, we have seen 2 game 3s. Will this be the same, or will this be a one-sided beatdown? We are your casters, Guillaume and Autolus, and we are definitely looking forward to this as Team Flash is looking to redeem themselves.
Indeed, we have been on the APAC hype train since yesterday, since the other day, because we have seen a couple of APAC teams really win against their Chinese opposition, and we can only hope for, especially with Team Flash, that they will finally find their first win against JDG. Though it is going to be extremely hard, but as they say, you know, the harder it is, the more impressive it will become. Now we look into the lineup of JDG: Sunny, Once, Feibai, Juju, and Doki. And I know that I have been posed to you this question as to who do you think really is the star player. You did say that Juju has been one of those stellar players for JDG. But I have, you know, the last time that we casted them together, it was Once and Sunny that really made things a lot difficult for KBG. Especially Sunny, whenever he is on the Jax, it does feel like the Jax is cracked whenever Sunny is the one playing it.
True. And he is just an absolute monster in this. And now to compare it to Team Flash, which had a lot of roster changes over the past few days, is going to be having a bit of a challenge this time around. A bigger challenge as they now have Decent in the jungle. We have Ellie as well in, well, now going to be back in the Dragon lane, as he did try to be a support in one of the games. But it's still going to be quite of a challenge here for Team Flash. They haven't really found their groove yet, and it would take a lot. No game wins or no series wins just yet. Only one game win during Invade Esports, in which they did try the same roster or the same lineup when they faced off against Now Esports, but it didn't work. And now to compare it to JDG is like what you said, David versus Goliath, and it does make a lot of sense. Every stat here is better on the side of JDG, and it's hard to find a glimpse of hope for Team Flash. Hopefully in this game, in this series, they would pave a way.
I kind of wanna, the very first win by Team Flash, talking about game or talking about the map, happened against Invade Esports, and that was April 13th. So when it comes to, you know, the longest lose streak possible, I do think the Team Flash currently possess that. You know, one way or another, something has to change, and they did change something. You look into the lineup of Team Flash now; they are fielding a new jungler. Decent will be the one playing on the top lane. It was Stan X manning the Baron lane. It's no longer Shy, which is one of the, you know, poster boys for Team Flash ever since his career started with Wild Rift. He has always been, you know, the guy to watch out for whenever you witness Team Flash. But we look into the head-to-head matchup of Feibai and Kuzi. You would see all across the board, except for kill participation, that Feibai does have better numbers.
Yeah, this guy is just really talented for JDG, and even threatened a lot during their match against Keepes Gaming. So eyes are gonna be on him a lot of times as well. Well, on every member actually, on the side of JDG, because they're very creative. They're very decisive as well in their movements. They were able to pull off a game number 2 against Keepes Gaming, in which Sani even was an absolute monster, and Feibai really loves picking up the assassins to wreak havoc in the field here on Wild Rift. So Kuzi has to step up. Ellie has to step up as well as he faces off Juju, because this guy will be looking forward to picking up the Varus. I don't know if Ellie can counter that, or will be having enough confidence to steal that Varus out.
Yeah.
And that poses another problem here for Team Flash.
I mean, he used to be the Dragon Laner for Team Flash. Back when they were the glorified Team Flash, right? Like, historically speaking, they have been one of the best teams in Southeast Asia. In fact, during the Icons Global, Ellie was already part of their roster, right? So Ellie and Empty was their duo lane back then. And Empty was the one supporting. It just so happened, and with the new changes that they have made with their roster, Ellie was forced into the support role, but now it's back into his more comfortable role. So I actually like seeing, Team Flash with Ellie being in the Dragon Lane. And I do guarantee you that if given the opportunity to play the Varus, he will be playing that champion.
I love that, because Ellie has been adjusting a lot here towards Team Flash. Even tried out mid lane at some point, and support
really?
as well.
He
Now
did?
being backed in. And sometimes prior to this one, and hopefully he does have enough leverage towards this game. Hopefully he is ready to face off Juju as well. And on our support line, Hin as well has to step up. Doki is very deadly with the Gragas, and even the Nautilus. He did try it against Keepes Gaming too. And this team in general, JDG, has been very experimental, and they make it work. That's one of the fascinating things that I do adore here on the side of JDG. Aim to challenge the elite teams, and even though they do struggle at the other ones, they're very confident today.
In the solo lane, JDG.
Let's head over to Alora with the introductions here, yeah.
下面有请打野选手 In the jungle, JDG, Once, TF, Lee Sin. 接下来让我们有请中路选手 In the mid lane, JDG, 飞白, TF, Kuzi. 下面有请射手 In the dueling JDG 99 TF Ali。 最后有请辅助选手 and support JDG Doki TF King。 两支队伍现已集结完毕，让我们即刻进入召唤师峡谷。All the players are getting ready. Let's start into the world.
They're ready. They're ready. I'm excited to see who is going to be playing in the fight for side as well. Because, well, on JDD's side, we have seen Sani, Juju, play a lot here for JDG. And for Team Flash, we have seen TanX and Shy play a lot as well. I'm looking forward to see Shy actually play, or maybe decent. No, oh, okay. He's gonna be the one playing. Let the new player participate in the fight.
I don't think Shy is on the roster even to be able to participate in the one.
Alright,
I think Tanix will be the one playing the Baron later. Okay, so the last time that I saw Team Flash play was when they were battling OMG. I was casting it with Dash, and I was so high on Team Flash. I was saying, yeah, this is where they will win. And I know, some of our viewers might have recognized me, overselling and overhyping Team Flash, because in that game number 1 against OMG, they drafted a Senna, which was the perfect champion for Team Flash. And I really thought that, with all the changes that they did, that they will get over the hump. Turns out I was wrong. They got O2'd. But today is another day that I will believe in them. And you know my power, right? Whenever I believe, some cool things happen. So we'll see.
I'm excited for this game. I want to see Team Flash this time around get off the chains, break the pattern, and challenge JDG. Even if it's just a win, that is a big improvement already here for Team Flash, because it only has been, not the best of time and experience here for this team, this organization here in this tournament, unable to get a series win. So everyone, all the supporters here of Team Flash is looking forward to them, stepping up, and they have made a lot of changes. They have made a lot of developments. Decent is one of those as well, and I'm looking forward to seeing him perform at his peak in this game against JDG. This is a formidable team that they are facing right now, and hopefully they are ready. They're well packed.
That is one thing that we can only hope for as their APAC brothers, right? Like, Venom was able to get that first win that has eluded them for so long. Team Flash were still waiting for them to get over the hump. And having to be able to do it against JDG will definitely be more remarkable than being able to win against OMG for the obvious reasons, right? JDG is one of our top 6 teams from China. In fact, they pushed KBG to the limit, right? They forced a game 3 against the best team in China right now. So it kind of makes sense that, if Team Flash ever wins one game, that's a good moral victory already. But I don't think they will be ever content with that, and they will try to push their luck in getting a 2-win scenario and getting their first series win. But let's head over into this 1v1 scenario. Decent will be playing the Gragas, Yasuo for Doki. And Guillaume, we have seen Gragas win some 1v1, most notably when Brave was the one who played it and played a tank Gragas. So he kind of had that plan to push over their opponent, or push over his opponent over the wall or over the Ring of Fire. But this is kind of different because he's actually using Face Rush, which basically maximizes mobility. So this is going to be full AP Gragas.
Do you prefer the Face Rush Gragas or the Electrocute Gragas if it's going to be late? Because personally, I do like the Electric if it is going to be going for AP. But what about you?
I want this Face Rush Gragas because, especially against melee champions, I mean, Yasuo being one of the exceptions, of course, because he has a lot of gap closing potential. But oftentimes, whenever we see Gragas played in the Baron lane, you would understand why they go for Face Rush, because they go for one skill, auto attack, and then not explosive cast, but rolling barrel or barrel roll. And that will immediately give you a window of opportunity to run away. So it's more of like, upgraded and improved way of poking as a Gragas. So yeah, I kind of like the Face Rush Gragas.
Hopefully Decent is going to be able to do exactly that against Doki, because Doki is very, very disciplined. We'll be picking up the Blade of the Ruin King. I wonder what item Decent is going to be picking up here. Will it be the Crystalline Reflector to deny some of the damage being thrown out by Doki? Also, Steel Caps might be important here, if ever, to deny some damage again for Doki. But in return, that will cause Decent to lack some damage.
I don't think you ever go for armor items. You go all in. You burst him down. That's the rule. That's the beaut whenever you play AB Gragas. So yeah, well, he might go for Rod of Ages, some defensive items here and there. But if I'm Decent, I'll go for Leech Bane. I'll go for that cap and try to
I like that.
burst down Doki.
Lich Bane, Death Cap, all the AP items that you can use to just obliterate Doki. Maybe a Ludens as well, just for the additional damage, and the proc as well. Looks like that is gonna be the case. I'm liking that. At least wave clear wise, it will be better for this Gragas of Decent as well. Maybe Lich Bane, second item, would be best as well. At least maximizing the initial burst damage. Oh, Doki does have the shield.
Yeah.
Will not be stopped there.
Didn't Seiko gives enough ability haste as well, just so you can cycle your skills more. That's basically the way Gragas works, right? And now with the explosive cask available, are you ready for the unexpected? Because I actually think that this is a good matchup for the Gragas. I know that you can cancel out a lot of damage as a Yasuo with the wind wall, but you can actually squeeze in a lot of damage and poke the Yasuo so well, especially with the face rush. I mean, you look at that. Lee Sin just runs away.
Easy out here for Lee Sin.
Yeah.
I don't know, actually he's starting to like this. But Doki does
dude,
have the
like...
wind wall to block it. Is some of the damage here coming in from Lee Sin. Oh, unable to land the knock up here.
Oh,
the body slammed. A good
face
damage
rash
showing out. Oh!
Oh, that's like you see Lee Sin, he's laughing right now. Oh, what's that?
Okay.
Keyblade? Yeah.
He does the flash. Oh, almost there for Lee Sin and Doki. Does have the heal ready and available, but he will be catching the wave first.
Yeah, Lee Sin was laughing with his explosive casket for the right reasons, right? Like, this is definitely a good matchup for the Gragas. I really think that, Gragas could actually win against the Yasuo. But now he's going for the plated steel caps. Also goes for the Oblivion Orb, just trying to negate some sustain here and there for Doki. Flash and Barrier not going to be available for the Yasuo. Meanwhile, Ignite will soon be available for Lee Sin.
I'm wondering how much damage Lee Sin is going to be able to deny here towards Doki, because again, he is also building the Null Mantle, so he is also resisting some of the damage here of Lee Sin.
Yeah, but this is really fun to watch. Like the face rush abuse, man. I tell you, like
Okay. Doki's gonna be in trouble. Cast this time gonna be connecting. Lee Sin wants to get a kill. Does have the movement speed. Okay.
It's so fun to watch.
We're laughing as well.
A Gragas that is so fast when it comes to move speed. It's like the funniest Gragas that we've ever seen or that we will ever see.
Keeps on
pure comedy.
Chug. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just bouncing around, running away.
The Ring of Fire will spawn soon. The Wind's End will definitely be helping Doki's cause. But look at Lee Sin. He's now prepping up to go against the magic resistances that Doki will be able to get because of this item. By getting that Void Orb or Void Amethyst.
Will this be enough? Can Doki finally get a kill here on to Lee Sin, or will Lee Sin find a way to take him down? Ring of Fire still not in here. Lee Sin going in once more. That's a lot of damage that Doki
He's just waiting for the wind wall.
He's
waiting for the wind wall because that's what you do, right? You wait for the wind wall so that you can throw your explosive cask. And Doki survives with 1 HP. All the resistances that is needed by the Yasuo is actually available for him. Like, you look at Lee Sin. Such a fun player to watch because he's about having fun. He's having fun abusing this face rush Gragas. I'm kind of having fun too. Like, this is so enjoyable to watch.
Yeah, I'm liking this. We're seeing both players enjoy this game. It is it is an important match right now. Important to secure the side selection priority for both sides. But having to see them, just enjoy the game in particular, having enjoyed this match is a nice sight to actually see. Now they do have a chance again to kill each other. Lee Sin almost got the kill a while ago onto Doki. Still gonna take a while.
Mercury Thread's already completed for Doki, so a little bit more magic resistances, but Lee Sin already has a completed Void Staff, so whatever magic resistance Doki did try to invest on, it was easily negated by the Void Staff magic penetration. I'm still waiting for that all-in coming from Lee Sin, and we all know, come the sudden death, the requirement of being able to kill your opponent twice will already just dwindle down to 1.
Okay, no more wind wall. Decent. Oh, good flash by Doki to dodge at least one ability. Dodge twice as well.
He's going to get his health pack just behind his tower. Oh, he did not go in.
Actually, I thought he would go in with the last breath. Decent though. Is in a bit of trouble. Ring of Fire already spawned. One more chance.
Had he
to go
went
back to
in, like Doki could have just one right then and there, yeah? Like being able to kill the Gragas just outside or just beside his tower means that he can easily push the tower. And with a lot of attack speed, that could have signaled the end of it all. But now we are entering the sudden death, which means that you kill your opponent, that's going to be the end of it. Doki is still playing with fire right now, and it's just trying to cheap shot into the health parts of Decent.
Oh no, Ring of Fire. Cask is available. Doki definitely will be saving his wind ball this time around. He has to save it. He has to be able to at least dodge that attack. Last breath not going to be used just yet. Just chipping off a lot of HP here from Decent. Good job on dodging that S1 as well.
We're waiting for that one big fight to happen. And Doki and Decent is just also preparing for that. You're right, you kind of want to save the wind wall for the most important fight. And that is going to happen soon and fast. Here comes the Ring of Fire.
Oh, wind wall already used. Decent doing a really good job hiding under that. Oh, flash! That should be it. Oh my, Doki. That was as clean as it gets, and both players actually, laughed at the very end. It's just an amazing experience.
Flashing away from the explosive cask was actually what he needed to get that 1v1 win. And for the viewers out there, the prize is that your team will be getting side selection. Yeah, I kind of know that some of our viewers just wishes to have some other way to determine who gets side selection, but this is actually also fun to watch, right? Like we are able to dissect a 1v1 scenario between two champions that we will most likely see in the 5v5 as well anyways, so might as well have fun with it. And so now we go and enter the 5v5 phase with JDG getting the side selection. Like the question is, where do they go? Do they go blue? Do they go red? Because it looks like that either of the two will be a good side for them.
Well, JDG, they are very comfortable with either side. Team Flash, well, they're trying to redeem both sides here that they have experienced. They only have one win so far, and it is on red side, but they also have more losses on red side as well, so maybe they want to take their chances on blue if given the opportunity by JDG. Congratulations to Doki having a really good outplay at the very end, allowing JDG to have this side selection. It always is a nice sight to see those kinds of outplays, and it did take a long time, sudden death, but good finish as well.
We're waiting for the draft to commence here, Giang. Any thoughts that you kind of want to share? Well, for me, for Team Flash, let me start. I kind of want to set a draft to happen. Try to, play to their comfort and try to win from there. How about you?
Given that JDG is picking blue side, it's going to be a challenge here for Team Flash, because most of the time we do see a lot of teams struggle when they need to have a target ban. But being on red side means you have to ban the Camille and the Aatrox, and we didn't really see that much teams, especially on the APAC side, have enough confidence to be there at all. And JDG is making most of that weakness here of Team Flash. They are going to be able to ban a couple of champions here of Team Flash, possibly target the ban LD, force him to adjust a little bit. And JDG, I'm sure they are going to be taking the Varus here for Juju, so they can just first pick it, maybe deny the Senna, deny the Ziggs, and even the Zoe. That alone can be a good answer to Team Flash already.
I just don't think, the Varus is still first pick worthy, right? Like, I understand the support, like, especially Gragas should be considered as the first pick. But earlier today, I got surprised of the priority on the Varus, which actually did make a lot of sense given that situation. But is it really applicable on all situations is what I'm trying to say, and I don't think that that's the case. Well, we'll look into this and see how JDG approached this. This is definitely not first pick worthy, right? Okay, so Gragas goes back in action for JDG this time, and it will be Doki that will be playing it. At one point, the Gragas win rate was at 60%, right? Like so, it is indeed first pick worthy. Now Team Flash will be picking the Varus for themselves, and this is a good takeaway from Juju as well, right? Now Team Flash will also have the ability, will also have the option to go for the Nautilus or preserve it for the third pick, because now you can prioritize something else for your team, maybe the Kazakhs. No, okay. Anyway, Nautilus is still pretty much okay.
I'm liking this. I'm liking seeing the Varus and the Nautilus being picked up here by Team Flash. This shows that they are really adapting towards, you know, what is working right now in the meta. JDG will get their hands onto the Fiora for Sunny, and well, Feibai can also use it if he wants to. He is just so good with those highly mechanical champions. And Ash gonna come through here for Juju. Looks like he wants to spice things up.
And it also was very effective when it got played by a lot of Chinese teams. So when talking about JDG, by drafting this Fiora plus an Ash, you already know where this Fiora is headed, right? Like, it will definitely go to the side of Sunny, or maybe even Feibai, and we'll try to win from there. We saw it from KG, we saw it from Unrun 9, and JDG will also try to emulate the same thing to happen here. So if you're Team Flash, you kind of want to be able to support your side laner. One way to do it is by drafting, you know, a superior, better laner, and Renekton is one of that. Another is by going for Kazakhs, because Kazakhs is definitely one of the best junglers that we have out there, outside of the Shen, that can help out, you know, the side laners. And immediately JDG has recognized that, you know, the Kazakhs could be a problem to our game plan, and immediately bans it away.
I'm like the Renekton. I'm like the ban on of JDG onto the Kazakhs. It does show that Team Flash are willing to go a mile here in terms of getting those pickoffs, and JDG's composition is relatively squishy. If you're an Ash, you're gonna be, you know, quite vulnerable on the backside, being the supplementary or the utility ADC here of JDG. Zed as well gonna be respected, but that leaves Akali and Yone open here for Team Flash, and Yone being covered off the meantime. They also have, you know, slice and dice from the Renekton. This is a scary composition that Team Flash is having right now.
Yeah, and we also have to remember that there are just but a few Yone junglers from APAC that can carry the game for you. One was Valdez. Now, Decent is still that big question mark for us because he's the new player. He's the new addition for Team Flash. Will he also find the same level of success? Because if he did, or if he will be able to find the same level of success, then yeah, I'm liking the chances of Saigon TF in this particular series. Rounding up the draft for JDG is to just double down on the pick composition that they do have by going for the Vi. They have the Ash, and they also have the Kali to execute one member right out the map, right from the get-go. JDG viewer support rating 90%, understandably so.
I'm excited for this. Looks like the Vi and the Akali going all in here for JDG. I'm liking this. Look at the viewer support rating, 90%. That does make a lot of sense. Well, JDG is still a strong team, but kind of wanted a little bit more supporters here on Team Flash's side, but looks like it's not going to be the case. Let's see if they can change things up though. If they can defy expectations, that is the goal here for Team Flash. They are having a bit of a slump, one of the, you know, most challenged experience right now here for this amazing team, and with a lot of changes, looking for ways to finally get that first series win is the question here for Team Flash. JDG still has a lot in the bank.
APAC versus China. I have believed, I will believe, and I will continue to believe. Game number 1 is underway, ladies and gentlemen. JDG from China going against Team Flash from Saigon, Vietnam. Looking into their draft, it's just so easy to execute JDG. Team Flash, though, there is a window of opportunity that they can win this, especially with the ease of execution as well. With the Nautilus being there, also the Varus, they can easily lock down one member from JDG.
Yeah, the lockdown is going to be a problem here for Team Flash, especially in the early game. JDG has a way to unlock top lane, enable Sunny, make him, you know, an absolute monster into the early game, because the Yone is not going to be having that much damage into the early game. Juju getting engaged here by Hin, but Ellie getting engaged by Doki. Not really the best trade here for Team Flash, but still is okay for them.
Also looking into the jungle pathing, both of them started golems, so it's kind of expected that one way or another they will be meeting each other on the mid lane, though, as the trade is happening between Feibai and Kuzi. But Doki is here to provide support to the mid laner of JDG.
Kuzi had vision with the ward that they have placed there in the pixel brush, and the Hin just gonna be assisting him as well.
Oh no!
Looks like, oh, he wants to just set up vision. They will be spotting decent out, and that is information now for JDG. They can work around towards top side, establish control against Stan X, and just give him a hard time there.
Tanax was their jungler just a couple of matches ago, couple of weeks ago. Is now playing the Baron role, Baron lane role. And immediately recalls away. He did receive some pokes from Sunny, and that is so hard to watch because now Sunny and Doki is putting the pressure in towards Hin. You can easily see the micro difference between the two teams just because of that recall by Sunny. Sorry, by Tanax.
Oh man, Decent has to really step up this time around. Big responsibility to scale up into the late game and deal a lot of damage, especially onto the backside of JDG. He has a lot of chances. If he gets a kill onto Juju later on, then that's going to be a good sign for them. Now, Tanax and him just being pressured a little bit here. We do see Once as well, just hovering there for quite a bit. But given the recall, I think you're just going to be happy shoving out the wave, go with a reset, and then, you know, get a couple of items.
You know, the good thing for Team Flash was that no one was prepared to dive them, because had it been that Once was there, especially at level 5, it could have been a disaster for Team Flash. So Team Flash is just going to clear the wave, and whatever advantage that you have with the Nautilus or Renekton, it was just easily negated by the laning phase of Chatter Crystal Arrow.
Oh yeah, that's a kill for sure. So much CC is present here for JDG, and good kill as well. Handed over towards Feibai. That is gonna accelerate the scaling here of the Akali, and Team Flash has to be more careful now.
I kind of remembers that Vietnam is also a big Ash region. So hopefully, you know, one way or another, we'll be revisiting the days in where Team Flash would not hesitate to go for the Ash, because that's also one of their strong points. But in this game, JDG is the one abusing it, right? Like 13.3k already 3 minutes in with this gold advantage. It's not just the kill that really got them this lead. It's also the laning phase of Sunny against Tanax.
Feibai as well. You know, we just saw some stats here on his Akali 4-0. We'll be looking to get a couple of kills. But speaking of kills, because top lane, Loki's gonna be in trouble. Whoa! Team Flash getting one, but Cass actually doing a lot here for Sunny. Won't be able to get a kill. It's not his time just yet, and Team Flash will get away with one kill.
Sunny, the 2v2 did actually become a 3v2, and they need that. We kind of noted that this Yone pick will definitely be the biggest wildcard for Team Flash, because we saw the masterful performance coming from Valdez, and Decent has like a big shoe to fill. Because if he's able to at least find the same level of success, then yeah, things will get interesting really, really fast. So a good kill by Team Flash to at least stop the bleeding.
JDG, they have a lot of opportunities to prevent Team Flash anyway to get a couple of kills. They actually have more of a pressure in terms of kills, especially with the enchanted arrows. So if they can land this arrow, because, well, we do see the Ashe into the mid lane. They can just use the arrow into the top side from the base even. And Danex has to be extra careful. Whenever this arrow is on cooldown, we can expect a gank happening. So Team Flash has to really watch out wherever Doki and Once is. Establish maybe some deep wards or maybe some wards into the river. Because oftentimes we do see them just setting up for kills.
JDG is now starting this Rift Herald. Meanwhile, the red team is going for the Infernal Dragon. But Doki is here. Oh!
Arrow connecting onto the Oni. Oh, that's a big cast as well for the isolation plays. Fate Seal gonna be used for the disengage.
Oh no, Decent is dying.
Too much damage. You're gonna go back to your soul. Can they actually help him out?
Oh!
Is the question. Doki actually gonna be backing away. That's a lot of damage that this Ashe is taking right now. It looks like opportunity now for Team Flash. Once is here to join the fight. Is pushing a little bit too much and will be just disengaging, giving this dragon for Team Flash. Oh! From downtown, Elysius the 3, and we'll be getting it as well.
I told you, man. Team Flash, whenever Ellie is on the Dragon Lane, good things happen. Tanex might even get a solo kill topside.
Wow. No
5
way.
kills to 1. Team Flash flexing their muscles, was even able to get the Infernal Dragon as their major prize. Let's look into that team fight once again. It was the Enchanted Crystal Arrow that connected onto Decent, and I thought that Decent is just about to die, but the Fate Seal plus of course the Soul Unbound did allow him to at least smite the Gromp. The Gromp smite did allow him enough HP regen to come back in the fight healthy enough to deal damage. Ellie, double kill already. At this point, no one's still trying to get in, but what is really interesting here is Ellie finding Juju max ranged arrow. There you go.
That's just amazing. That's just amazing. Especially with these and able to smite a Gromp and go back. Now it's gonna be trouble. Fate Sealed as well to cancel engage onto Tanex. That's just beautiful. Another counter here by Team Flash.
Yep. And now Tanex just has to do one thing. Yeah, he has to scare away Sani. It's harder to do though, with Doki being here, Smite being needed to really clear out the Gromp. Sorry, not the Gromp, but the Rift Herald. But look at Team Flash going for a cross-map play. Mid lane tower opened. Team Flash from APAC is doing it.
Team Flash! What do you say now, 90%? What do you say now? You're starting to believe? You're starting to switch sides? Because we are loving what we're seeing right now for Team Flash. But the game is not over. The game is not over. Series is not over. It's still just the early game in which they're making most out of this situation.
Yeah.
But this is something that we have been looking forward to Team Flash. Again, the matchup is really dictated here, or really leaning towards JDG. But with this composition, they are executing it top tier.
But you know what is bothering me right now? Like, they were able to get like 5 kills already, but the gold lead hasn't really ballooned to a point that it is comfortable for the side of Saigon Team Flash, right? Like 1,000 gold for 6 kills. Arrow, by the way, going to connect onto Tanex, and he might die.
That is a lot of
ultimate. Yeah. Okay, interesting. Sani had the grand challenge available and hesitated. The mind games from Team Flash is happening, and we might be looking into the very first win by Team Flash, game-wise, okay, map-wise, right? Since the very beginning of their show here in WRLA. I know it's too early to celebrate, but everything that could go right did actually go right for the side of Team Flash.
And right now they're sitting a little bit with a gold lead. So it has to be very careful because again the cask and the arrows can be a big thing. Engage wise, JDG has a lot of tools to work around into the map. But they're losing, they're losing opportunity here. Team Flash being able to scale means that they will be able to access the backline even more. And even though they do have Feibai on the Akali, yeah, that is a lot of damage later on into the game. But if your backline is just gonna get obliterated, if Once won't be able to get that single target pick off, then it's more towards Team Flash right now. They have the confidence right now to contest this RH. JDG might need to fall back.
with the amount of gold that they were able to get, yeah, for sure, you have to remain confident. You have to challenge every bit of objective that you can challenge. But you can already see the Team Flash's bot side is actually being pushed. Oh no. Good macro from JDG regardless of the result of this lateral takedown.
Let's see, Feibai does have a really good angle. Arrow gonna be connecting only onto Hin. They know now where Feibai is. And Team Flash are looking to shove the mid lane and then go back to the RH.
It is so hard to watch because JDG just knows that, you know, the lane minions are being denied as we speak. And Team Flash, basically the patience that they're showing right now is being capitalized by JDG.
Huge wave in top lane, huge wave in bottom lane.
Yeah.
And Sunny recognizes bottom lane. Looks like he is going to be pushing it down so that he can draw attention from Team Flash. And Team Flash draws back as well from the RH.
And now if you're JDG, you're now in the position to trade something, right? The Ocean Dragon has now spawned into the map. And again, this is what we call superior macro. Decent.
Oh no, that's a good cast here onto Decent. Will be forced a little bit back as Stanex looks to serve into the front line. Judy is still able to pre-hit, but the rest of Team Flash looking to disengage. They got a kill onto the Crocodile. Decent as well with really good feint seal onto the backside. Still remains alive as well as Hin still tanking a lot. Good knock up there onto the Ashes. Juju flashes out. Good job by Once answering back as Ellie and Kuzi gets 1 kill each. And now with the trade-off, looks like they want more. Ellie is throwing the arrow, missing the margin, but Kuzi is going to be joining him. Once to disengage, arrow not connecting. And looks like that is going to be the end of it. Team Flash still continuing with the blows.
You know what Decent has just impressed me so far in this game. Like, his mechanics is top tier. But Doge is here. He's now trying to contest this dragon. No smite though. So that is easy takedown for Team Flash. I just want a replay of what Decent did in that fight alone, right? You see Decent here. Decent was easily targeted down. Doki, explosive cast. Once was not able to follow through, and the HP of Decent was definitely at a critical level. He still found the Akali though in the process. I mean, you look at Feibai. Feibai was already less than 20% health. Easy assassination. Goes back with exactly 1 HP. And that was the separation needed by Team Flash to actually win this team fight. Even Kuzin on the side lane was doing some outplays as well. And although Ellie did miss out this arrow, it still was a very convincing win for the APAC representatives. Team Flash again baring their fangs against JDG.
Showing their fist as well onto JDG. Decent sitting at the very top here on the gold chart. Still, the gold isn't massive, but we're seeing such an incredible performance here by Team Flash. 2 dragon stacks right now. 1 more and they will have one of the best winning component here in this particular game. JDG has to step up. And Team Flash is making most out of this game right now. Able to counter them, and despite the arrows being thrown out here by Juju, they're still able to answer back perfectly and methodically. This is the Team Flash that we have been looking for.
Kuzi just trying to balance out the wave. Still feeling, is still being pressured by the Fiora. Enchanted Crystal Arrow, does it connect to Tanex? It still connects onto Tanex, but he's so far back in between 2 towers, and I just don't think the JDG will follow through. Or, okay. No vision, no vision. Like, Tanex just had the perfect game sense.
And perfect engage this time around by Team Flash onto Sunny. Immediately takes him down. There's no answer now for JDG. Oh my gosh, Team Flash, you're doing it.
Decent. I tell you, man, like, this guy is the perfect addition to Team Flash. Now he answers almost every problem that Team Flash had during the first few matches that they played in this tournament, because now he's able to show that he could be that playmaker. He could be that damage threat onto the carries of the opponents. And what luxury to have whenever you have a jungler that can really play the Yone at this level, because oftentimes we see the Yone with the likes of Long, Weiba, and they just maximize Yone's damage at a very absurd level. And I know that I casted with you yesterday where Valdez also did pop off on this champion. I did present you the question as to who else can play from APAC at that level using Yone in the jungle, and turns out
like we're getting an answer.
Yeah, Decent is one of those players that can actually make a difference on the champion.
Nas been setting examples right now in this particular game multiple times as well in the past 15 minutes. And now Team Flash is having the best confidence right now to bank on him, to help him out, achieve this victory for Team Flash. And JDG is just recognizing the threat now of Team Flash. Look at this goal difference over time. Early game, JDG has been taking control, but after the 5-6 minute mark, Team Flash now taking control. Cascade here on to the Renekton though, able to shut them down, but a face seal once again here with Eason forces the stasis out. They will be backing out for now.
That's a lot of ultimates that was invested onto TanX. So TanX was caught out of position, but you look at Kuzi. Kuzi is already pushing the bot lane. So now Team Flash just has to wait for the Renekton, but that is still one of the best plays that JDG could ever do, right? You kind of slow down the tempo of your opponent by getting picks. That's what they did. Eason, farming lane minions is actually a good thing, especially if you are tasked to carry. However, it kind of puts you in a very tough spot because now you're so far away from the next objective that will spawn up in 20 seconds.
I'm still kind of nervous here for Team Flash. Yeah, we have been seeing a really good performance by these players, but JDG is controlling the map very effectively, being efficient as well in all of these scenarios. They only need to find one pick. They only need to shut down these in once, and they can just turn the tides around. Good job by Lee Sin still getting the buff here for the team.
Sin was still able to get that blue buff. Ellie gets the shared buff. So now this is the Mountain Dragon. It's up for grabs, and this could be the most pivotal dragon of all because again, 3 dragon win condition is ever present for Team Flash.
Arrow. Kuzi might actually be in trouble here, but the rest of Team Flash is following up very, very fast. And JDG recognizes that they will be backing out. Sunny's into the mid lane. Team Flash wants to draw him into this dragon. They have a point here. They already have 2 stacks of this dragon. JDG doesn't want them to get the third. Kuzi gonna get engaged. That's good too flash. Deep now. And Flash was invested once. Gonna get a lot of damage thrown out. Chain of Corruption not gonna be connecting here onto Feibai, but does do the job here with the depth charge onto the back line. Feibai gonna get obliterated, and that's a kill for TanX. Sani also gonna be backing away. There's no reason to stay anymore. They don't have the damage, and JDG, they might lose this dragon.
This is the 3rd dragon, ladies and gentlemen. So this is definitely a very, very big thing for Team Flash. Sani is still here. Once a 50-50 could commence here, Giang.
50-50. Will they go in? They actually turn onto the members of JDG. Sani almost got taken out there. Once half HP. Looks like they have to give this away. The reset on the dragons actually timed here for JDG. Will they get it? The gas being used. The steal is here. And JDG got it. They have to disengage now. And I think they are going to be able to just give once away. They're happy with the trade.
Can they threaten Baron now? Because I think they have to go for something. That's a big blow to Team Flash's ability to close out the game. But they're setting up a Dead Bush, which he cannot do against an Ashe. He can just send out the Hawk Shot. Sani going to find TanX. Oh no.
Very scary, but they actually turn. Fate's Shield. That's a big damage here onto the Dragons. At least they got the 1 target pick off. They want more. They want Sani. Chain of Corruption going to be missing. They are okay with that. They want to force Baron.
Almost. The story of Team Flash also during their first game against OMG has been almost but not quite. And this game, they were so close in securing that 3rd dragon for themselves. And imagine, Team Flash's composition right now. Team Flash's advantages being augmented further by 3 dragon stacks. Man, that could have been, the recipe for success for Team Flash. But Now, we are going to enter another 50-50 clash, and the Elder Dragon will most likely determine who's going to win this. We saw this from Cerberus, in where Cerberus were not able to finish the job because the Elder Dragon went to the side of EDG. Can Team Flash do it this time?
Grand challenge. Dominus as the response. Ignite as well being tech tier for Sani. They want to get the gap closed. They want to get slow. They will be getting the damage being thrown out here onto Sani, and that's going to be one heck of a kill. But Elder Dragon spawning. That is opportunity now for JDD.
No!
It looks like Sani's still doing a good job. Able to heal up. Will he get the outplay? Oh my god, Sani! Are you even human now? Opportunity now for JDD. They are collapsing onto the members of Team Flash. Doing a lot of damage here by Juju. As Ellie's forced a little bit back. DC now joining them. But it's them not going to be connecting. But now Team Flash still taking control. They will be getting the spike. Elder Dragon now secured. The JDG falls back. Juju gonna get taken down. Good job by him as well. Closing the distance. And Team Flash able to still respond.
Decent saving Team Flash by securing the Elder Dragon on the top side. That has been one of the biggest outplay a Fiora can ever do. And Tanex really did not expect the amount of lifesteal, the amount of sustain that Honey Fruit could ever give the Fiora. Underestimating the opponent. Team Flash was able to weather the storm, was able to secure themselves the Elder Dragon, right? Let bygones be bygones, just move on and focus down on the double trouble objective. Now securing the Elder Dragon. Next up, Baron Nashor.
And Team Flash will be getting it absolutely free. We were scared after Sani getting that 2v1 and 1v1 outplay at the very end against Stanex. But again, D-Sin turning the tides around, being there in time.
We'll look into that replay once again. And this is once already less than 10%. The priority targeting by Team Flash has been superb. Ellie goes untouched, is able to do a lot of damage, and this is what I love about Team Flash. Just put him over onto his, primary role, the marksman role, because he can really make things work. As the captain of the ship and as the lone member that is remaining of that Super 5 that we are accustomed in seeing. Oh no.
Oh, Stasis as a response here. Dominus gonna be popped off, but they cannot do much anymore. But actually, the damage coming through is very high. Yeah. He forgot. He has the Elder Dragon. He has to be fighting right now. But the rest of Team Flash is collapsing. JDG as well wants to get a good engage again. The Fate Seal just doing wonders here for D-Sin. Chain of Corruption gonna be coming through. They got the kill onto the buy, and now Payby gonna be next. And Team Flash just wrecking havoc right now towards JDG. They want to end. They want game number 1. They're doing it right now.
Team Flash would most likely get it. Doki being engaged on.
There's nothing that they can do, and Team Flash, game number 1 secured. The second game that Team Flash has won, but this is the start for the series 2.
Okay. What a win for our APAC brothers. If Fennel was able to win their first game, Team Flash kind of wants to do the same. It was so impressive. D-Sin, I tell you, dude, like this guy is cracked. Like he's a very good player in the jungle. Was easily supplemented and complemented well by Ellie on the Varus. And although Tan-X had his fair share of struggles against Sani's Fiora, the end of it all was still a victory for Team Flash. After 1 month of waiting, they have now secured a map win. Now it just comes down to game number 2. Will they be able to push JDG over the brink of extinction? We look into the total damage dealt and D-Scene. Ladies and gentlemen, what a find for Team Flash.
And we started this series a little bit worried here for Team Flash because again, the angles are not really for them. They only have won 1 out of 9 games on red side, and the composition of JDG was very scary as well. But one of the ways that they managed to alleviate that is just decent. This guy is like, oh my gosh. The missing piece of Team Flash enabled the whole team. He was godlike in his movements, in his playstyle, and made sure they get things, the right things at the right time. He was on top side helping out Panics, and then came to the Elder Dragon, got the smite as well. That is just mind-blowing too.
It is indeed. And it kind of reminded me of the heydays of Team Flash, right? Like Team Flash has always been a very good team. But the only remaining member of that Super 5 that I did talk about was Ellie, right? MT gone, Coyote gone, Shy gone, Zissou. Well, Shy is still in the bench, right? Like, but still, it's now a new and improved Team Flash. They have turned over a new leaf here, Kiyang, and I tell you, whatever stats we may have about Team Flash, you can start throwing them away because this is definitely a new team.
This is a new, reformed, improved formula for Team Flash, and they're looking now to defeat JDG. And again, this is the team that gave KBG a hard time of their life in the last time that they have met. Now Team Flash is giving them a hard time. This shows promise, this shows potential, and I can't wait for game number 2. For sure, we are going to be seeing Decent as the MVP in this particular match. It's already secured. It's him right now. He deserves it.
Yeah, for sure. Like, you give him the MVP.
Give this guy.
5-0 and 8.
This new player, the missing piece. The missing piece of Team Flash. No deaths at all, and a lot of near-death experiences that he dodged to allow Team Flash to maintain their grip at JDG.
Man, oh man, I just sent over the news to one of our co-casters, and Dash could not believe what we have just witnessed. But guys, the job is not yet finished for Team Flash, right? For our APAC brothers out there, dude, we are all into this, and we will be right back. We're just going to enter a short break, and then by the time that we go back, it's already game number 2.
You guys.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL-CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th. With 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action, who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectator UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the act.
Welcome back to the series of Team Flash and JDG, and we are just ready. We're ready for game number 2. Team Flash has been proving themselves in that game number 1, and JDG, they need to be ready this time around in game 2.
Yeah, I needed to grab a glass of water after that stellar performance coming from Team Flash.
Oh, yeah.
We enter game number 2 with already 3 bans in from JDG. We are seeing Senna, Jace, and Yone being banned away.
Wow.
Yeah, such a respect.
Right.
And I that is very understandable, Guillaume. Like, after that performance, you have to take it away from D-Sin.
Oh, even the virus is gonna be taken away here by JDG. They recognize that, okay, Ellie can pull this off. We have to take it away. We'll have the Nautilus or the Gragas anyway after they pick up 1. And now Team Flash, they're yet again being posed with another challenge, another obstacle here in the pick and bans.
Gragas will be prioritized by Flash or by Team Flash. That will go to the hands of Hin. Senna is also banned away, which brings me the question: what will be the best possible dragon laner? I mean, Ziggs is okay, but I remember that Ellie is not really the APC type of dragon laner back in these days. But we will be seeing that in a bit. Olaf. This is so early though. Like, if you pick the Olaf second as your second pick, it just goes to open up a lot of things for JDG to try and counter your Olaf. Maybe even pick the Garen to have that execute threat. But JDG has recognized that, hey, you know what? We kind of need to help our Akali. And Feibai is going back to the Akali. You know what? Today has been a weird day for Akali players.
Oh, yeah. I don't know why. I don't know why that is the case, though. And even Feibai had a really big struggle in that game number 1. He completely got obliterated by D-Sin, and looks like he wants to pull up the Kazakhs this time around.
Hey, are you ready for the D-Sin train?
The D-Sin train? Oh
Yeah,
man, I'm
like-
ready to ride it all night long right now, especially with that stellar performance in game number 1, that Yone performance this time around. Is going to be picking up the Kazakhs, and JDG sensing that maybe Team Flash is opting to go with the Ashe.
That is definitely a pick by Ellie. And good scouting by JDG and removing the Ashe away from Ellie. Because if anything, like, that is also an Ellie pick. I remember Yumi as well, being one of the champions that Ellie did play as an AP carry champion. But if anything, you look at the draft here by Team Flash, they're waiting for they're waiting to pick their Dragon Laner as the last pick. You know what? I won't be mad if they go for Vex, because Vex is actually one of those champions that can engage from afar, yeah?
And when they do get the reset, and then that's going to be good here for both D-Sin and Ellie. But looks like it is going to be the Orianna in this case.
And the main reason why Ellie had a remarkable performance as well during game number 1 was because his early game was so good. Can he do the same thing as the Orianna? Absolutely not, because Orianna deals negative damage during the early game. So it's all about being able to help out his solo laners as well. We all know that the Fiora is also a very good side lane, as well as the Riven. So they're really putting a lot of emphasis in, winning the side lanes. You know what I'm about to say, right? Like the perfect fit in a side lane composition was supposed to be the Ashe, but JDG again with the wonderful draft took it away. Now, Team Flash 1 win away from securing their first ever series win. It's going to face against JDG's draft here in game number 2. And who do you think will come out on top after reviewing the draft here, Kiam?
I don't know. I'm leaning towards the composition here of JDG. It has a lot of strength in it. It has a lot of synergy and enabling for Feibai and Team Flash. There's a lot of holes in this lineup. There is some sort of potential, especially if Ellie can really make this Orianna work, similar to how we saw Alone made good work of the Orianna during their match against Cerberus Esports. So again, big responsibility of Decent. Hopefully, he would be able to enable this team this time around, because Juju on the Virus is always deadly. He's just so good with this champion.
Yeah. So taking away some damage from Ellie will definitely be good. Yeah, like, yeah, come late game, it will be beneficial to the Orianna user. At that stage, like, it is expected that Juju and Doki will win the duel here in the Dragon Lane, and Doki will be the first to act. Will also be wanting to get himself towards the top lane. By the way, Pathfinder's extra move speed is so fast. I just wanted to, put it out there, because you would notice. Right? I think so. Yeah, I don't know the exact number, but you would notice like right away. Like there's like a turbo nitro thing happening. Hello, I'm here.
Happy with that. Much faster than Hin. So it's like, oh, come on, man.
I mean, Hin also had a Pathfinder. Well. Yeah. He also had the Pathfinder, but yeah. EF Decent picked Yone and made huge damage at 33% in the last game, and he was deservingly the MVP. In this champion, though, it is not going to deal as much damage, but executing wise, oh no. Oh no, yeah.
That is a lot of poke. I don't know why he hid under the brush, not anticipating that Juju would just go forward. Again, this is a Varus. He wins 1v1. Look at the win rate as well of Juju.
Yeah,
5-0.
With a KD of 9.1, like dude was born to play the Varus. Oh, this is definitely very problematic if you are a Team Flash supporter. Just the fact that Ellie was forced to play the Orianna in her current state, it's so sad. Like, what other options do you have, really? I mean, you can go for the Lucian, but by going for the Lucian there, it kind of makes you one-dimensional when it comes to damage profile, and so Doki will just build armor items as well as the Wukong.
Yeah, and especially with this lineup, Akali will just wreck the Lucian.
That too. But we have seen, a Dragon Lane win, Dragon Lane Lucian before. It was Soil, and I was casting it with Dash. Soil's Lucian won the lane so hard that the Ziggs was not able to play. Yeah. Oh, wait. Hang on. I have a question. Wait. Did Ziggs get banned?
No. It was available actually in this particular game. So, yeah, that is odd.
Huh? So he chose Orianna ahead of Ziggs?
Because JDG banned out Senna, Jace, Yone, Ashe, Karma. Team Flash banned out Camille, Aatrox, Shen, Nautilus, Rakan. So, right. Actually, I did not see that as well.
Yeah, I kind of forgotten that the Ziggs is an option. I did say that, his APCs is kind of weird. I'm talking about Ellie, and that I think is the reason why Hin was brought into the lineup, because Hin is more consistent when it comes to some APC champions in the game. Ellie, though, again, when it comes to the late game, he will have bigger and better impact. And we just saw it on Orianna that won a game just now, right? Like series number 1. It won a game for EDG. It was Alone that used it. And the game-winning play was a shockwave that hit 4 people. So Maybe we are entering the era of the Oriana. Possible.
Slowly but surely.
Yeah.
It's still not as convincing as the other champions, right? But it shows some potential, and if there's any player that can actually do it, maybe it's Ellie, as long as they have decent to help them out.
Yeah.
Damage really not coming through here on top side for Team Flash, but again, this is a team that defied Feibay's Akali 4-0 a while ago. Now doing really well against Kuzi flashing in, but will get traded out as well, so that's still good for Team Flash.
Yeah, some minions being the collateral damage because it's pushing towards the tower of Team Flash. But that's the only best thing that you can hope for Team Flash, right? Like that situation, that 1v1 was all Akali. But at least being able to trade something out was the better prize, or at least, it's the best that you can hope for in that particular situation. JDG, by the way, has already started the Mountain Dragon, but Kuzi will be spawning once here. So Team Flash has responded by going for the Rift Herald right away.
Oh, turning on to the Gal isn't really the best take here for Team Flash, but the damage coming through Tanex is gonna be in trouble, and now that's a big kill here for JDG. Now wreaking havoc here, and that's gonna be used here onto Sunny. Will he stay alive? He does, but Decent still pick up the RH. Now Hin will be flashing out. Can they escape is the question, because Wands will force out the flash. Arrow as well, almost connecting onto Ellie.
And you look into the mana of Ellie, 0. As in like, boom, right out of mana, like in that particular team fight. And Team Flash was able to secure the Rift Herald, but one thing that I really did notice there was Decent again. He attempted to assassinate Juju, and look at Juju here. Yeah! And Juju immediately flashed away. That just means that Decent is still doing his best to carry Team Flash, right? Like, at this point, if he is even able to sniff Varus again out of position, he will not hesitate to go in. And with more items available to the Kazakhs, expect it to be the problem that JDG has to solve soon and fast.
Yeah, and also in that previous team fight, had Ellie, followed up with the damage, that could have been a kill. Handed over towards Decent and shut down onto Juju. That would have been damage negated to allow Tanex to survive as well. So minor things that could have been better for Team Flash. And I think that's something that they need to work on in this game if they want to really challenge JDG, because this comp of JDG is so difficult to crack. They have more tools to win fights rather than relying so much on individual plays, and Team Flash is on the other end of that.
I guess the question is, what do you do as Ellie, right? Command dissonance, because you're definitely not catching a Varus with a shockwave. And I guess that is a champion problem rather than a player problem, right? Like, you look at it, like, had it been that it was the Ziggs, it was so easy to hit the bouncing bombs, or maybe even use the Mega Inferno Bomb as he escapes away. So I guess, that is something that Team Flash drafted into. They did have a choice of a Ziggs versus the Oriana, but they picked the late game stability of the Oriana. So, all we can really do as casters is to witness it right now. And
Decent might actually be in trouble. Judy's also here. They're just trying to run away. The second Cyclone prevents him from jumping, and JDG will be happy with that.
That, I think, is one of the biggest picks that they can ever do, because not only are you able to get one kill, also Kuzi. Alright, wrap things up, ladies and gents. JDG just got a little bit more comfortable now with the lead that they got.
Team Flash has no answers with the lack of resources in this composition. Sunny will be comfortable going in actually here with the Relic, because Doki is going to be joining him. Ellie is incoming, but again, more resources by Team Flash rather than JDG is a net positive always for JDG.
For sure. Now 4K ahead is JDG. We remember that during game number 1, Team Flash was the one ahead by like 3K at this point, or 2K at this point. That was needed, every single bit of it.
Wow.
Bullying. This is the experience that JDG will give you if you push them over the edge. And so now Team Flash is like, he was like the next in line, and had it connected, that could have been a very dead Gragas. But now the walls of Team Flash is slowly crumbling down. Again, when it comes to the late game, yeah, you still would have the scaling of the Fiora, the Riven, plus the Oriana. The question is, do you even reach the late game?
I don't even know at the space of the game. JDG is just getting too many kills, too many objectives. They only need to unlock mid lane right now, and the damage is just, oh my god. Yeah.
Like, if it was the Ziggs, you would be able to cast from, like, one screen away, right? I guess that's the reason why you don't draft Oriana into the Varus, because he can just do that. Especially Juju. You did say that his Varus is one of his best champions. First pick worthy. There you go. Indeed, it was indeed a first pick worthy champion. By being able to play his comfortable champion, he is now in the position to improve his record on it from 5-0 to 6-0.
Oh my god. JD's just wants to be this champion. And yeah, it is 5-0 on this. They're showing stats here. JDG just focusing on what's working for them. Game number 1, though, Team Flash was able to kill or shut down an undefeated champion hero, Faye by the Akali.
Yeah.
On Juju, it's just a different level this time around. And also, they have the compositions to work around in it.
Yeah, so Faye's Akali got blemished by Team Flash. And so Faye remembers. Tanex is going for his split and was able to take down the tower top side. If you look at the position of everyone right now, and you would see that the next big thing is going to be this mid lane tower that is open for the taking for both squads, especially for JDG, because you look at the tower here in the mid lane, 229 health. And also, I kind of just wanted to express that there's like this small ward in the mid lane, just above, just beside the wall. Yeah, just beside the wall. That kind of gives you information as to who, if ever anyone is defending that tower. So I really like that cheeky ward that is being placed by most of the teams right now. So kind of, gives me the hope that someday, one day, we will have the same level of vision control as our parent game, as League of Legends PC. Who am I kidding? We only have trinkets, but yeah, you know what I mean.
I mean, it's just the minor details, right? That really sets things apart here on the other teams and the elite ones. Top lane again. TanX not really having the best of time, always getting bullied. That is the second time he gets, wrecked by 3 people of JDG. And Ellie gonna be the next one. Justice Punch right after Ellie Flash. It is gonna get taken down there by Faye. Oh man, Team Flash having such a hard time right now. Even Hin almost getting taken out.
Yeah, flashed into the Justice Punch is what happened there. Like Doki would take that. And with 2 dragons for JDG, they are in the position to just wait for the 3rd dragon, and that could just mean the end of it. Juju was over aggressive here, and again Doki catching Ellie off guard with the Justice Punch, was able to get that assassination through. Faye again, you did say that his record on this champion was blemished, and I can actually say that he is kind of pissed with what happened during G1.
He's mad. Scratch my record. Mad. How dare you? He mad. Hin though is gonna get absolutely obliterated with a chain CC that JDG possesses. Even a deep engage there coming from Sunny. There's entrance gonna be engaged or utilized as Tanex. Hin is just very low. Fortunately, Team Flash is able. Oh my god, I'm still scared for that arrow. Able to survive, but JDG now has access towards mid.
We're still waiting for another objective win for JDG. Juju is just going about his day. Throwing arrows left and right. Meanwhile, JDG is already taking everything that they can get. If you are DC, oh no, he's getting starved.
Oh yeah, absolutely starved. This is the Kazakhs that is either feast or famine, right? And he is definitely starving in this particular game. Juju doesn't have mana, gonna get jump on here by Decent. Hiding, but
a jump scare moment. Juju also did not have mana, but now has the blue buff. Did not even need to use a flash. Only the ghost.
On cooldown.
Yeah, it was also on cooldown. That's right. Thank you for pointing that out because it's so hard to know whoever has summoners available or not. We are going to look into this game with the how should I call this? We are going to approach this game number 2 saying that this is definitely going to be JDG winning, and we are just waiting for the formalities in the game 3 is about to happen, unless a Naos play happens, right? Like, no, that's the only thing.
We're always gonna go back to that because it's possible. It's possible.
I mean, how do you want to call it? Do you want to call it Naos play or do you want to call it FPX play? Because you can do it both ways, right? Like FPX Baron or Naos Baron.
Nah.
Huh? Naos Baron. Oh, okay. So being able to steal objectives is like Naos thing now. Okay, well, we will have to wait and see for more, actions into that. But we are going to remember Naos being able to steal a Baron and getting a win off that. And also FPX losing. So I guess it will, with more games, we will see more of that. So we'll see.
I think if JDG is going to be committing onto this. Oh my god, the piercing arrow is just so obnoxious here towards Team Flash. They're being forced back. Even Doki just comfortably guarding the area here. Nobody can pass. But can they actually have a good access? That's the cast going to be used, but still, third dragon here by JDG as they turn onto the members of Team Flash. There's nothing that they can do. Panics can do absolutely nothing. Tries to flee, but won't be allowed to escape. As now they're closing the distance into the front. Able to get at least one kill here for Team Flash. Decent tries to get back his HP, but oh my god, almost there.
Decent has to leap away. Now JDG setting their sights over towards the second tower on the top lane because they have 3 cannon minions to work with. Yeah.
Oh my god, goes in! One more auto attack. The Hail of Arrows will not connect. Okay. This is opportunity for Team Flash to again, answer back, but Hin just gets battered instead. Body slam away, but what can you do?
He's so
Decent has no damage right now. Oh man, Team Flash
Juju is matched.
Pursuing.
And you can only feel for Team Flash after what is happening right now. But hey, maybe we will be seeing an FPX or we'll be seeing a Naos, right? Like, do not count out the Baron throw special. But that's already a 3 dragons power spike that we all know. 3 dragons win condition to the side of JDG. And we look into the replay and just witness again how pure the plays are from JDG whenever they are ahead. Like the explosive cast really did help, but it did not secure anything. And you look at that Cyclone, right? Cyclone, you make me want to do it all night long, baby, is what was said by once.
And oh my god, JDG is just having the best the best of time right now against Team Flash. They are mad, they want to redeem themselves, they want to push the game number 3, and they have all the components for it as well. 3 dragon stacks here at 17.5 minutes. They want to take out the Baron. Kuji might actually get engaged with the Cyclone here. Immediately gets absolutely deleted here. As Decent denied with a jump, and JDG gets him. That's free Baron now.
Yeah, once again, going about his day and being one of the impressive junglers from the Chinese conference. This is JDG, right? Like, the JDG from game number 1 is not JDG. I don't know who that is, but anyway. This is the Baron being secured. Meanwhile, TanX is still trying to find the angle. Feibai.
That's a lot of damage that TanX actually throwing out, but Hin is just so low. Feibai follows up, and Ellie is just going to be flashing away. Will burn to death, and that should be it. GG already, and game 3 commencing.
Indeed, that will be the Baron secured for JDG, pushing over the Nexus. We waited for this, but man, oh man, what a day! Overtime! 3 series, 3 game 3s. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Wild Rift League Asia. If you just have joined us, Series number 1 went the distance, Series number 2 went the distance, Series number 3 follows suit. And now Team Flash is the one who is feeling the pressure, because again, if you are JDG, you did everything correctly from game number 2.
Yeah.
Drafting, from drafting to executing the early game, everything was JDG.
Yeah, and the composition as well wasn't really on point. We had some, questions with Ellie's Orianna pick, given that the Ziggs was open, and also the bannings of champions here of Team Flash was really a hard punch towards their gut. Taking the Yone away and also forcing Decent onto this Kha'Zix with this composition that is focused on denying a Kha'Zix from popping off is a way to address the issue here towards Team Flash. And this is, well, it has been like a marathon here. Game number 3 yet again here for us, but it is again another chance for Team Flash to try and redeem themselves. Maybe if they get towards blue side, it can pave a way for them to be the ones banning out the champions of JDG and take their own champions as well.
Maybe an Aatrox by Decent on game number 3 could show us a 1v9 performance. Maybe a Yone again, a repeat performance of what he did during game number 1. But I think really what destroyed the mental of Team Flash in this game number 2 was the Ashe ban. It was the perfect opportunity. It was the perfect draft for an Ashe to be squeezed in, and I know that Ellie is also very good, a very good Ashe player. We have always said that APAC is a very Ashe region is a region that really favors their Ashes. So now in game number 3, who is going to choose the side selection? It is JDG, and I think we are about to receive word, but we're waiting for the MVP, and then we're going to throw straight to a break, and then from that break we will be letting you know as to what side selection will be for our 3rd game. But Young, I don't know what to say. Like that's the way I expected JDG to perform during game number 1. But again, kudos to Team Flash in being able to win the early game and win so hard to a point that they were able to push JDG.
And JDG had a really good lead towards Team Flash in the pick and ban phase. The moment they picked up the initial champions and then hovered the Olaf, paved the way for, or a signal for JDG so to know that it is gonna be an Ashe route here for Team Flash. Target banned it, removed the Karma as well, left the Ziggs open. That wasn't taken there by Ellie, so that was a little bit of a questionable pick, getting the Orianna. Had it been the Ziggs, then they had more answers for team fight to force JDG backwards, and once gonna be the MVP for this particular match. He paved the way to deny Decent any exits from the team fights, and also was just very stable. Wukong in the jungle is kind of like the Garen into the mid lane.
Yep. And also one of the champions that I think if you play the Wukong, he has this damage that you wouldn't expect, right? Like the combo of the Nimbus Strike plus that staff, golden staff, can actually deal a respectable amount of damage that if you do not respect, it can easily chunk out your HP. But heading into game number 3, I expect Team Flash to at least fix their draft and to remove Orianna out of the equation, because that is definitely not going to help you in your cause to really win the early game. But guys, do not go anywhere. We'll go into a very short break, and once we are back, game number 3 for series number 3.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO3 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectator UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information, such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference.
And welcome back to the final game of the night. Team Flash versus JDG as JDG extends the series to game number 3. The first 3-game series of all 3 games since April 23. And it is going to be a long night for us for sure. But it is worth it because now we're seeing a jam-packed series between JDG and Team Flash. Who will be the victor? That is to be found out later on.
I was also present in the 3-game trifecta. I was casting it with Dash. But that is kind of understandable though. We kind of expected it to really go to this team because the teams that really played there was evenly matched. Today though was a surprise because Team Flash again getting 1 win against JDG is definitely an upset and is in the position to actually win against JDG. Aatrox for decent. Alright, so
this is the thing we predicted.
Yeah, because that is how you kind of want to approach this, right? Like Decent is starting to emerge as their front player, like star player, and so you kind of want to give him that. Also to note, like Saigon Team Flash, they kind of have this, or I kind of have this inkling that they will try to go for Karma or maybe even Yumi, because that's 2 of the champions that I think the Team Flash does play so well. In this, this Corki could even go to the mid lane, so we'll see.
Mid lane or Dragon lane for Ellie if he wants to put it there. So they do have a really incredible engaged composition already with the Aatrox and the Nautilus. But again, once it's going back towards his Wukong, it will be paving a way for JDG to get the CC layered for Team Flash.
Yeah, he's like that brick wall that allowed JDG to, to make Juju so safe in the backline. His catches was also so good. So yeah, we're going to look into the next few bans by Steve. Oh, interesting. So they actually did anticipate that this Kazakhs could still get picked up here by JDG regardless of the Wukong already being drafted. So yeah, that's the power of the Wukong. You don't know if it's going to the jungle. You don't know if it's going to be the mid lane champion or the Baron lane champion. So Team Flash is trying to mix things up and is trying to ban away the assassins. So I think this is actually a clear karma draft, right? Right?
And JDG being denied of the Akali and the Zed for Feibai is huge here for Team Flash. Yeah, you get the Varus for Juju and the Gragas for Doki as well, but in terms of follow-up, we have seen already Igwen being picked up in today's schedule. It's not really a whole lot in terms of early game prowess and can be threatened a lot here by Team Flash. They really need to invest in a champion that can shut down this Gwen. What will that champion be? Renekton for TanX is, I would say, okay.
The best champion possible, yeah. I mean, like, you kind of want TanX in those champions that will definitely be easy to pilot, because again, you have to remember, like, TanX just has recently transitioned over to the Baron lane. He pulled off a Chaz, right? Like, I mean, where Chaz was playing in the jungle, then immediately got swapped over to the Baron lane. But I knew from sources that he basically did it prior to joining Fennel, and they were really practicing that particular lineup even before the series started. So now, by the way, Team Flash is going to play with Aatrox as their main guy. No enablers for the Aatrox, so no Karma, no enchanters whatsoever, and Ellie would be playing the Quirky. I don't know. Something tells me that the draft of JDG is kind of good against Aatrox, because you have the Garen, you also have the Varus that can easily chunk out the Aatrox right away.
Yeah, just 3 champions alone can pave a way for them to shut down the Aatrox. Shade of Corruption into the Cask, into the Burst, and then the follow-up by Feibai with the Demaster Justice. And that is already key there towards deleting this Aatrox up. If Team Flash even hesitates for a bit in following up, that can be disastrous for them. Also, TanX and Kuzi will be exchanging champions this time around. Looks like the Riven will go towards TanX, and Kuzi will pick up the Renekton into the mid lane.
That's interesting, because they really want TanX on the Fiora. Well, it does make sense, right? Like, Fiora can be played in the jungle. Meanwhile, the Renekton, I don't think jungle Renekton is even considered by APAC teams. Yeah, I know that some Chinese teams does actually play a Renekton in the jungle, but I really think that's a troll pick more than anything. But anyway, I think we're going to enter a pause, because we are looking into the player cams. Is this a pause?
What happened? Well, looking at what we're seeing right now, the player cams, looks like the problem is on the side of Team Flash, since there's no one really moving here on the side of JDG. And yeah, that gives us the opportunity to again reassess or reevaluate at least the composition that both of these teams have drafted. Again, the exchange of TanX with Riven and Renekton for Kuzi can be something to look forward to. Decent with the Aatrox is again looking to have that same performance with his Yone in game number 1. Ellie with the Corki shows promise, I think, given that he does love the ADC component, and having the Corki does provide them some AP damage for the team fight. And JDG generally having a solid lineup designed specifically to take down an Aatrox.
Lots of grievous ones as well coming from the Varus, right? Like pokes as well. I mean, we've seen Aatrox being just poked away, and the Aatrox really hesitating. That's it. Like, one way to control the Aatrox is, one, you buy grievous wounds. Number 2, you kind of try to lock him down, because he's not really tanky, right? He has a lot of sustain because of the presence of the vampiric or omnivamp. Is it omnivamp or physical vamp? I think it's just physical vamp. Physical vamp from his Arcane Blade.
Yeah.
And yeah, you can also burst him down. So we're waiting for information as to if this is a pause or not.
Because, well, we don't have any information just yet. We don't see anything on the screen so far, at least on the progress. But today has been, a day with lots of technical problems here. I think in all of the series we have watched, there was at least one pause initiated.
Yeah. It's not the worst though. Like, it's tolerable, and us casting 3 games, just as long as we are casting good games, then I'm okay with that, right? Like, you okay with that?
We have seen a lot of really good games here, close matches. Starting from our first series, Cerberus Esports giving them a good performance in game number 2. Even if they lost, it shows development of this team. Keepers Gaming as well being challenged by Woohoo Gaming. In game number 1, they've won a single game, and now we're seeing Team Flash trying to take on JDG and push this right now in game number 3 with this kind of composition, with the flavor of this team. And JDG just being on red side shows a little bit of a deficit, since most of their champions has been banned away. The Akali, the Zed, even the Fiora of Sunny, but they still have something in their bank.
We still don't have any information as to if this is a pause or not. There was a need to check a replay.
Head ref needed to check a replay. Okay, let's just chill for a while and wait for the updates on this.
Sure. I think we can maximize the volume. I'll be right back.
I'll be back. All right, welcome back to game number 3. Looks like there just has been a bit of a problem with the swapping of champions. It is going to be Tanix with the Ribbon, and we have Kuzi with the Renekton. So now the game is commencing, and no more problems.
Yeah. I mean, a small thing that needed to get patched out. By the way, look at him here. He was it. Oh yeah. Oh my man is.
I'm a jungler too.
yeah. He's like one of those champions that. I mean, that's like a strategy that we don't often see, right? I kind of want to find a very good joke into it, but turns out I cannot find it. Anyway, Doki picked Galio and received a staggering 17,922 damage in the last game. So good trivia and better title. Wait for me, he said.
Wait for me, and we did wait. And we're also waiting for this particular game for quite a while, and now we are here. Let's see if Decent will be able to have a better performance in this. Getting raid actually here towards JDG, and one's gonna be losing his blue buff. Is on the way to take Decent's one. Either way, but we'll need to watch out for Tanix as well.
Tanix and Hin pathing towards topside will most likely be able to get some pressure off of Sanya and company here, because they kind of want to return the favor, right? Like, there was an invasion that happened onto Wanz's jungle, and so they're trying to make their presence felt here on the top side. There is no smite to be had, so yeah, this blue buff will definitely go to the side of JDG. Was Decent able to invade the blue buff as well? I don't think so, right? So that's a 3 buff start for once?
It started off with Decent actually taking the blue buff of one, and then they responded. And also, since they invested 4 people there, it was an opportunity for Kuzi to go back towards the base, get item, and get back into the lane. Because it took a while for JDG to get. Good job here for Team Flash being efficient.
Yeah, so Team Flash did actually start that by sending over the Aatrox to clear out the blue buff, and also sending over the Nautilus to clear out the Raptors. What a start, right? Like, what strategy was So I guess, you start the game that way, things are going to really heat up for JDG and for Once as well. Now, Once is actually in the position here to try to get his gank in. He's already level 5, but Decent is here.
Missed out the first Darking Blade that allowed Once to escape. So fortunate here for JDG. Again, just Team Flash missing some small opportunities, but it is okay here, especially for Tanix into the top lane. The worst that can happen to him is Sani winning early game with a Gwen.
We again have identified, we were talking about it just a while back, right? Like, that Aatrox is not the one holding the sword. Aatrox is the sword. So I kind of just want to go back there by a bit, because I just saw him just now, right? So it's not often that we see the Aatrox, and it's not because the champion is not popular in Wild Rift competitive, right? Like, most of the champions would love to have the Aatrox, but Doki is being engaged on.
Good cast there for the isolation. Tanix is going to be joining them. First blood. Not really on the best one, as Hin picks the kill up, but still, first blood here for Team Flash.
First blood is a first blood, indeed. And now Team Flash, not really even getting, good gold off of it. But Ellie, the ganking Corki.
Wow. Okay.
It's not every day that you see this, but anyway.
We have the, in the invading, or the farming Nautilus, the invading Aatrox, and the ganking Corki.
The ganking Corki. And also, that's like the twice in a row now that Decent was able to steal away the blue buff of Once, right? Like, one of the things that Team Flash did in this game so well was to read the early game of JDG, and now JDG's early game, especially their jungler, is really problematic, right? You look at the current state of the game, and then Team Flash is just enjoying that small lead. 1,000 gold. Ellie now has the package available. You look at the matchup in the jungle, you already see that the Aatrox already has the almost completed +1 longsword. Meanwhile, Wukong not even completing his Divine Thunder. That small win by Team Flash, how do they translate it into a bigger win?
Looks like they are looking for picks here onto Juju. Unable to get that reg line. Juju able to fall back, but X is holding one angle here. Looks like Team Flash wants to contest RH.
Alright, that's going to be 4v5 soon enough because the Garen is actually running here. Ellie still has the package. He has to fly over soon and fast. Well, he's not going to use it to engage onto 4 people, which is the wise thing to do. However, JDG might be in the position to actually secure this dragon or contest this dragon now. Now Decent is here.
The slight hesitation can be problematic for Team Flash. It looks like they are committing onto a kill here. Big CC chain as the Gragas falls down. Backside though, Ellie gonna get obliterated, able to buy enough time as Decent falls back. And now Team Flash loses their jungler. And that JDG will be getting this dragon for themselves. Double objective unless.
No more unless this time. That is still Juju again on the Varus remains the undefeated player on that champion, by the way, right? So the engage was on Doki, and for the obvious reasons, right? Like he's the most obvious target. Feibai going to follow suit as well, but once was there to at least get some return kill. I really think that Juju on the Varus is one of the biggest reasons why JDG is winning. So I guess, yeah, next time that we see JDG in action, we would suggest, you know, the Varus gets banned away.
Actually, well, given the scoreline, given his performance, he's just an independent player whenever he gets his hands on the Varus, and it is also demonstrated in this particular game. Team Flash really needs to find an angle to shut him down. Hin tried a while ago to engage, but no success just yet.
Like being able to prioritize Juju's champion choices has been so big for JDG, right? Like the draft priority to play around Juju to make sure that he is comfortable and now has a lot of beefy champions in front of him to really make sure that he's safe and sound in dealing those damage, right? That's been, you know, Sani.
Oh my god. The damage coming through. Doki also helping him out. There's no way for Tanix to survive. Tower dive successful.
One more?
JDG picks one.
I thought that the last damage or last tower shot will head over to Doki, but turns out it goes over to once, and that is going to be an easy picking on the top side. But the tower is going to be equaled here by Team Flash by getting a tower here in the bot lane. Oh, a Garen getting engaged on. So has Flash.
Yeah. Also quite tanky. It's gonna be able to resist some of the damage here, so he'll be alright. Team Flash just losing some, you know, resources here across the map, but mid, top, tower takedown is a little bit of a bad sign right now for this game.
Okay, well, we're going to enter into a short pause, and we're going to identify what is the concern, ladies and gents, but
wonder what's the problem this time around. Looks like we are experiencing a lot of technical problems here for today, and hopefully it's not affecting the momentum and the performance of these players. Again, we want them to be at their best condition participating here in this tournament.
Surely. But this is... I think it's JDG's time to report something. Because I just saw the camera and I think once was explaining something to their head referee. It is JDG reporting the issue, but we are going to check on it. And as soon as we have more information, we'll be right back at you. I think we'll just put up the volume first of the music, and we'll be right back.
Alright, looks like we are back, and well, JDG taking still the control of this particular game. Team Flash down 2,000. Losing both objectives really caused a big hurt on their map control right now.
How do you come back from this if you are Team Flash, right? Like, Sani is also having a field day against Kuzi, and now another dive is about to happen. I feel for you, Croc.
Oh no. Yeah, just trying to clear out the waves, trying to delay the inevitable. Running on the other side, the wrong side, buddy. Team Flash trying to answer into the top lane, though Feibai is there.
Like Feibai being put on the Karen after, showcasing his skills on the Akali twice in a row. Kind of underwhelming, but
very fast. And well, that man really does work here for the movement speed. Decent, take a bit of damage there from one, still able to fall back. Danex as well, zoning Doki away. No casualties on both sides, but again, a tower here for JDG as Sani picks that up.
Yeah. Bot lane tower, top lane tower destroyed, mid as well. So 3 towers to 1. Sani is like the richest member or richest champion right now, 8.2k. You don't want that to happen if you are Team Flash, because there's basically no one that can stand up to a very fed Gwen, yeah? Tan-X maybe on this Riven, but the Renekton definitely not.
And now they're starting this RH. Team Flash, I think it's in no condition to contest this objective right now, but they are going to be trying. Lee Sin though is too squishy. Tan-X gonna get isolated here with a cast, force to flash away. Sani is chasing him down. Lee Sin as well, getting obliterated by ones, and that's gonna be a kill. Make that 2, make that 3 here, as Team Flash is just decimated here by JDG. It's a nightmare.
Yeah, you look at the damage. That's 3.4k needlework. Cast 1, cast 2, cast thrice onto the hearts of Team Flash, and now is even able to get the Rift Herald Slamma Jamma into the top lane tower. Alright, we look into the replay. We look into the replay, and you would see hit here, guys, that Doki again being the one who engaged onto Tan-X, and it's just easy pickings from this point on. Like, Sani's damage was instantly felt by the members of Team Flash. Nothing that they can do. Kuzi as well was served into the dinner plate, and I mean, you look at the damage charts just right below your screen, 3.4k over to the Gwen.
Oh now, oh, this is really bad news again. DZ taking a bit of damage. The Master Justice almost takes him down, but Tan-X trying to retaliate. Nautilus gonna get taken out as well. There's no answer here from Team Flash. They couldn't fight at all. Kelly takes a bit of damage there from the piercing arrow. Oh man, how do you turn this around? There's no way.
Yeah, it's like blocks falling one after another, right? Like, what do you call that again? That game, Jenga game, right? Like the Jenga game.
Jenga.
You know, one, yeah. One big block that basically destabilizes everything, causes the downfall of the whole thing. And I think that's what's happening here right now. Team Flash is getting Jenga'd by JDG.
And everything is being layered. It's hard to scale up in this game right now. Even for Deason, he hasn't had the best of performance right now with this Aatrox. It's not the same as he is when he gets his hands on the Yone. 0-2 and 2.
Because I really think that you really have to help out the Aatrox in order for him to be able to perform, right? The Yone, you can actually make a play from afar, but you look at this play, like Sani, what are you made of? Sani is just paying a visit on towards the top side, and Deason is about to die. Oh!
Fortunately, he was able to stay alive. Ellie as well, after the chain of corruption being used. Kuzi getting the trade-off at the very least for Team Flash. But they're in trouble. They're being chased away by Wand and Doki. Fortunately, the dredge line did not connect from Hin.
The problem still persists, right? Like, Sani is that one Baron laner that we always have recognized as a very good weapon to have if you are JDG. And we also did identify that, you know, prior to Sani playing for JDG, it was Lemon. Lemon was the one playing in the Baron lane, right? But Sani has really been so good, right? Like, his Jax is still 100% win rate. During game number 2, he was also so solid, and now on game number 3, I really thought that this Gwen would go over to their jungler, but turns out it is Sunny that would be the one playing, and for good reason, for obvious reason, right? Like, why change was not broken? The Wukong by once was the MVP during game number 2, and in game number 3, I wouldn't be surprised if the same thing happens.
Now, Team Flash wants to have a really good position here towards the bottom side. River, can they actually close in onto Juju? I don't think that is possible. Also have the Edge of Night, and now they are collapsing on Kuzi. That's a lot of damage he is taking as of the moment. Oh, even with the golden staff, it just hurts so much.
Hello.
As Sin wants to fall back. Can he do so? The needles are working
one more.
almost.
Ah! Yeah, Hin had to use arrows, needles, all those pointy things. It's threatening Team Flash right now. Like, what do you need? Maybe a pillow or something? Because, dude, JDG is now 5k ahead, 8-4 into the kill count, and 14 minutes in. Like, 2 dragons to the side of JDG. All they have to do is to wait for a 3rd dragon, and there's like no way for Team Flash to contest. If ever that they try to contest, the amount of burst potential of Sunny is just absurd right now. There's a collapse happening, but Joki's there to provide support.
Oh no. Oh, Ellie being threatened. Fortunately, there is no cast being used just yet. Sandy chasing down Hin, and the mass injustice onto the core key as Ellie falls down, and now Decent gonna be next. Look at Sandy, comfortable with a 2 versus 1. And Decent just falling
Juju
down. No damage at all as Juju, the ADC, barriers into the front line. Not scared at all. He is just comfortable here doing the damage here for JDG. And now they have full access towards this Baron.
One says full health, and that just tells the story of the game, right? Like, he's just so ahead. JDG is just so ahead. That once was not even threatened at one point in that clash. And so JDG will be eating up this Baron, and will most likely use it to end the game. 15 minutes and 30. Is this going to be the game-winning objective? We're going to closely look into that as we look into the replay. Again, that is Doki starting the fight, right? Like, he saw Ellie, and in an instant, he went in to engage. And Sunny, that 1v2 in the top lane, whenever you're this far ahead as a Gwen, you have enough damage, you have enough sustain. Omnivamp is real, Magic Vamp is real. And as Juju is always good at the Varus, so hold that thought on the bot lane.
Good kill, at least here on to Payback, shutting him down, overextended into the bottom lane, but JDG has access into the mid lane right now. Team Flash, they have to recall. This is an inhibitor tower with a Baron empowered minion, and JDG says, okay, let's trade the Garen for the tower.
The Baron is still on for JDG for a good 1 minute, but DC.
No!
Oh, hello. Hello.
Okay.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. But yeah, no, like right now, Juju. This game is all but over, Giyang.
Yeah.
Even if I do the play-by-play, it doesn't matter, right? Like, there you go, Juju with the arrows, Doki, bad slam, but there you go. Kuzi is just trying to run away here, and Sunny is trying to chase as well. Oh, Kuzi, good dancing shoes from the Renekton. Xerox Gauge, rocking, not really going to help him.
And JDG, they're just, at this point, we're just waiting for the formalities. Team Flash has no answer to this. 3rd dragon as well, gonna be secured here by JDG, no problem. With the Aatrox dead for the next 6 seconds. Oh man, Team Flash. We kind of had our hopes onto them after that amazing performance in game number 1, but JDG says, no more, no more.
And that's also a very good indication of what is to expect from Team Flash, right? Like, they are not going to hesitate to play the Yone draft from the jungle. That's something that will easily get scouted here. When you talk about Team Flash, their lose streak has finally ended game-wise, but series-wise, it still is going to continue, which is the sad part. Doki, by the way, is trying to run towards Ellie, and Ellie is going to squeeze into the wall. But nothing really to be had there. Anyway, so 18 minutes in, JDG can just slowly march down the top lane because all the inhibitor towers are gone except for the top lane.
Now they're just marching, slowly creeping towards tower right now. They have, a wave incoming. They also can just force a fight here against a Team Flash. Doki is just waiting for that opportunity. Hin actually goes in with a dredge line. Doki says, okay, you want to fight? You want to fight?
Danex is just about at point in where they can, or he can actually flank. So we'll see.
I think they know where he is, but again, this engage might actually work for Team Flash. They do the damage. Decent is wrecking out the end, but completely gets deleted by one snip from Sunny, and that is just over. JDG has done it. Team Flash is dead right now in this particular fight. Him just tries to delay the inevitable, but what can you do when you're just an astronaut being chased down by 3 people and the hairstylist?
It's
GG.
already being finished by the Garen, by the way. So you look into the minimap and there is something happening right now. Yeah, Hin is being chased. Warmog's armor. Stop it! Stop it! Hin is going to be able to escape. Feibai is not even trying to finish the whole thing because he wants Hin to die. Anyway, yeah, Feibai is going to finish things up and wrap things up for us tonight. It's been a long day, said Feibai.
It's been a long night, a long journey for our teams. We have seen some growth on some of them, but still, stability is on the Chinese teams for today. EDG, KBG, and now JDG getting a win for themselves. And, especially for Sunny with the Gwen. one snip on to Decent. Just one enchanted snip and then completely 100-0 the Aatrox. That is just how fed and strong this Gwen is.
That was a perfect position, right? Yeah, oftentimes you need a flanker to really be able to reach the backline. Juju was so vulnerable at that point, but the threat wasn't really Juju. It was really Sunny on that Gwen. We were saying that, Sunny's damage chart would go off the rail once the late game happens, and it's not just because it went the late game, it's also because he was so ahead of the opposition. You look at the total damage dealt to the champions, 10x, 9k, Decent 9k. Oh my god, you combine the two, Sunny still has the better damage.
I actually thought that Team Flash being on blue side would take away the virus away from Juju, but I was equally surprised having to see them let it be open, especially after we saw the stats already.
Yeah.
With Juju's virus still remaining undefeated as of today, 7-0 rather. After this amazing.
But you cannot really let go of the Aatrox, right? Like the Aatrox could just easily be piloted by once, and then that will be the same problem. Right?
It's a lot of problems here for Team Flash. And JDG on their problem with Jason just addressed it and solved it with just one ban.
Decent's Yone got respected, and I think the next time that Team Flash plays, I won't be surprised if he will garner the same amount of respect. Who will Team Flash face against the next time? Yeah, do you know?
Team Flash, well, they will be facing against Fennel next week, Wednesday, and then try to face off against Nigma Galaxy. More on the APAC side here for
so that's why Coach Rebenga was actually in attendance in the comment section scouting Team Flash. And after that game number 1, you can easily predict that they will just have to respect Decent's prowess on that champion, because that's definitely going to be problematic for Fennel. But the Team Flash's quests to get one series win has to wait until Wednesday, and that will be against Fennel, another APAC team that just got their win against OMG. So yeah, things are looking up, I would say, for our APAC teams, because regardless of what happens here, regardless of what happens tomorrow or like this week, has seen how many APAC wins?
I think we have seen 2 wins already.
Like we have three series wins. Yeah, 3. Like Fennel was able to win, and then yesterday Naos was able to win, and also BRU was also able to win. Doki got the MVP, not the snip guy. Oh,
Interesting.
I thought you could. Yes, I thought Sandy had the better performance overall, but they're going to gift it over to Doki. That's okay, right? Like as the Gragas, but by Doki. It's also one of the champions that I think Doki has mastered. You look at the top teams and you look at their preference with their support champions, right? It always has to be the Gragas. We're going to wrap things up by showing some stats as well. Like today's results is a 9-game classic 2-1 edging. Saigon Cerberus Esports is EDG, followed by KBG winning against WHG, and finally Team Flash surrendering a 1-2 loss against JDG.
Interesting how we do see, the left side teams winning against the right side ones this time around, and the updated standings as well. 12-game win streak. When will this end? I don't think this will ever end, unless Weibo Gaming and Trace Esports would do something about this. But the rest of the CN Conference squad is just doing well.
Trace and Weibo could do it, or maybe some Filipino team or some APAC team would be able to do it. We look into the standings. It is now as clear as day that Team Flash has to reverse their fortune soon and fast, because 0-8 and we are nearing halfway in, right? There are a total of 19 games to play for every team. So Team Flash still has time to reach the playoffs. I mean, what separates them is like 2 wins only. You look at NGX, they have 2 wins, and then Team Flash had 0. So as soon as they are able to get 1 win, then they're closer to that playoff spot. So do not be surprised if Team Flash gets to reverse their fortune and will be able to get themselves into the playoffs. Tomorrow's matches: NGX going to face Nova, WBG going to face OMG, and of course KT Roser Y will be facing the Red Hot Undertalk.
2 batches of APAC teams again tomorrow. I'm gonna be excited for this, and it is a match to look forward to. Again, our Philippine squad, KT Roser Y as well, the ones sitting at the very top in the APAC region, will be trying to continue the wins that they have been having all throughout this week. 3 games so far this week, 3 series. That is a good development, I would say. And even if the series has been lost here by Cerberus Esports and Team Flash, they got a win, and that is already an improvement for them. That shows promise, that shows potential, and tomorrow we are going to be looking forward to what we can even do towards these really strong teams, elite teams. Any final words you want to say, Otto, before we hop out?
Yeah, I'll catch you tomorrow, guys, because tomorrow will be another set of APAC teams that will be winning. NGX and KT Roser Y.
Oh yeah, I am excited for that. I am excited for that.
Oh yeah,
I'm excited for that. We have Nigma Galaxy and we have KT Roser Y, 2 really strong swords here of the APAC region, and that has been it for today's schedule. 3 games, 3 series. And it is, of course, thank you guys for watching until the very end. It has been a long night. Thank you so much to Riot Games, VNG Games, and Coca-Cola for making this event possible. We are your shoutcasters, Giyang and Otolus. See you again for another Sunday special with Otolus and Dash. For now, good night.
There's something about games.
What you're doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.